Okay. Let's do... do you think it's going to be 9 rounds today? Probably, huh? I don't know about breaking it, but I think we'll do okay today. At least I'm going to try. How many people have we got? Oh yeah, we're 9 rounds for sure. Nine rounds pretty comfortably. Okay. Alright, so here's this. This is the deck that we're playing. Let's do this. No, this, and then... Inkwell? Can I get them all in here? No, there's too many fucking cards now. Type, maybe? No. I know what I can do. I can make the cards a little smaller. I think I can fit 6 in, maybe? Okay, so we get 6 cards in. They'll figure out that there's quills in there, right? I will be in Chicago, yeah. At least that's the plan. Type? No. Color? Ooh, we can get them all in with color. Maybe we just leave it color. It's kind of a weird way to sort cards, but... There's not really another way to bundle them differently. Set? Alright, it's a crapshoot. We'll sort them by rarity. Yeah, or something that you can, like, toggle so you can just get more on the screen. It's alright. This will be fine. So here's the deck that we're going to play. We decided on just the one Zeus and no Let It Go, which I'm maybe regretting a little bit now, but it's fine. We're going to have to play a little bit more aggressively with this list then, where we slow them down a little bit with our early interaction with, like, the boom, fire the cannons, into Tinkerbell, grab your swords to sort of control the board a little bit, and then eventually we just slam Ariel and Tamatoas to close out the game more quickly. We can leverage Chenpo to be able to actually quest with our characters and keep them protected is the idea. It is likely that this deck just needs a couple of Let It Go somewhere. Maybe we just get rid of Zeus entirely. I don't know. Whatever. This is what we got today. And then we'll adjust. We'll adjust in the next week or so for Chicago as the meta adapts to sort of what people are playing. Because, like, obviously Chenpo gets worse once people are sort of able to play around it a little bit better. Ariel might be a little bit worse against red-blue if they're playing a lot more Be Prepareds, etc. So then you have to sort of come up with alternative strategies in those cases then. And we'll see if that's viable. I don't actually see that the event has started yet. in 5 minutes, so we got a couple of minutes here. My only real complaint about the Lorcana Play Network is that their deck builder is a little rough. So then you end up getting a lot more registration headaches than I think you would normally. Yeah, link it to a website or like import it or something. Having to like completely remake it each time is a bit unfortunate, but just a small pain point. Yeah, like a spot to import it would be pretty nice. Um, but otherwise, I mean, everything else is kind of reasonable on it. So, and they've been improving it week over week too, so that's been nice. Making it auto refresh every round and things like that has been quite nice. Unfortunately, we won't really get to use it for much longer because I don't necessarily suspect that they will transition over to Tabletop Simulator, but maybe. TTS is like much harder for like a random player to jump into and just play games, and you have to sort of police it a lot closer yourself as far as the rules and things like that. So it's kind of tricky there to run bigger tournaments on that compared to Pixelborn, especially. Pixelborn was able to be pretty flexible with things like spectating and such to be able to jump in and look at games and review problems or whatever, so it's tough. But yeah, we'll see these games. We'll see if they do all right. We're a little bit soft to a few cards with this list, but hopefully it does not end up being a big problem today. Cards that I don't really want to see. There is a Titan that is really annoying. This one is a bit rough because we currently don't have... We have like a Zeus. Otherwise, we have to just directly challenge it, which is doable. I mean, it's in steel. Rounds up. Nice. Nice, nice. Okay. Alright, so I go first here. Hand's kind of bad. We'll keep the popsicle. We'll send everything else back. I don't love sending this many back with 17 uninkables, but I don't really feel like keeping any of those is super great here anyway, so we'll ship it. Ship it back. This hand is okay. We'll ship the crab, play one of our 1-drops here, probably Popsicle. Gives them less information to do Popsicle with the crab versus the Fortisphere. Pretty bad draw there. We'll maybe ink that with Quill. Overall, this hand is okay unless they're on specifically green steel. But then we can try to flab into Tinkerbell, and that might be okay. But we'll see. So they ink up a Boom. This could be green steel still with the Baboom. Let's play the Fortisphere first. I like the Quills, but I don't know if I can afford both of them. I think we have to ink one of them and pass. I'd rather keep both Flabs if I can, assuming that one is going to die. If I have to ink one, I will. But I can't ink the Tinkerbell. I think we're going to need that this game. Given our draw, it seems pretty likely that that's going to be necessary. Okay, so it is green steel, so certainly the Tinkerbell is something that we want to play here. Okay. That's a great draw, actually. I will get rid of the Flaversham. I'm debating if I want to keep the Whole New World. Or if we just send it to play around Ursula. I almost want to play around Ursula. Going down this many cards doesn't feel great, but I also can't let them shift Robin here. I will probably discard Lucky Dime, and then potentially we'll just play Tinkerbell next turn. Like if we assume that this is Diablo. Aladdin is a little annoying. It's actually fine, because they're going to have to blow up this Quill anyway, and it's already going to be a bit too late. I guess if I play the Tinkerbell, then we're out of cards here, so maybe we wait a turn. And we do the Flaversham instead. I think we'll do this. So let's just keep a little bit more cards. And again, it protects from the Ursula. We do still have the Tinkerbell next turn. I don't care as much about this Aladdin if we have... I should have inked this. No, I guess it doesn't matter. We can discard it to the Bucky. Because we can ink this directly to play Tinkerbell. And then we'll just use the Flav to draw more cards, and then we don't worry as much about the Aladdin. This should be okay. Played around Ursula. Which makes this like a pretty bad card, all things considered. They're going to blow up Fishbone Quill, which I don't really care about. It's kind of whatever. We were likely going to blow it up anyway. They don't even make us discard a card here, so that's fine. We'll just Ink Beast, send Tinkerbell here, take out the Bucky, and then we'll draw 2 cards, since the Aladdin can, in theory, get rid of the Popsicle anyway. We'll draw our 2 and then ship it back. We may or may not even play this. The Simba is probably going to be more useful, but we'll see. We've ramped a little bit, but not a ton. But getting these in play, like, definitely has good value. Karmika, appreciate the follow. I feel in a pretty okay spot here, given that we have answers to a lot of cards with what we already have in our hand. They can't really quest with these. If they run out something like Beast or Robin, that's fine. We can just slam a Tinkerbell or a Simba here. Simba to kill Aladdin is probably not bad. It could just be Tinkerbell, so we don't have to waste the Tinkerbell here. Like, we don't need to lose Tinkerbell for no reason. Card's just generically pretty good against them. The extra whole new world a little mid here, obviously. But just having a 4-5 in play is pretty good. Ursula Deceiver, sure. If they quest with Robin, I'm likely going to Flav and then Tinkerbell it. If they don't... We can draw extra cards, but we won't get to play our Simba then. That might be fine, though. Chenpo. Let's do this and draw some cards. Grab your swords. That is not bad. It's not awesome, but it does kill both of these. And makes the Robin pretty mid. We could also just play Chenpo. Let's play the Popsicle first. So what is the best thing that they can do? Like, double strength. So I should cast the Grab Your Sword here. We can actually Grab Your Sword and Chenpo, because I can sing one. Maybe that's better. They conceded. Makes sense. I assume that they had strength, like that's the only thing that Ursula is going to be able to do. To be able to outweigh what we're doing there. So we're against Bucky. All right, so we go second. So things that we're looking for are ramp. I don't mind Cogsworth. It's okay. Smee is not at its best here on the draw. I may have to send Cogs too, actually. This hand is a little soft to Diablo, but I've seen worse ones. In this case, I think Simba is a little bit of a pipe dream. That helps, actually. Because we go Cogsworth into Tinkerbell, or just Tinkerbell. We'll decide if we want to play Smee next turn or not. Based on our hand, we may have to use it as ink. There's a world where we want to play a Cogsworth before the Tinkerbell anyway, but if they run out of Bucky, like, I just want to get that off the table as soon as possible. We do get a whole ass extra card if we keep the Mickey instead of the... like, if we use Mickey instead. So there is something to be said for that. If they're making us discard. Do we play this Smee? 1, 2, 3, 4... I have 6 cards then. I don't think I do. I'm still not sure if I want to do Quill or Mickey. If we want to do Cogsworth into Tinkerbell or not, but we are going to have to get this off the table sooner than later, so... This is where a Baboom or Fire the Cannons would be really strong. We're up to Flav. That's not terrible. So then I think this is our play. And if we need to make them draw cards, we'll do it. But ideally, we just clean this up next turn and then play off the top. But we'll see what they play here. They ink a Beast. They play an Ursula, which doesn't have text. It's good for us. Okay, so let's ink this, and I guess the Flav, since we don't have an answer for Diablo yet. Let's ink these two, we'll play Tinkerbell. We'll at least clean up what we can. And then pass. We at least still have the Cogsworth line to just start playing those. The best thing that they've got is probably just straight Zeusing the Tinkerbell here. But we have quite a few outs to be able to kill this Diablo. We have 2 more swords, 3 more Tinkerbells, 1 more Simba, and then our Babooms, Fire the Cannons, and Zeus all can kill Diablo. So that's like 15 cards or something, 10 to 15. That are good draws to be able to interact with this Diablo favorably. Just play another Diablo, so that they're leaving themselves pretty dead to us just ripping a swords, but obviously if we don't have it, we're just going to have to try and race. Which we can do. We'll just keep playing Cogsworths and then race them. Doesn't matter how many cards they draw if we just win faster, ideally. I'm just going to play another Cogsworth next turn, then the Chen Po will let us quest for 6 every turn. Hopefully that'll be fast enough. It's kind of tricky. But it might be. Especially because they can only quest for 2. Since we have the Tinkerbell to be able to challenge the Diablos. Or sorry, the Ursula to kill the Diablos. Even Chen Po could unironically not be a bad play next turn, but I think I'd rather just play the Cogsworths. Obviously, it depends on what they play here, on whether or not we think we need the bodyguard. But if I get the Cogsworth in play, it adds more lore. And then the Chenpo will just protect them. A resist 2 Chenpo is, like, literally unkillable. My only concern is Bruno, realistically, which they have 3 of. 2 to 3 of left, probably. Because I know that they inked one earlier. But I don't think that they can reasonably Bruno the Tinkerbell in this spot. I'm going to deal 1 damage to Tinkerbell and then Zeus it, I guess. Which is pretty bad for us, if true. Hopefully that's not what they've got, but it is possible that they just killed Tinkerbell here. It would surprise me that they didn't do this earlier. But that's pretty bad for us. We really needed those to be in play. Now we really need to draw swords or another Tinkerbell or Simba. Simba would also be fine. Because we just don't have enough of a clock. Ariel would actually be okay too, because it gives us a faster clock. Let them draw 14 cards. That doesn't sound very good to me. Could let us kill the board, though. Is the only thing that I'm thinking. And they really can't leverage the 14 cards that well. Like, the difference in 6 cards versus 14 cards is not really that dramatic here. I wouldn't be able to play the second Cogsworth is unfortunate. Like, that's my only concern. I think we kill that. I think we do this. And then we try to set up for it next turn, maybe. Like, we would have to find swords to clean up the board. Or Tink swords. They're going to make us discard our whole new world here. That is unfortunate. I even thought about not getting rid of Chenpo here to play around that. So we just have to rip swords then, I guess. A bit unfortunate. So maybe I'm supposed to just do the whole new world last turn. We don't play the Cogsworth then, and it's a little rough. Rise of the Titans. That is certainly a card that we have in our hand now. I guess we're going to perish. Because I didn't whole new world. Yeah, it turns out we were supposed to just do it last turn and look for the swords. Obviously, we can't guarantee that it's even there. But we are getting buried pretty badly here. Because we're just dead on board next turn if we don't draw it. Unfortunate. It's a good matchup, too. We can always rip it, I suppose. Maybe there's a world where we're just not supposed to get rid of that Simba earlier, because it's so strong against this deck. I don't know if I ever had the opportunity to. I'll have to look back in the VOD to see if I had the ability to keep the Simba a little bit longer. Or maybe draw cards with a Flaversham. It was like, we did get rid of a Flav, so they didn't draw 2 extra cards with Diablo, but maybe that was a mistake. Like, we kept the Chenpo, because that was our plan. But they had I see. We've been granted a gift, I guess. They have so many cards, they can just afford to discard them, I suppose. We like that. I mean, the worst part is that it doesn't actually hurt them at all because they have so many Diablos that they're just drawing three extra cards a turn. 6 cards here. I have to just, like, use the Fortisphere. I can't not. Puts us to 10. We're lucky dime. No, we're just dead. Even with this, there's nothing that I can do. I go to 10 here. This gets us to... I mean, I just have to play it, right? I can't do anything else. Dime doesn't actually win for us because we don't have enough cards to get to 9 ink to be able to activate on Ariel. But it's still the same situation where we just have to, like, swords and then hope that they don't gain the 1 lore or whatever. But we can't actually dime here, unfortunately. Oh no, we do have an out. We have an out. We can rip a Whole New World. And then sing Whole New World. With a Cogsworth. Because if we sing Whole New World, we can find dime plus an ink. And then... and then just quest here, and then dime it. So we're not just dead, I guess. But we only have 2 Whole New Worlds left, so, like, it's not a great situation. I don't know if they're going to quest with Bucky. I assume that they will here. But Swords doesn't do it for us anymore because they have these 2. So it specifically has to be Whole New World into dime. Because the Fortisphere on its own isn't good enough, right? Yep. Damn, that's too bad. That's unfortunate. Some pretty awkward draws. I possibly navigated the first few turns a little wrong. And maybe we were supposed to just slam a Whole New World here, but... it looks like we missed by 1. I don't know if there was a spot where we could have quested a little bit better, but... they got us. Unfortunate. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. We can go back and look, so we have a little bit of time here. This thing, this... so if we look... So here was this game. So go back a bit. It was unfortunate that they had Zeus and another spell to kill Tinkerbell. So I think we maybe could have raced there. I bet if we... I think we had Smee this game that we could have played, and maybe I should have... Yeah... Okay, I see where we messed up this game. That's fine. I think I'm supposed to play the Mickey instead of the... No, I guess there really wasn't much of a choice here. It was kind of forced a little bit. Okay, let's run through the whole game, given that we didn't have a removal spell for what they were doing. So we started... Oh my god. Come on. Okay, so we started here. I'm actually still fine with inking this Simba. We're so far from Simba, it just doesn't really matter. So we send the Simba Popsicle, then we find the Quill. So now we have more information to work with. On this board, if we send the Smee here, if we send Smee in this spot, we can get a little bit more lore, and it prevents them from gaining extra lore with Bucky, but I think it forces us to, like, get rid of a Cogsworth, which is really awkward. But maybe it's something that we just have to do here, given that our opponent just, like, Diablo'd us. Okay, so they play Diablo, we have to discard a card, we discard the Whole New World because we can't really use it. And then here, we opt to send the Smee, which is fine. And then, given that our plan was to run out the Tinkerbell, which I think is actually okay still, then we went with the Quill, and then we got rid of the Mickey. So I think that's okay. We managed to dodge the Ursula again, but we bricked a little bit on our hand here. So we could have kept just one Cogsworth and then kept the Flaversham and just let them draw 2 extra cards with Diablo to be able to dig a little bit deeper. I'm just not sure if that's that viable. So they have 3 cards here. Where did they draw the Whole New World, I wonder? So this card, they sent to the Inkwell. So they had the Whole New World in hand last turn, then. Sorry, they had the Zeus in hand last turn. Why didn't they just Zeus Tinkerbell? I don't understand. I'm so confused. Like, they literally, on this turn, instead of playing Diablo, they could have just Zeused here, because this is their card. Like, they did, which means that they didn't draw it this turn. They had it last turn. Hey, Sleepy Gary. So I don't really understand why they wouldn't have Zeused here. That's so strange. Huh, maybe they assumed that they could just do it next turn and it's fine. Basically, we just bricked off pretty bad here on our draws. This was sort of the pivot point. So I would get to see 7 cards. And if we miss on swords, it's really bad. And even if we find the swords, it's not great. Right? Because we're giving our opponent 14 cards, which realistically is the same as the amount of cards that they have. Because they already have fucking infinite cards. But when we don't have the double cogs in play, then their stuff's a little bit better. We would go up to 8 ink. But our Cogsworth would be tapped. So if we find Tinkerbell, like Baboom, or Tinkerbell Fire the Cannons, that's probably the best, because it lets us like kill the Diablo and then kill the other one while still developing our board. But obviously, this Whole New World, not casting it here was probably a mistake. Given that we needed to hit our top decks, like, in a very specific order for this to actually not just kill us. And then we missed with the whole new world. Like, basically, I actually think that my mistake was inking the Chenpo here. Because it means that we don't have discard protection for this whole new world. And then if our play is that we want to run out this Cogsworth... we want to run out this Cogsworth, and then we want to try and whole new world next turn with double Cogs in play. Like, at best, they go to 11, and then we whole new world then. If I keep the Chenpo in hand, we don't have as much ink, but it means that if they do make us discard 1, we're not just dead. And I use the Fishbone Quill on Chenpo, and then they played Bucky into a Floodborn, and then we just, like, bricked off. So I think maybe inking that Chenpo there, given that that was the line that we decided to take, was probably what cost us this game. Because we just don't have enough lore with the aerial, and we don't have enough ink, even if Dime was ripped off the top. So our opponent was able to just go wide and kill us before we can kill them. A bit of an unfortunate run out for the game. There were a couple of lines that I could have taken that would have maybe been a little bit better, though I don't even necessarily know if they would have made a huge difference, basically. It's okay. Let's do this. Yeah, that was an unfortunate loss there, actually. I don't actually think there was a way that we could have navigated that really would have made a huge difference outside of keeping the Chenpo to try and whole new world. But we only have the 2 swords left in the deck at that point. We were on... because we'd already gotten rid of a Grab Your Sword into the Inkwell. So we would be trying to draw into, like, one of our 3 Tinkerbells that are left. So we have 3 of these, so that's 3, 4, 5 with the Grab Your Swords. Like, we could rip, Fire the Cannons, Baboom, to kill the 2 of them. But, like, if we've already drawn them 14 cards, like, it doesn't matter that much. So maybe the play is just to do that and then not worry about it. That's unfortunate. Like, or even keeping the Flav to just draw extra cards. Yeah. We have removal that would have done something for us. We also could have raced if they don't have exactly Zeus plus another 3-drop removal spell that they can sing that turn. Because we had a Cogsworth in play with our Tinkerbell. Like, we were protected somewhat from just, like, specifically Zeus or specifically one of the removal spells. So they had to use double removal spell to take out the Tinkerbell. If they don't have both of them, then the Tinkerbell can actually, with the double Cogs, just race. Which I think would have been fine as a line. But that's okay. It's possible that the Smee was right, just to get a little bit more lore in, and then have the ability to challenge the Bucky. My only concern with that is generally, like, it just enables their removal a little bit better. Like, our opponent just having multiple Diablos is really rough to begin with. Like, Bucky into triple Diablo is obviously a pretty obnoxious draw. We could have tried to keep the Grab Your Sword, but they have the Ursula like 100% of the time there, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we could have done in that spot. Draw good, don't draw bad. We ripped both of our rises off the top, too. Just kind of awkward. Because we just, like, ripped rises into Fortispheres. Like, the real answer is that you just have to hit up a boom or fire the cannons. Or have some way, like a Grab Your Sword, something that actually interacts with the Diablos. But we were on both the draw, and we just didn't hit those. So what do? We have like 1,000 years. It's like 20 minutes or something, so we'll just wait. I suppose. Talk about the deck a little bit. I mean, overall, I like the Aerials at 3. I think that's a good number. And I like the Crab at 2. I think that's a good number. These I like. I actually like all of the blue cards in the deck. I don't think I would change any of these. This feels like a good number for all this stuff. For the steel cards, it's possible that Smee could go down a little bit. I'm not sure what I would want to put in that place then. It is a very good card on the play especially, and it's very good in like the mirrors for just pushing lore, like the mirrors and against red-blue. Mostly because it allows you to just put on some lore pressure. It combos with Cogsworth very well to just keep the pressure on. It's possible that we don't need 3 Chenpos. I'm just unsure what I would even put in this slot if we would change it much. If we go look at the other sort of blue steel lists that people are playing, this is RMB's list, Rip Lungs. Most of these are pretty old. This is a second RMB list. Is it just a different one? No, it's the same one, right? Yeah, it's the same one. Oh, it's just showing it twice. Okay, whatever. This is fine then. So let's look at a couple of these, see if there's any cards that I'm missing dramatically that may be able to find a home here. My list is very close to what Svid is playing. So there's not really much to see here. That's not what I wanted to do. This is what RMB is playing. So they're on the 2 workshops with the 1 jump ahead. They only have 27 characters. That's such a low number. I guess this deck probably plays a lot closer to blue-red with the 1 jump ahead and the how far I'll go, rather than playing on the board. They're playing even less Babooms than I am, which feels very scary to me. And then this is, I mean, all of these are basically running the same cards. It's a little bit more hard-headeds in here, but there's not really much that is even available to try and have other cards. So, I don't know. There's not much that could have been done there, I don't think. There's not any magical tech that we're forgetting about. You just have to draw a little better. Be like that. Yeah, only 3 babooms. Yeah, we just didn't draw good. Like, if we kill that first Diablo, they're down, like, an extra 3 cards. And then that could have given us the resources to be able to leverage the other cards that we had better. It would have let us Flaversham as well. Let me see how much time. We got about 10 minutes, so probably 15 or more. Sad. Yeah, all these lists are pretty similar. We, of all of these, have the most amount of, like, Baboom/Fire the Cannons. And we were against the matchup where it would have been the best, and it just didn't work out, so kind of nothing I can do there. We will just battle the other rounds and then go from there. This was sort of our round to get a quick 2-0 into Greensteel. Was there something on our mulligan, maybe? Where's our mulligan? Like here? No, back a little bit more. Let me look at our mulligan. Defeat. Oh, they died. No, wait, we died? Oh, that was the end of it, right? Yeah, okay. So we go back. Damn, it's like so far back. Okay, so here's our mulligan. Nah, there's nothing here. I think this full send is right. Like, even if we keep the Smee, it's the same. Like, we literally mulliganed into the same hand. Yeah, this is basically the same hand that we had, except we have a Mickey now, so yeah, nothing I can do. C'est la vie. Alright, so there will be, it looks like 9 total rounds, given the amount of players. It appears that there are 286, which is about the same as there was last time. Unfortunately, going 1-1 round 1 means that we're going to have to win out pretty well from here to have a good chance. But we'll battle. I do still think that the deck is good. I think overall the card choices are solid. Like, I'm not sold on Bell being the card to play. Like, if I look at a lot of these lists, they're all, for the most part, still holding on to, like, some amount of Bell. And I just don't think, if you're playing Aerial, that the Bell is that necessary anymore. In my mind, this doesn't improve the matchups where you're behind at all. Because it's not particularly good against Red-Blue versus just Aerial. The only thing is if you are looking for less uninkables, I can see having less Aerials, but I think Aerial is just like the business here, and if you can afford to run 3, it's probably just better than the 2 Bells. Though some of these decks, inkable count-wise, they're a little high already, being 18 here, 18 here, 17 on Harlan's decks, so inkable count-wise, I can see being a little bit more conservative with the Aerial, I suppose. I don't believe that 4 Mickeys is necessary. I think 4 1-jump aheads is necessary, but I don't think 4 Mickeys is necessary. The math on 3 versus 4 is not so great that you want the extra inkable, I don't think. But, you know, it's kind of a minuscule difference. It is possible that we only need 2 Chenpos. I just don't really know what would even necessarily need to go in that slot. Yeah, that'll happen. Not much that you can really do in that spot if they have a bunch of Hades. Like, the reality is that something like Ariel is generally pretty good in that spot then, but if they're... One of the things that I've known for a while now is that the no Whole New World version of this deck is good into the Whole New World version of this deck. Right, as far as a mirror, like the Zoolander deck with no wheels or whatever, using Maurice's Workshop is going to be better than the one that is playing Whole New World, assuming that they are on the Whole New World. The only problem is if you run into somebody who's running a lot of item removal, then you can get really hamstrung if they don't need a Whole New World at all, and they just blow all that up. The thing about Sisu is that since it doesn't really target the... I mean, yeah, Hades is kind of rough. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the card. I can understand what they're probably cooking there, for sure. But at the end of the day, like, the Hades itself is not really what necessarily won that matchup. It's just blue steel with Whole New World is a little bit worse than the blue steel without. In that mirror, mostly because the Maurice's Workshops are just one-sided as opposed to both directions. So you can run into weird spots where, you know, they're drawing extra cards and then you have to Whole New World, but they've already drawn extra cards that they could send to the Inkwell kind of thing. And the Hades itself is okay. I think Hook is bad before, and I think it's worse now. Like, there's more Fire the Cannons, Babooms, like 3-drop Sisus, the Raging Storm. Like, there's more of that in decks than there ever has been. And, like, if you think about the game against Green Steel, like, okay, let's imagine, where do we want Hook? What world do we want Hook in play? We'd want it against Green Steel, right? Because they're an aggro deck. You know, if we look at this game, right? At what point would Hook have done anything for us, right? Is it against the 2 Diablos or the 3 Diablos and the Bucky? Like, where is the Hook helping us here, right? Other than just being -1 card. There's just, like, never a spot in this game that Hook can interface with any of their characters. Because they go evasive into Bucky, into evasive with Diablo, into another evasive with Diablo. So the only card that they played so far that we could have actually challenged with Hook is Ursula. That's it. Just the Ursula. Until the very last turn of the game when they played other idiots. So, like, I don't think it's a good card because it doesn't do anything, is essentially the problem. Round is up. I appreciate you letting me know. Go join our game here. Alright, this will be round 2. I guess I should update the round. We are 3 and we went first. So we go first again. This hand is bad. We'll send these back in the Simba. Send these back. Keep 1 Fishbone Quill. It's a good hand. I don't love the Zeus, but the rest of it's good. It is awkward to send this Tinkerbell here. If Tinkerbell's really good against them, then it's pretty bad, but I think I'm going to send the Tinkerbell, play the Fortisphere, and pass. If Tinkerbell's great, the Baboom will also be good, and so will the Zeus. And it generally means that the Cogsworth is also pretty good. So hopefully that's the idea anyway. So they played a Robin into... Yeah, so it is green steel again. So the Tinkerbell would have still been good, but we can survive in this case without it. I am going to hold this instead of hitting the Pegasus. Simba. I do like the Simba, but we have to get rid of something here. So let's send that. If they play Bucky here, I probably want to kill the Pegasus, but I'm just going to use the Fishbone Quill instead. We have a really awkward hand. If I get rid of this and ink like the Zeus or the Ariel, and then they Ursula us, then we don't have the Grab Your Sword, and then this Bucky destroys us. If they, I mean, even if they just play the thing. So do I get rid of the Flaversham to play around a Diablo? We can Zeus Diablo, it's fine. Let's do this, and then we'll get rid of Ariel here. And then our play is that they just don't have Ursula. And that they play Diablo. Shift Pegasus would also be annoying. Aladdin is not annoying. I mean, it is a little annoying, but we can deal with Aladdin here. The question is, do we grab your sword now? Or do we play the Flaversham plus the Fortisphere and just keep the cards coming? I almost want to draw cards. I should have sacked the Fortisphere since we had another one. It's fine. I think I actually get rid of the Fortisphere, weirdly. I know it feels like I shouldn't, but... yeah, give me a second. I can send it over here. I don't think I ink another one, just to play the Popsicle. Like, I'd rather keep the Baboom. I think we just pass. This should be the event, I think. Okay, Jafar's fine. If they play Jafar, we can just remove the Baboom. Or the Popsicle. Now we can remove Baboom. As we're going to look to grab your swords here. Especially if they ink and play another 1-drop. I assume that they're going to kill the Quill here, which is fine. If I had inked another one, I maybe would consider... or would have considered having another thing here, but... Let's do this. Eat the Popsicle. That is very nice. That is exactly what we need here. Because then we don't have to swords this turn necessarily. And it still kills the Bucky. And it puts pressure on these idiots, so that's a nice draw. I would like to get this Cogsworth down sooner than later. Yeah, I am also sad about Pixelborn. We'll figure out Tabletop Simulator or something, or play a different game for a while on stream until Disney or Ravensburger puts up their own clients. They will eventually. So they Bruno and bounce Tinkerbell, and we discard our Grab Your Swords. Well, that's a bit annoying. It's fine, though. We'll get rid of the Chenpo here. Let's play Tinkerbell again. Like, if it had been Tinkerbell, I guess I would have just Grab Your Sword anyway. It's fine. It doesn't change a ton for us. Because we still get to get rid of the Aladdin. It's fine. They play Ursula here as well. So now we're in a spot where I guess we should play the Fortisphere first. Just another Chenpo. Okay, so let's play Cogsworth. And then just pass. Is there a world where we're supposed to ink one of these, not play the Fortisphere, and then just Cogsworth Mickey? So I'm going to deal 2 damage to this and draw 2 cards. That's fine. Hopefully we're able to attack the Ursula and then also kill the Jafar. So I think that'll put us in the best position possible. As we're going to be able to use this Popsicle to just, like, kill their whole board. If they could sing Strength, they can kill Tinkerbell, which would be pretty bad for us. But it has to be Sing Strength specifically. Yeah, they may as well quest here. So we just attack here. We shoot the Jafar. And then, do we want to heal the Cogsworth? We don't necessarily need to. We also don't even need to heal the Tinkerbell, but it's kind of not a bad idea. Just in case they have another swords. So I think we do this with Bodyguard. Which means that we can quest here. We can actually get rid of the other Chenpo just to play the Mickey too. Just to get another body on board. So Bruno doesn't allow them to kill the Cogsworth necessarily, because it's kind of like their whole turn. Pegasus is fine. We're still questing for 6, so like we're racing pretty well. Whole New World. Do I need a Whole New World here? We almost certainly are able to outrace them if we Whole New World. By, like, quite a bit. I think it's worth it. Like, there's just not going to be a shot for them to be able to keep up with us. Especially if we play another Cogsworth. So let's do that. So we'll play Cogsworth, and then... we can't play this Tinker... Oh, we can shift Tinkerbell. I'm like, why does it have this Tinkerbell here? I think we kill this Ursula. And then I just play Quill, Ink, another Whole New World, I guess, because I don't think I'm going to be playing an additional one. And we just quest out. And then the game should be over in 2 turns. Because the double Cogsworth is very safe, and then we'll just Swords Tink next turn. So this one should be unlock. Unfortunately, this is our game on the play, so we should be favored in this game anyway. Why not just wheel again? Because we really can't leverage the cards. We just don't need to. Like, this is already enough to win the game. Like, we just needed another thing. And like a Cogsworth or an Aerial or something was enough of another thing that we didn't need to do it again. But yeah, we could have just sent it again. And it would have probably been fine. I just didn't feel like it was super necessary in that spot. Okay, so we're on our go second game. Baboom is a great start. I would very much like ramp. I think we send a Fortisphere and maybe the Tinkerbell. I'm gonna keep the Cogsworth. Okay, this is a pretty good hand, actually. This is a great hand, actually, on the draw. Especially if they don't have a play turn 1. If we can hold a Simba until 7, that would be ideal. But I'm fine going, like, Baboom into Mickey, into Cogsworth, into Tinkerbell as well. It's Bucky, sure. Aladdin would probably be the most obnoxious draw. I guess we play the Fortisphere since we can't Baboom this turn. That was probably our worst draw. Like, if they play Diablo, we almost have to answer it right away. I guess we can discard the Mickey, or one of them. We don't really need 2. I'm debating on if it makes sense to just ignore the Diablo for 1 turn. Because we won't be able to ramp if we don't. I'm going to do this. I'm going to let him draw a card. And we'll hopefully, if they don't Ursula specifically, we can set up the Grab Your Sword for next turn. And if they Ursula us, then that's unfortunate. Then we'll wish that we had the other Mickey. But they may not Ursula here because they have the Bucky in play. They may just try to play a Jafar or something. And if they play Jafar, this is great for us. So we discard, like, the Simba, maybe, or the Baboom. I think I can actually discard Baboom. Yeah, we'll discard Baboom. It leaves us a little softer to, like, a second Diablo, but if they had a second one, they probably would have played it here. And then we'll just Grab Your Swords this turn. We don't really need the extra ramp. Like, we're just going to be ramping 1 a turn for the rest of this game, realistically. Let's just do that and pass. And then we have a couple of choices next turn. We can either Cogsworth or we can just, like, hit this and then Tinkerbell, depending upon what they play. If I don't need to play the Tinkerbell and we don't have great options for ink, I may just play Cogsworth. But we'll see what their line is. If the Tinkerbell is a great run out, like against Beast, then I'll probably just trade off here. We don't need another Fortisphere realistically, because my hand is okay. We'll do this and then we'll kill the Jafar, because this means that they don't get to draw off a Beast, and the Beast is kind of bad questing here. Overall, I'm pretty pleased with our run out. Zeus would be probably the best card for them, which is likely what this is. That's just a Diablo. Okay, that's fine, actually. That is fine. Means they can't quest with Beast, which is great for us. because then we just get to shoot the Diablo, and either way, we're just going to get to play this Simba and shoot the Diablo. Which, Bruno is going to be rough for us, I think. If they have one. There's not much that I can do about Bruno here. But I will just play Simba and kill Diablo. And then pass. I don't actually need to do any questing here. The Beast can trade with either of these, which we don't necessarily need to enable just yet. Another Beast is a bit annoying. We will get to run out the Cogsworth. We can actually just run out all of our cards here. Cogsworth and Smee. I could quest with Simba, because the only way that they can actually trade with the Beast is by either shooting it and then also hitting here, or... I wonder if I just start questing out. Maybe I can. The reason that I think I can quest out here is, like, they can either trade with the Tinkerbell or trade, like, double trade into the Simba. And our hand is not getting much better, is the problem. Because we have no cards, so we need to force some action. And we have a pretty fast clock if they're not really doing anything. I think Bruno is the scariest card for us here, realistically. Because it just gets to eat Simba for free. And then they trade the Beast here into our Tinkerbell, and then we don't have a great answer to the Beast. Outside of just, like, attacking it with all of our characters. So if they play, like, a Robin plus a Bruno this turn, that would be bad. Grab your sword so that they can trade into the Simba is fine. That I'm not as concerned about. It does put some damage on Cogsworth, but we have the Popsicles. It's okay. They can't really quest with what they've got here. Because the Tinkerbell just sort of bullies what they're doing. They ink a Strength. Okay, so we ripped a Fishbone Quill, which is not very useful. Which I think I will ink. Looking at this board, I feel like I should just Popsicle the Cogsworth. For sure. I could Popsicle the Smee or the Tinkerbell. I mean, I think I quest with both of these pretty easily. And I hold back Cogsworth. And if they decide to slam their Beast into Smee, it's a little annoying. What if they have another Swords? If they have another Swords, then they would be able to, like, Beast into Tinkerbell. Let's do this. I don't care if they kill Smee, but I don't want them to be able to kill the Tinkerbell for free by just smashing Beast into it after another Swords. And I feel like that's the card that they have in their hand, so I'd rather keep these healthy with the board that we have. Yeah, I thought about the Bodyguard as well. But the Swords is still a little annoying, but yes, that is another option. I think I can wait a little bit longer on that, because the thing about the Bodyguard is that Bruno makes the Bodyguard not work properly, right? Because they can just bounce your thing. So it's a little scarier here because of that, but we can maybe do that later to force the issue. We'll see what we draw next turn and what they're doing this turn. Because they're realistically on like a 2-turn clock if they do nothing. So they're going to kill Smee. Okay. I think that's okay. They still can't quest. Like, they are drawing a lot of cards, but they still can't quest, and we can either shoot Diablo or Beast. Probably just Diablo here, since it's a cleaner kill. And if we shoot Beast, then it can just hit the Tinkerbell. So I think if we just hit Diablo, we can still quest with our Tinkerbell. If I quest with Coggers, puts us to 12. Yeah, I think I'll just do Tinkerbell and pass. I don't love it, but this Beast has been in play for like 100 years here. We've had some pretty middling draws towards the mid-game here. It's possible that the turn where I like left my Simba vulnerable to the Beast was just unnecessary, and it cost us a little bit of equity. Because now we just don't have our Simba, which was pretty good in that spot. Like, the only thing that they had was the Beast. I guess we really didn't have a choice with the second Beast in play. Like, we had to make some action happen. But we could have just quested with Tinkerbell to force the Tinkerbell instead of the Simba, because the Simba's just like a bigger card. It's like harder to deal with. Okay, we could really use a whole new world here. I guess we'll play a Beast and pass. I don't think I quest with the Tinkerbell now. Because this is 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we just pass. But we are getting close to being able to just quest out and then force the issue with Fortisphere. Them drawing 2 cards does make it so that we don't have a lot of turns to make a decision on it either. Hey, Snip5000, appreciate the follow. Yeah, we don't have infinite time to mess around, unfortunately. Like, whole new world into grab your swords. A Tinkerbell would be good. Ariel would probably also be good. Honestly, Ariel is probably our best draw. Because if we rip an Ariel, we just quest out, play Ariel, and pass, and then they die. Because, like, their deck just doesn't have an answer to Ariel. They're in a weird spot where, like, questing with any of their characters is not the best, because we generally have favorable attacks into them with the Tinkerbell. Like, maybe just the Robin Hood is fine. It's kind of a weird stalemate situation. Swords would be good. Tinkerbell would still be pretty solid here. Mickey is kind of mid. For obvious reasons. Okay, so looking at their board, we can quest for 6, go to 14. From 14, we can... Sorry, we can go to 16, so we only need 4 more. So do they have enough to kill both Tinkerbell and the Cogsworth, then? This, and then they can go 1, 2, 3, 4 into Cogsworth. And they still have Beast and Robin Hood alive. And then our Tinkerbell and our Cogsworth are both dead. What if I just quest with Beast? Because, like, they have to attack it with both of their characters, which leaves them open to Tinkerbell, potentially. And then this maybe sets us up to be able to do Fortisphere lines. You think Tink as well? I don't think Tink as well. We need Tink to, like, threaten them from being able to quest out, because they can win faster than we can. This is 14. Like, we don't have enough to win the following turn is the issue. If we had enough on board to win after that, maybe, but we don't have enough to win outside of that. A second Robin Hood is pretty annoying here. But if they double Robin to attack the beast in this spot, it actually makes swords better for us. Which is nice. I mean, yeah, but there's nothing I can do about that. This puts us to 17. So I can kill both Robins with the Tinkerbell. And then we can give our Mickey... we can give our Mickey Bodyguard. So we always play Smee. If I kill both of these, then they have 1, 2, the Ursula, and then the Pegasus. So they really don't have much damage to be able to punch through the Mickey to also kill the Tinkerbell. Would I be able to then quest with Cogsworth is the question. If I give the Mickey Bodyguard, then they would have to hit it with this and this. I think I can. So let's do this. I forgot this is going to have damage on it. That makes it a little scarier. Like, we're losing to a spell no matter what. Like, we can't really stop that, so... I think it's this, and then we give it Bodyguard. And then I think I do quest with Cogsworth here to go to 15. Like, we're so far behind on cards that I don't feel like I can afford to not make a play here. Like, if they have double Strength of the Raging Fire, we're just dead no matter what. Double Let the Storm Rage on is not as good. It is still bad for us. Because they draw 2 cards, but, like, they still don't get through this Mickey here. Oh no, Sarek, sorry to hear that. Running into blue-red all day. So we may just win here. If their hand is just characters or discard, they're just dead, right? Because they can't get through both the Mickey and also kill all of our guys. Like, a single Zeus would be pretty good here. A Shift Pegasus would be good, because it would allow them to... No, the Shift Pegasus doesn't do it. Because they could kill Mickey, but they can't also kill Tinkerbell then. Yeah, if they just have characters, I think we're okay here. Does a Shift Diablo do it? No. Ah, that's brutal. Yeah, that'll happen. So the Grab Your Swords is good. I think that's enough to stop us here, unfortunately. But we get to keep our Cogsworth, so Dime is lethal. Because they can't... Oh, no, they can kill Cogsworth if they trade their whole board into it. Oh, no. Yeah, the second Grab Your Sword, I guess, just destroys us here. That's unfortunate. Well, we'll see what we draw. Ariel would probably be our best card here. We have to play Chenpo, for sure. Am I supposed to just kill Ursula? We don't play this as a bodyguard, for sure. That's pretty obvious, because the beast can just kill it. I think I just play this normal. And then I think I'm supposed to just kill the Ursula. Our out is like Ariel or Whole New World, I think. Yeah, it's basically just Ariel and Whole New World here. Fortisphere is a redraw. Fire the cannons. We have to play it. I guess we kill Robin. 2 of the Robins are already gone, but I guess that's the line. And then we pass again. We have a lot of draws that are good, and our opponent can't quest a ton. They can quest with like 3. But we have a lot of draws that are very good here. They decided to quest with Beast. I don't think that's a good line. Maybe it's okay here, but this is a pretty good draw for us. We do this, we kill the Beast with Chenpo. And then we pass. I don't think questing with the Beast was the line. Maybe. I guess if they have the grab your swords, they're looking to just kill the Chenpo and try to draw a different card. I suppose that's fine. But now they can't quest, otherwise the Tinkerbell just kills 2 cards for free. It's a good draw. Also a good draw. So we play Beast. I think we just quest and go to 13. Sorry, 17, so that 3 is enough. Because then they would need to kill the Beast and the Flav. Sweet. Okay. We will take our 2-0 against GS Bucky. Yeah, that was a rough game. We had some weird draws in the mid part of the game there. But I think the only real, maybe minor thing that our opponent did was questing with the Beast, when I think they could have just quested with everything else. And then they would have been able to just eat the Chenpo, as opposed to it being the other way around. But I don't really know if that mattered a ton in that spot. I guess if they know that they have the grab your swords and they're playing towards the 3-for-1, but then they draw a card. Ugh, yeah, I don't like that at all. Especially because it costs 5 to cast the grab your swords. Like, to be fair, it's not like grab your swords was getting much better, and like that was the card that they drew, so that's what they had. But it certainly feels like letting your 7 power thing die for free when I have a 7 strength or a 7 willpower character on board is a little rough. Like, they can just bash with everything. It's not like they're losing more than just the Jafar. In that spot, I wonder, even if they... Let me look. Have a little bit of time again. We're back, like, over here somewhere, right? So that was this turn, right? So on this board, because they're at 8, I wonder, even if they just quest with Bucky, Diablo, Jafar, like, what's the best thing that I'm able to do there with just the Chenpo, right? They have to assume that I don't have anything, because it's just top decking, right? So then Chenpo hits the Jafar, like, that's a forced attack. And then they can either use, like, Diablo Ursula to kill Chenpo then. Oh, no, Chenpo is still at 4. So they'd still have to trade the Beast into it, so then they still lose these two. Oh, no, wait. They know that they have Grab Your Sword. This is Grab Your Sword. So yeah, then they can do Diablo Ursula to go to 5 and then grab it, right? And then they still have Beast questing, which I think is maybe better than having Shitters questing. Obviously, our Tinkerbell into, like, Flaversham draw was pretty good there, so it wouldn't have really mattered much. But I think they could have kept the Beast more. Huh. I don't know. Grab Your Sword was just a brick for them, which was convenient for us. But they drew a lot of cards with Beast that game. We were able to grind through quite a bit, leveraging the Cogsworth as best we could. I think the turn that I made the move was probably still fine, which was, like, here-ish. I still think it was okay here, because we can't just keep letting them draw more cards, because eventually they're going to rip into Strength or something and then just kill our stuff, and then we're dead anyway. And we're so far behind, like, we weren't even in the range of, like, a single aerial closing the game, so, like, our top decks were getting worse and worse. And I think killing the 2 Robins, like, doing the Beast attack and killing the 2 Robins here, I think was totally fine. And then, since we already had the tapped Tinkerbell then, I feel like the Fortisphere, Bodyguard, and then the Cogsworth, I think is okay, because it does make them have to have a very specific run out of cards to be able to kill these favorably, I guess. And then we ended up just barely losing our Cogsworth at the cost of, like, most of their board, which I didn't love, but, like, this board state wasn't abysmal, right? Being able to, like, clean up most of everything, and then we just have Chenpo versus, like, a damaged Beast and a Bucky when we're empty-handed. I think overall the trade was beneficial for us, because it stopped them from drawing cards anymore as well, which I think is nice. The Fortisphere secondary mode is secretly, like, pretty good. Yeah, you could run Cerberus with the Fort. I think Chenpo just, like, does the same effect all in a single card, which is why Chenpo is so strong. Like, 4/7 is just so big. In its own single card, right? Which is why I've been enjoying the card quite a bit. Like, there's just some games where Chenpo just does everything. But yeah, you absolutely could Cerberus with Fort, or even... is that other Hercules a Bodyguard? The new one? Herc. This guy, where is he? Here? This one. He is a Bodyguard. Interesting. I wish it didn't cost 6. And I also wish it didn't die to Maui. I think that's what I hate about all the Hercules, is that Maui kills them all. Like, if this was a 5/6 with Resist and Bodyguard, this would probably be, like, an instant 2 or 3 of over that. Keep getting distracted from watching a whole game. Well, you can always go back and watch them. It's not like they disappear. I see how it is, Alice. You're just wandering around, doot-doot-dootin', you know, doing other stuff. No big deal. Apparently, Savige and RMB battled, which is hilarious. That is such an early battle for them. I'm going to try and go to Vegas. Yes, that will be the plan. Realistically, I'm going to try and go to all of them, if possible. So the things that would stop me are major life events that are unexpected, a death or something, right? Because obviously it's just a game at the end of the day. So stuff like that supersedes everything else. If I can't get a ticket, it would probably be the second one. Because I believe that I can win enough side events, even if I scrub out, to at least pay for the plane ticket to get to these places is kind of the play. That, and I've been doing like the set championships, and as long as we do okay in some of those, we can sort of pay for those as well. I'll have to see when Vegas is, like what weekend it is, because I am going to Gen Con as well. Where's Gen Con? Beginning of August, right? Do we have a list of like which ones are when? It was in Twitter, right? Because they haven't, I assume tickets haven't gone up yet. I thought it was in August or something. Who am I even following? This. Disney Lorcana. July. Holy shit, how far back is it? Help. Spoilers. It's got to be before that then. Oh my god. Help. Okay, so it is September. Yeah, I could probably September, thanks. Yeah, I found it. So it's the Toronto is the only one. I'm pretty sure that a Real ID lets you go to Toronto, right? What does a Real ID do? Oh my god, Canada. Enhanced driver's license. So I can get to Canada with just my fucking driver's license, right? I don't need a special one. What is the difference between an enhanced driver's license and a Real ID? Why are they different? I'm so stupid. Oh, here. What is the difference between them? Real ID. I have no idea. I don't know what an enhanced driver's license is. It's expired. I have it here. I'm pretty sure that it expired last year. I just didn't renew it. I probably could. It's what, 2 months from now? I didn't think that I needed it to travel to Canada. I thought a Real ID was enough, but I'll have to double check to see what the difference between an enhanced ID and a Real ID is, and see what I actually have. If I can't get to Canada, I can't get to Canada, but I'm pretty sure that I can. I mean, I'm fucking basically already live there. Okay, it lets me do stuff. What is the difference? Land, sea, air identifies. You can get it whenever you want. $15? Is that really worth it? I don't know. I'll look at that later. I'm pretty sure that getting an enhanced ID, if I go do that, is faster than a passport, realistically. Okay, so in theory, I can just travel to Canada with a real ID. I don't know what the difference between an enhanced ID and a real ID is, though. Like, for Minnesota, I may have to call them. It's like, I have a real ID. I just, like, don't know what an enhanced ID is versus a real ID. And it says that it allows me to do an extra thing, which is travel to Canada, but, like, what does that even mean? I'll have to burn that bridge. When I'm there. Yeah, I'll be in places. I'll be in as many of them as I can. I'm certainly going to Chicago next week, and then I have not booked my ticket for DFW yet, but my plan is to go to as many of the other ones as I can, but I'll be going to Fort Worth for sure. Toronto is kind of the only one that's a little up in the air right now. Obviously, I'll have to read a little bit of extra information here. Well, according to what I'm reading, the Minnesota Real ID doesn't work, but... Oh, pairings are up. Nice. Okay. I will battle then. Hello, person. Oh, shit. Did I actually report last round? How many points do I have? I did. Thank God my opponent is not a fucking noob, because I didn't report. Story of my life, dude. I'm out here fucking yapping and just not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. It's okay. It's just every day. Always yapping. So we go second. So we're on the draw. This is a good hand if we ship this whole new world. This is a very good hand. This might be the perfect hand on the draw. I don't even know what to ink. Hand's so good. I guess we know what to ink after they do something, right? Stitch into Pluto. Yikes. Given that, I think it's Cogsworth then. I do not like that they have Pluto here. I would have liked to have killed it this turn. But we'll just have to kill it next turn. I don't really see a line other than that. I'm probably in the market to just blast it. If they play Gothel or something, I don't really know if there's much that I can do about it. Like, I just don't worry about it. And I just kill the Pluto anyway. Yeah, there's a Gaston. A bit annoying, but nothing I can really do here. We send it. They can get to 5. Yeah, Gaston is, like, a big problem. Pluto into Gaston is, like, a fucking big deal. Just playing Mufasa, I think, is okay. If they Tremaine us, it's super bad. But I guess there's not really much that I can do about it. This... We get rid of the dime and we play this. I mean, I may just have to draw cards instead of playing the Tinkerbell and just try to dig into something that can actually deal with this. There is the idea of just Zeusing the Gaston instead. And just, like, dealing with the Mufasa later. I guess I'll see what they play. And if they decide to ink. So this puts them at 6 that they can play. Just play another Gaston and a Pluto. Holy Christ. Okay. That's not good. So this is 2, 6. So if this is Stitch, then we're pretty fucked. We have a line where we can, like, Zeus Baboom. We, like, Zeus this, Baboom the Pluto. Yeah, I think that's the case. So I'll have to double check on that and see if I have an enhanced or not. I don't remember if I did. I don't think playing Tinkerbell is it here. I think it's either drawing cards or playing Tinkerbell, unfortunately. Because it would take my whole hand, basically, to do the Baboom plus the Zeus plan here. So I think it's just drawing cards and trying to set up for future turns. We maybe Baboom the Pluto, depending upon what I draw. I really don't think this is a whole new world type of game, but I don't really want to get rid of it just yet. We can get rid of Chenpo here to draw another card before we decide what we're going to ink. Or we can blast Pluto. If we blast Pluto, it doesn't really change a ton on the board. I'm just going to play Fortisphere. With double Tinkerbell, maybe we do get rid of Whole New World. I don't love this board. It's really bad for us. They had Brawl as their last card. So the Tinkerbell would have been pretty good this turn. Luckily, it'll still be good next turn. But it would have been a lot better to have already played it, basically. Mostly because they wouldn't be at 14. Is there ever a world where I want to shoot this now? I don't think so, right? But we may want to shoot a Gaston next turn. Hopefully they just Brick City again. And they just quest out. And then we're able to leverage the Tinkerbell to sort of clean up the board. Nice. Okay, that's really good for us. So we play the Tinkerbell. I feel like we have to deal with this Mufasa next turn and not this turn. Because I need to make sure that they can't just heal one of these as well. I think we just do it this way. We bash and shoot. And then I think I heal the Tinkerbell here. And then just pass. And then this gives us a spot where we can... Oh my god. Okay. They ripped a Rapunzel. Brutal. Not unmanageable. Like, it doesn't change a lot. I think it's not an awesome matchup. I don't think it's a bad one per se, but I don't think it's an awesome matchup for sure. So we'll do this. We'll shoot here. Hopefully they don't hit another Rapunzel. Gaston is fine. So with Gaston, we can just attack this. We shoot the Rapunzel, and then we baboom it. No, we don't have to baboom it, actually. We shoot it, and then we just play another Tinkerbell. And then we pass. And then we just hope that they don't play a Scar in 2 turns. This way we have some answers. Mufasa's probably the worst card for us. Okay, Flav. Draw some cards. We'll play a Mickey. We'll just ink a Mickey, because we really don't need to play another one. Okay, we have a pretty fast clock and decent removal. Sisu doesn't do much, because I think we outrace it. Killing Flav here doesn't do anything, I don't think. Okay, Chenpo is good. We'll Chenpo, we'll Zeus this thing. We quest out. We didn't actually have to Zeus it, but I feel like it's fine. Because it makes it so that they have less outs to killing the Chenpo or whatever. And not that they have many outs with 6 anyway, but... this is... AR Mufasa. Okay, and we get to be on the play this game, which is nice. So overall, that's pretty decent. I would like some removal, but the Tinkerbells are good. Honestly, this hand isn't terrible. It's a little slow interacting with them ramping. Maybe I send back Cogsworth specifically, because Cogsworth isn't its best in this matchup. Simba's pretty good in this matchup, though. I actually think that we send the Fortisphere, because we're likely looking to play the Smee. We don't actually have a lot of card draw with this, so we may not be able to play all of these on time, but if they play Pluto, we'll just get to play the Smee and threaten it at least. It's not a bad draw. So we'll play Smee, we'll pass. We're not going to be able to turbo ramp up to these, I don't think. But we at least get to threaten the Pluto if they use it to ramp, which is nice. That was something that we didn't really have last turn, or last game. I don't think I do another Smee. Unfortunately, they're going to get to draw 3 cards, which is pretty brutal. Do I want to ink one of these? Is this card even playable here for us? If we assume that they have Rapunzel, it should be 9. Maybe I don't even need grab your swords. Because, like, it's just bad into the Rapunzel board. Which they almost certainly have here, given this run out. I would have liked to have been able to shoot one of these. But obviously we didn't have that as an option. They don't play it. Okay, that's good for us then. I will get rid of one of these Tinkerbells to play the other one. So let's do this. Get rid of a Tinkerbell to play a Tinkerbell. Because I think that the Simba is better than the Tinkerbell. But this kills the Gothel, which is nice. They still can get up to 7, which is annoying. But we can kill most of the board then if they do. Like, if they decide to just play a 4-7, that's basically all they can, or the 4-8 Stitch, this is basically all that they can do. We can kill the rest of this, and then all they have is the Stitch remaining. We actually can quest with the Smee as well. Like, I can just do this. It is a little awkward because this is going to have some damage on it, and if they have a Rapunzel, they can heal again, but it's likely that they would have already done that. Oh, I'm stupid. Why did I do that? Why did I do it that way? Why didn't I attack here and shoot this one and then play this? Wasn't that the play? That's fine. We'll do this to put more damage on the Stitch, and then just get punished when they have a Rapunzel. It is fine. They would have been able to put the damage on the Stitch no matter what anyway. This is maybe better because it allows us to put more damage in other places. All it did was cost us a popsicle, which is not awesome, but, like, we can manage not having an extra popsicle. So I can go to 8, play the Simba, shoot the Stitch, I guess. Put the Stitch at 5. We'd quest out. I can't be punished with Tremaine here. They can use their Mufasa to flip a dragon, and that's kind of bad. Yeah, so they did find a Rapunzel, but they would have been able to use that anyway. Like, this isn't a great spot for us, but it could be a lot worse. So are they looking to double trade into a Tinkerbell? Hopefully they flip something that kind of doesn't matter. Or a Mufasa, sure. Another Simba. So my question is, do I worry about this Mufasa at all? Or do I just go to 14, play this and shoot this one, and then just try to race? I don't know if they're playing Be Prepared. I don't know if I have the luxury of playing around Be Prepared. We're always playing this Simba. The question is if I was just supposed to play it before or after. And I think I'd rather just do it this way, because this takes a lot of their power off the board. We quest out, and then we just make them have to fucking do something. Because right now, they're basically dead to what we have on board. They have to find a way to deal with this Tinkerbell, which means that they would need a Tremaine, which then we lose Tinkerbell, but we still have the double Simba, which are both huge. The worst case scenario for us is that the Mufasa flips into like an actual good card. Juliet Madrigal is fine. Yeah, most of them don't have B-Prep. That's like the scary card here, right? This is not a real card in this spot, so that's good for us. And they could kill this Tinkerbell, but if they don't have it, they're just dead, right? They have to have a rush character now. Yeah, they don't have it. So the Simbas are just like bigger than all of their stuff, and they didn't have enough to get around it. So I don't necessarily think that Mufasa is an incredible matchup for this deck. And I definitely think that weirdly, the version that's playing like Belle is worse in this matchup, probably. Because Belle just really isn't a card a lot of times. Because it... like... it's slow, right? It's very good when you're already in the pretty late game. You wheel and you can do Belle plus another thing. You ink extra stuff, and it's awesome, right? But if you're not in that position where you are sort of needing to hold the world into doing stuff and also laying out a Belle and other things, like if you're not there, the Belle is really slow. Cost 4. We don't really have a great, like, do that on turn 4. It dies to Brawl, which is terrible. It dies to Medusa, which both of those are played a lot. So it's only really good at 13 ink with Dime plus Belle, right? Because it's the only card that at that low of a cost allows you to like play Dime plus do gain 5 at the same time. But a lot of times the Aerial, you just like play it, and it is pretty safe anyway. As long as you have any other idiots in play, like literally anything, the Aerial's pretty safe a lot of times. Because it is Ward, like, and a lot of times it just is 5 on its own. Right? So this is safer to like play this on, 6 ink or 7 ink, and then you can just play the Dime later and gain with it. You don't even have to necessarily do anything with the Aerial right away. But I think Aerial is just better than Belle right now because there's more removal for Belle than kind of there ever has been. But a good run out for that round. A pretty quick one, so we have a bit of time. Oh my god, that picture... I don't even know what number that one is. Jesus. Anyway. Well, so far so good. We had a rough... Oh, it's animated. Oh, I'm too stupid. Bro, I don't even know how to open tweets. How do you do that? I gotta click the actual link. Okay, that's kind of cool. Oh my god, it even has noise. 57? Damn, that's crazy. That was really loud. That was pretty sweet, though. Is it... Who got this one? Centering's off, Keck. I didn't know that anybody had one as low as 57. I thought the lowest one was Karsten's at 100. But, I mean, I could be wrong, obviously. Because somebody has this one. Unless maybe they got them graded for handing out at the regionals or whatever. Nationals? Continentals? Whatever the hell they call it. I thought there was going to be a list. They're all going to grade Beckett. Why not PSA? Is it more likely to get a 10 with Beckett, I guess? hate that it doesn't say the number on here. Like, it's just of 500 instead of the actual number. Oh, they made a deal to get them all graded? That's reasonable. They all do. They all charge extra. No matter which one you go to. Like, PSA cost... grade. Like... The tag tabs are cool, but they don't add any value to it because nobody fucking cares, is the problem. Like, that's the issue with slabbing stuff, is it's cool to have them in a slab, but if you don't get extra value out of it, like, what's the point? You know, you can already kind of trace the history of these. Like, the pedigree or whatever of the cards, or the whatever the fuck the word is, where you can trace it. Like... I don't know if... Let me see. I thought that they charged more. Some of the delinquent balances. Pack and ship. Oh, is that the scaling? Like, yeah, I suppose that probably is the scaling, right? Like, it just, based on the value of the card, it would be this. So that's a lot. Oh, yeah, the text is really bad. Here, I'll zoom in for boomers like you. Damn boomers. This is if it's 250k, so it'd be like, probably this one. 100k or less would be my assumption. I don't know if it would go this high. Maybe. Either this or this, probably. What's Beckett? Oh my god, how do you even spell it there? Help me, Google. I'm dumb. Help! This. Book appointments. This. Subscribe. No. Are you kidding me? That is not what I want. How do I check pricing? Okay. There's no way that it's only $120 a card. Is Beckett the one that charges more to get them back if they're more expensive? I literally don't even remember. I'm too dumb. I mean, maybe not. Maybe they do just fucking charge $200 or whatever, and that's it. I should schedule appointments for Gen Con, because this is at Magic Con, but I assume that they're going to be at Gen Con too. I don't know if they have time for it yet, or if it's up yet. No, that's not this thing. Yeah, I know that they're going to be there. I don't know if they actually have it. I'm going to probably get a bunch of cards graded. Maybe I'll just go with Beckett. I don't know, it depends. If PSA is better for the value of the card, like some of the lower end PSA are not so bad. Oh my god, that's not what I wanted. PSA. I don't know, it's hard to say. Like, if it's, you know, a $500 card or whatever, like, it's not so bad. I mean, this is a lot, though. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I'm probably going to get some stuff graded, though, soon. Anyway, here's what we're playing. Overall, pretty good. Um, um, I think I'm relatively happy with this list. What are my thoughts on it getting shut down? I mean, it was inevitable that Disney cease and desists or says shut the shit down. Like, we knew that was always a possibility. I had thought it was going to be a little bit longer before they did it. Like, I don't know how far they are into development of their own client. However, they may have one ready for set 5. I don't know. I literally have no idea. My original estimation or assumption was that it would be around Worlds, which would be 2025, like mid 2025-ish. Like, they would start advertising, like, at Worlds or whatever, be like, hey, look at this thing we're going to have or whatever, right? So that was my working theory, is that they would play out this season and then they would leverage Worlds plus whatever set is out at the time, in the boosties and stuff. And that would be when they are like, hey, here's something that's coming up. If they already started making it as of, a year ago, they could have the turnaround time on it be pretty quick. Maybe they are getting close to the point where they can start advertising it, and come set 5, they're going to have advertisement cards in the boxes, right? And then, maybe with set 6 or whatever, maybe it'll come out. Right now, we don't really know. We kind of have little information. Disney, historically, is very copyright protective. Like, that is not a surprise to anybody, right? I am okay against the Squirrels. We had one rough split game in game 1 where we were very close to being able to win, but they ended up having just like infinite Diablos, and we ripped a bunch of nonsense in game 2, and they were on the play. But we were able to 2-0 the last 2 games, so we're in an okay spot at 17 points so far. One of them against Mufasa and the other one against a Bucky list. So we will continue to battle. The Pixelborn situation is unfortunate. Yeah, it does generally feel good. If you have like a Fire the Cannons or a Baboom to stop like an early Diablo, and then you get into your Tinkerbell or Grab Your Sword to clean up the Buckies and stuff, your big cards, like especially with Cogsworth, Tinkerbell, Simba, your big things are just better than their big things a lot of times, right? If you have a Cogsworth in play, all of a sudden Tinkerbell and Simba become like unkillable monsters. Your removal is generally okay against them, but like they don't have a real good answer to Ariel. They don't have any answers to Cogsworth if it's untapped. Like if you have 2 Cogsworths in play, they literally can't kill any of your characters, basically. So as long as you can stymie the initial barf out their hand and try to make you discard and then draw with Diablo or whatever, generally I think this deck can be pretty favorable into green steel. Because you can even get to the point where you're a little ahead on board, you sing A Whole New World, you play like an extra character or 2, and then it doesn't matter what they're playing because their cards just don't have as much impact as yours on the board, right? If they play a Beast or a Diablo or whatever, but your play was a Cogsworth and like a Cogsworth and a Smee even, you just added a lot more to the board than they did, because now your other characters that you play the following turn are also protected, kind of thing. So that's usually where I feel like that matchup is. They can occasionally win on the play, especially if you don't have the Baboom or the Fire the Cannons. Sometimes even just to Grab Your Sword, if they don't, Ursula is good enough to hit them on turn 4. But ideally, you speed bump them a little bit with one of these, and then They Bucky, make you discard 1 or 2, and then you blast it with some AoE, and then carry over the game with just your bigger, better characters. Like, Tinkerbell's just a better card than everything in their deck, basically. Yeah. Overall, I think I'm pretty happy with this deck. I think it's possible Chen-Po could be a 2 of, which would make room for something else. I think it's possible that we could go and change our Inkable count a little bit by adding 2 Let It Goes instead of this Zeus. There's maybe a little bit of room for that. That would give us more answers to something like a Tamatoa, which could potentially be problematic for a deck like this. Like, not having any Let It Go is kind of scary for me right now. I have liked a lot of the cards. The 2 Simbas are awesome. Yeah, you sort of send most of your cards back every game. Like, you're looking to ship... Like, you want a ramp. Like, you want one of these. Especially if you're on the draw, you want to find, like, a Baboom or a Fire the Cannons. You really only need 1. But you are really looking for 1. The Smees are not at their best on the draw, but they're pretty good on the play. They're okay on the draw. But I would rather Baboom than Smee almost every time. Unless it's against, like, blue-red. And then, ideally, you're just looking to go from 3 to 5 with either a Cogsworth or, maybe a Hard-Headed if they're in items. Maybe a Tinkerbell if you have the Quill, if they're a character deck, because Tinkerbell sort of slows them down a lot. Or even just playing, like, a Flaversham and then another Popsicle or whatever is also fine. After you've ramped a little bit, just to draw, give yourself more options if you don't need sort of the immediate pressure on the board of like a Cogsworth or whatever. If they're steel, obviously Cogsworth gets better. If they're a shitter deck, most of the green decks kind of struggle against Tinkerbell because it's just very good against them kind of thing. So it really depends on the matchups a bit. But overall, like, it's a pretty sweet deck. Like, the Simba's awesome. If I could afford to fit more, like, if it didn't cost 7, I would probably run more Simbas. But it functions very similarly to just another Tinkerbell, and Tinkerbell's one of the best cards in the deck. But just being able to deal 2 damage directly is super nice. I really don't think it is. With the Aerial, I think 3 Aerials is just as good as having, like, the 2 and 2 for Belle split. Because Belle is not a 4-drop. She's like a 10-drop. Maybe a 6 or 7-drop. Like, I don't ever want to play Belle on 4, because we don't have enough... Like, if we had more Zeus or more spells to sing, maybe Belle is okay. But, like, it dies to Brawl, it dies to Medusa, it dies to Sisu, like, 1-drop Sisu plus Ice Block, it dies to actual big Sisu, and it's only really much better than Aerial when you have Lucky Dime and 13 ink, right? Because you can do Dime, Bell, and activate Dime, and then gain 5. But a lot of times you can just play Aerial at 7 or 8 ink, and then just play your Dime and then activate it the turn after anyway, because it has Ward, and it's protected from a lot of those cards. Right? Outside of, like, Tremaine, King Undisputed, those kind of cards that make you sacrifice, like, if you have these other idiots in play to protect your Aerial, it's just better than Bell because it doesn't need as much other stuff to protect it. Which is really nice. Like, you don't need 2 Cogsworths in play to protect it from Zeus, right? So far we haven't run into any location decks, or really any that the Rise is good against. This is mostly for red-purple, or, well, really any of the purple decks, because basically every purple deck now is running 3 to 4 castles. And outside of, say, Chen-Po, for example, we don't have an incredible way of dealing with locations. Obviously, if you have a Smee and one of these, you can do okay against the location, but you still have to attack it then, directly. Which we don't always have the option of doing. If we're on a line where we maybe had to Flaversham to draw some cards, and we just have a Smee in play, like, this isn't enough to attack it and kill it. And we don't really have the room for more Zeus because we're already pretty high on Inkables. So that's why we're playing some Rise. It's also good against items, too. Sometimes you blow up an opposing Quill before you Whole New World. It gives you some additional outs to, like, slowing them down if they have a dime in play already kind of thing. It is a relatively versatile card because it's also just ink a lot. And that's fine. It's okay to have a card like this that's a little bit narrow, but does a very strong effect, if it is a strong enough effect, basically. I think if more locations were seeing play and more of sort of the Bucky deck, I wouldn't hate trying out Avalanche instead of some number of Rise, because it sort of has the same effect as the Tinkerbell, where it just does 1 damage, but it's cheaper and it also can blow up a location. So if there's a world where both parts of the effect, like the deal 1 damage or the location part, are strong enough on their own to justify the uninkable, I could see Avalanche seeing a little bit of play. Probably not a 2 of, but maybe as a 1 of. So here's the thing about 1 jump ahead versus Mickey, right? So Mickey's a character, so it blocks things like Tremaine. And let's look at our curve. So I did this earlier. If we sort by cost, okay? So we have 1 drops, we have some 2 drops. At 3, we basically only have ramp, right? We have Rise of the Titans, which is whatever. That costs more realistically because you don't use this early. But at 3, all we do is go from 3 to 4, and then on our next turn we untap and we're at 5. So if you look at our 4-drop slot, it's almost empty. It's Flaversham, which you're not going to not run anyway. And then we have 1 Zeus, right? So we're not really playing any 4-drops at all. So what do we need to go from 2 to 4 with 1 jump ahead for? Nothing. There's nothing that we're really doing here. If you do the 2 to 4, then you have to add things like... you have to add cards like the Grammatala and stuff like that. And I don't really think that Grammatala is that good. She's okay. Like, it's a 3/3 that, draws a card, I guess. But that's not that exciting of a card. I would rather go from 3 to 5, right? On turn 2, I'd rather just play a Baboom, kill their thing, play a Smee to threaten their thing. And then on 3, we play one of these 2. And then for our 5-drops, we have a lot of options. Sometimes it's grab your sword and you just kill a couple cards on their board, especially if they're, maybe you rip this and they played a Diablo and a Bucky or whatever, so then you get to kill a couple of cards. Sometimes you're in the mirror and they played a Fishbone Quill and you just beast hard-headed, so you're developing your board while slowing theirs down. And if they're steel, you just play Cogsworth and it's always good, right? Or you have Quill and you just go towards Tinkerbell or whatever, Or you play Flaversham and you just ink twice, and then you maybe play a Baboom or a Smee still. You have more options then. Whereas 1 jump, the only real line that's super good with 1 jump in this deck is you play one of these, you 1 jump on 2, and then you Flaversham on 3. But that line is not that great against Diablo, for example, or Bucky, because you're still pretty far from doing the grab your sword stuff. Just as far, right? But you haven't interacted with their board at all. You're not putting any pressure on them at the 2-drop slot from the Baboom or the Smee or the Fire the Cannons or whatever. The Mickey is good because it can protect against Tremaine sometimes, and I really don't want that many more uninkables, right? Because we're already at 17, which feels pretty bad. You can get away with 3 Mickeys because you really don't need it until turn 3. And because we have 7 cards in here, we're pretty likely to see one by turn 3, especially if you full send your ramp, right? It is not my favorite card ever. Obviously, Fishbone Quill is superior to, such an absurd degree. But there aren't any other ramp spells that are also characters that are better than Mickey currently. Because I don't think Winnie the Pooh is better. I think he's too slow in this meta, especially with Brawl as a card. So it's really rough that, there just haven't been better ramp spells yet. when you still need to be doing this at 2. Like, I think Baboom on 2 is like the play that you want to make most games. Whether it's shooting a Robin, or if they shifted a Diablo, you blast it, or whatever. Especially on the draw, this is just the best card. Because it slows them down enough that you can get to your 5s and start playing them. I mean, there's some games you just play Chenpo and, like, he bullies all their shit. Yeah, the no let it go is the only thing in this list that is... We did it, but I'm not sure if it's correct. I think we'll have to review some of the decks to see how strong the let it go is. It's possible that we just don't want the Zeus, so that we can get a little bit better inkable count, and we shave like a Chenpo and a Zeus and just run 2 let it goes. If there's less locations, maybe we shave on one of these instead of the Chenpo. Those are, I think, some meta calls more than anything else. In my mind, I was thinking that I wasn't too worried about the things that let it go hit, and I was okay with this ink count because I wanted the Zeus. But, like, we're pretty light on removal in this deck, all things considered. Like, this is removal and this is removal. Like, these are our sort of character-based removals. And we can leverage, like, the Chenpo plus some of these to sort of bully the board a little bit. But we really don't have that much spell removal in this deck. Because after playing it a little bit yesterday, it didn't feel like we were necessarily the control deck. We are, but we aren't. We're sort of a mid-rangey ramp deck that sometimes we have the lines where we turbo Quill and then we Whole New World and then we turbo it a little bit more, slam the crab, and we have like 6, 7, 8 items and we dime and we kill them. But a lot more of the games, especially today, have been won by just doing, we play a Tinkerbell and a Cogsworth and then like a Beast and a Chenpo, and then we get in for 6, and then we get in for 6. We play another guy, and then we play a Smee, and we get in for another 6. Like, I don't even think we've really dimed that much today at all. And I definitely don't think we've aerialed a lot today. We had it in play in 1 game, but we were already dead. That doesn't mean that these cards are bad. It just, a lot of matchups, you're just playing more to the mid-game stuff, like the on-board mid-game garbage. And you don't need, like, the late game. You don't need Bell. You don't need the let it go. You don't want to ramp into ramping them, ideally. That said, if we do get into a situation where more of the decks are playing like sort of those late gamey bomb cards, such as, more Tamatoas and things that like we can't really rumble with, like a bunch of Chernobygs and things like that, it's possible that we will need more things like Let It Go, which is why it's probably something that I will reconsider after today. But we'll need to do more testing once the meta is a little bit more established. And then we'll be able to kind of go from there. How do I feel about Tamatoa? I think Tamatoa is great, especially in this deck now. In the decks where the crab is really good, like let's imagine against red-blue. In the previous iterations of the deck, back in set 3 with red-blue, in that sort of mirror, the crab was not at its best. Bell was a lot better. You would try to just quill up to the point where Bell is good, and then you're using the wheels to like do 2 things in a turn, do 3 things in a turn. Now, because we have so many more items, and there's way more removal for Flaversham in those decks, like the little Sisu, the big Sisu, Brawl, Medusa, all of that just kills Flaversham, so this rarely draws 4 cards, or 6 cards, right? Usually we'll play it, it'll draw 2, they'll kill it, right? So what that means is that we will oftentimes have a lot more items on board than we previously ever did. Because we're just not popping 2 with each Flaversham, we're popping 1. So because we have... Cease Tamatoa. Because we have so many more items... He dropped, rip. Because we have 14 items now, and we likely are going to not be killing them all with our Flaversham because it just dies more, it makes the Tamatoa often a much larger threat than it ever was before. So that's why we actually added a second one. Because we cut the bells, basically we added one Tamatoa and 3 aerials for them. That was sort of the bell slot for me, is this is our finisher cards in combination with like our other sort of stuff and then Lucky Dime, right? That's my thought anyway. Like, the aerial is very good. Obviously, aerial is at its worst if they're playing a lot of, make you sack a character. But they can only play so much of that stuff and also be prepared and also all the other stuff. And if you have the Mickeys, if you have like the Smees and some of these other characters to protect your aerial a little bit, and you're conservative with them, you can keep this alive a lot longer to be able to live, to be able to, gain 10 with a Lucky Dime, and then hopefully just outrace them with the dime that you already have in play. They literally can't run item removal in their deck anymore because there just isn't room in their deck for item removal. Like, we can go look at the red-blue decks, right? So we'll look at a couple of these. This one was updated a handful of days ago, a couple days ago, an hour ago. This one I bet is sweet as shit because it's running 11 locations. But so we look at like the Moyan deck, right? And there's no item removal in this whole deck because there's no room for it. They're already running 24 Uninkables, and they're only running 1 Be Prepared in this list. So, like, Ariel is insane against this deck, right? We look at this one, and they're running 3 Be Prepared, so the Ariel's a lot worse. But they don't have any Tremaines here, and they don't have any item removal. They have 1 Judy Hopps, right? So this is their only item removal, which is not a lot, Like, looks like the next round is up. But basically, it doesn't feel like they're playing a lot of item removal because there's just no room for it in their deck. Like, this one also, it has 2 Be Prepareds and that's it, so no item removal again. Alright, we will battle. This is round 4. We're at 17 points. So we're going second in game 1. So this is, boom. So this hand is pretty bad. I think we send everything but the Baboom. We're sending back a lot of Uninkables, which is nice. Because it means that we likely won't draw them right away. So far, I'm pretty into this hand. I would have liked only 1 Mickey, ideally, but looks like we're probably on the mirror. So this hand's not terrible, since we have the Cogsworth. This is pretty good, though. We'll ink the Baboom. Let's play our Popsicle here. The Babooms are mostly unnecessary. I likely will Fishbone one of the Mickeys and maybe try to play the other one. We'll see. They inked a Quill, which means that they probably have another one. We could Baboom this, just so that they don't have it. I don't hate that. We don't really need this Simba. My only problem with Babooming it here is that it doesn't really do anything. But it's going to get in for like 4 lore, so I don't really want that either. So let's just blast it. Fuck it. We'll just both discard a card, which favors me since I'm on the draw. I assume that they're going to ramp here. I will ink the Fortisphere if I have to send the Quill. We know that they play hard-headed. But if they blow up our Quill with Hard-Headed, then we can still play the Mickey after we've got the Cogsworth in play, so... I would assume that they have some draw. I would like to play this Rise, but I feel like I'm supposed to ramp first. Unfortunately. So let's do this and pass. I may do this next turn. We'll see. Playing the Cogsworth might be better if they have a character in play. They played a Cogsworth of their own and they double inked here, which means that they likely... That's tricky. So they almost certainly have Whole New World here. I think my play is going to be to do this and blow up the Quill. Because if they Whole New World, then I still have a Fishbone Quill and they don't. And if they don't, we get to play Cogsworth and then Whole New World ourselves. Second Cogsworth is a bit rough here. It makes it hard for us to challenge their Coggers. Okay, so they did have the Whole New World. It's unfortunate. This does 1 plus 3. A bit unfortunate. So... Okay. The double Cogsworth makes this pretty tricky for us. I don't actually have anything in the bin currently. Can hit this for 3, 4. That's not enough for me to worry about it this turn. I don't think I'm playing this. Well, I don't think we're playing this at all. And we might play this. Could blow up another item on their side. Maybe that's okay, actually. What if I blow up a Popsicle, play Mickey Beast, ink the Baboom? We could attack here, play the Tamatoa, put it back in our hand. It's probably better to develop more stuff. And I think attacking here is fine. Let's do that. Do we play Chen Po? No, I think I do Beast. Blow this up, and then we'll ramp again. Because this makes it so that the Captain Hook can't, like, super favorably hit this Beast. They can if they Swords, obviously. But we're just not beating that anyway. So they blow up the Fishbone Quill here. It might be a little too late, though. We've already ramped a decent amount. We could even get the Quill back with our Tamatoa. We're not in an awesome position here. I would like to be able to threaten these Cogsworths a bit, though. Like, I don't know if they can even quest with any of their characters here. Okay, so they had to grab your swords, so that's not ideal. And then they heal here. Do they have a Whole New World? They just decide to quest with Cogsworth. Man, if we didn't get rid of that swords, that would have been really bad for them, because we would have gotten to kill Coggers. But unfortunately, that is not the case here. So if I hit here, it's still not enough. I think the play is Tamatoa. Getting the Popsicle. We'll play the Popsicle. Rip a whole new world. I don't think wheeling here makes sense. But I can ink the Smee and play the Fortisphere. And then just pass. Maybe we're supposed to Popsicle the Beast here just so that Swords doesn't kill us, but we'll see what they have at 9. There's not that many answers to Tamatoa in these decks. Some amount of Let It Go. Some amount of, like, Zeus plus other spell. We may be in a position where, like, we're going to be digging to try and remove stuff on the board. Now I don't think that they can actually use their Cogsworths at all. Maybe they can. See what this is. Whole New World, maybe? No, it's a Smee. They're at 12. They're giving Mickey... No, they're giving Beast the thing. Okay. I guess that makes sense. It is going to cost them dearly here, I suspect, since we ripped Zeus. Do I have the ability to Zeus and clear this? No. Zeus does 3 to this, so I have to Beast into it. And then I can Tamatoa into one other one. Ugh, that's not that good, actually. I mean, I think I have to use this. They have an awful lot on the board if they quest out with everything. So I think we have to do this. I think just casting it is fine. So we Zeus this, and then we kill it with Beast. And then I have to hit here. Right? So we kill a Cogsworth. Now the question is, do we play Chen Po or do we play an Ariel? It's probably Chen Po over the Ariel. This is more threat, but the Chen Po is more defensive. We can do this and then quest with the Mickey and then pass. I don't think inking Chen Po is that bad though, so I'm going to do that. So they ripped a Flav, that's pretty good for them, but it makes their Ariel a little worse, which is nice. So the reason that I didn't heal with the Tamatoa is that we needed to make sure that the Ariel wasn't questing for 5, ideally. Because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 still. Like, it is a lot. If they rip just 3 items, we're just basically dead. Okay, they didn't rip triple items, so that's good. I don't know if they're going to quest here or not. They let it go the Tamatoa. This might be it for us. We may just die. Because I can't stop everything that they're doing. Yeah, I don't know if I can stop everything that they're doing here. If I rip... If I rip swords... I can't cast them both. This is 3, 4, 5. So I'm just dead no matter what I do here, I think. I think I can't sing this. Because I need the Chenpo to attack. I'm not actually sure if this is right. That doesn't matter. We missed anyway. Damn, that was a rough game. No, we didn't win that. We lost that. Where did we go wrong there? Was it having one less card by shooting the Captain Hook, maybe? Well, we'll have to go look at that one again. It could have been because I killed the Captain Hook there, and that I just didn't play my Cogsworth. Maybe playing the Cogsworth instead of the Beast is just better there, and I just don't worry about the ramp, and we just play the Cogsworth game. Because, like, we didn't play the Cogsworth game, and then we were just really behind. Yeah, Cogsworth is very strong, and I had opted to do Beast over Cogsworth, and I think it maybe was a mistake. It was nice to blow up their Quill, obviously, but it didn't put enough pressure on the Cogsworths themselves because we didn't have any follow-up for it. And I did get rid of a Swords, which maybe I should have kept. I think the Swords would have given us enough juice to be okay on the other stuff. But, you know, c'est la vie. We're on game 2 now, so we battle. So they're on Bell, they play Cogsworth, or they play Hook, it's fine. In this case, I probably should run out the Smee. Over the Popsicle. Just so that they can't quest with this for free. And if we get to the point of the Cogsworth, then we can quest with it, and then they can't trade into it easily. Yeah, the hand's pretty good. I would like to play this Popsicle. Like, honestly, getting rid of this Grab Your Sword and playing the Popsicle doesn't seem terrible to me. If we draw a different Inkable. This is one of my considerations for not playing the Smee, actually, is that it gives us another thing to play. Another Cogsworth. Fuck. Alright. I mean, is what it is, right? Smee is a bit annoying here. But if they quest a Smee, we can just jam a Cogsworth and then kill it, and then they have to trade their Hook and their Smee into it. So I think that's fine. I think I'm just going to get rid of Whole New World here. Since we're not casting it for another, like, 3 turns anyway. We do this, we bash the Smee. And I don't actually think I heal it with Popsicle here. I'm okay if he trades just the Hook into it. I think that's okay. I'd rather have the Popsicle to draw with the Flav in 2 turns than anything. I may not even play the other Cogsworth. I may play Flaversham next turn. They ripped a Quill. I'm probably going to play the Cogsworth then if they ripped a Quill. That's unfortunate for us. Mickey plus Quill is bad. Yeah, in this case... I wonder if I do just play Cogsworth and then Inca Flav with the Fishbone Quill. Do something like this, and then still quest with Smee. It is a little greedy not to trade there. I wonder if they had a Swords or something, and they were planning on doing it that way. It just gives us 2 lore for free. Like, if they have Cogsworths or whatever, it's better to try and keep them around, but... I guess I like this better, because if they Whole New World me, it doesn't matter as much, because we already have the double Cog. And if they don't, like, we just get to play the Flav, which is fine. Like, this is just the most important card in the matchup. And maybe, given that, I should have played mine last game instead of not playing it, because it is so important. But we'll go back and we'll look at that one to see. Another Captain Hook and a Smee. So Swords would be very good here. They have inked all of their cards, so they're assuming that this is Whole New World, I guess. Could play Chenpo. They're never getting rid of it. Let us start questing for 4. It's probably better just to draw cards, though. It's kind of close, actually. I think I need to do this because they have so much ink. Simba and Rise. I think we're supposed to Rise the Fishbone Quill here. I honestly maybe get rid of Simba over Chenpo. Because, like, I don't see a way for them to ever get rid of Chenpo here. With the double Cogs in play. And then, after this turn, it allows us to just quest with impunity. And this way, they're just kind of out of items. Maybe there's an argument for playing Chenpo this turn instead of the Flav, just because it lets me threaten their Flaversham, but... Okay, they Rise the Quill, that's fine. It makes our Flaversham obviously awkward, but... I really wanted them to attack here. So we have Chenpo, so it's 7 versus 6. I can also just start killing their shit, too. Right? Like... I don't need to do it now, but... Next turn I can kill, like, their whole board. I hate that they get to Flav and draw cards, though. That's a little unfortunate. There's not really anything I can do to stop him, though, because he ripped the extra popsicle. But our board is okay here, and we do have a safety valve where we can try to Whole New World and rip into something else to deal with their board. But if they quest out, like, we do just get to eat most of their cards. I can discard their cards if they still have them, but at 9 ink, they can play most of their hand. This Whole New World is really bad here, because we're so behind on ink. They're... Look at how many cards they are up on us. 8 extra cards. That is brutal. Like, I almost want a Whole New World to find, like, Ariel or Tamatoa or something, just so that we can close faster. He's doing the math to see if he can race. I don't actually think that they can race here. Like, the Chenpo just eats one, the Cogsworth plus something eats one. Oh, Ariel. Yeah, maybe with the Ariel. Yeah, with the aerial, I don't know if I can stop him. Because if he plays any items and this gets in for 5, like, I'm done. I'm fucking cooked. There's only 2 swords left in the deck to deal with this aerial, too. So I can... Well, we don't need this, for sure. So I would be able to... Yeah, any item just kills me here with the aerial. Wait, any non-item kill... I'm just dead. I have to wheel. Right? Because at 14, it's... Even if they don't item, this is 4, 5... Like, I can kill these 3. But that's it. So I just have to wheel. That's really awkward. Okay, we did find swords, which does help some. It is not a guarantee, though, because I don't know if we have enough guys still. I can kill this, these 2, with this hitting here and this hitting here. We can kill this, so we can be not dead to anything but dime. Can I afford to also play the Fishbone Quill? So this is 5, 6, 7, 10. No, because we've already inked, right? Yes, we've already inked, so that doesn't work. If we sing Grab Your Sword with Cogsworth, then we attack Flaversham at Smee. We baboom the other Smee, and then we kill the Flaversham with the Chenpo. Then we can also play items so that the aerial is less good. Right, because this would be 3, 4. I think that's actually better. Okay, so we have to grab with this. Okay, so we grab your swords, we hit here. We hit here. We can do this better, right? We do this, this. We have 2, 4, 5, 6. I guess we can't really Smee. It's fine. We'll do this. So we shoot this. And then we Chenpo the Flaversham. And then they need to play 3 items to kill us this turn, which they could do. Or a dime would have also killed us. If they just have 3 items, all this was for nothing. Oh, that works too. Guess we die. Unfortunate. I don't think I navigated this game very well. We're gonna look back at that one. It's really obnoxious. This was... time. Let me look. I don't actually think that I navigated it well. I think there were a bunch of spots where I could have navigated it better. In some earlier turns, for sure. So where was that game? Well, let's look at game 1. Where's game 1? Alright, so this is game 1. This spot... So this one I think we fucked up a little bit. So, like, I don't know if we need to baboom just the Captain Hook. Because babooming the Captain Hook left us with, like, less everything, less resources to work with. Because, like, we had to ink a Fortisphere then, and, like, we also can't rise here because that's terrible. Like, we could have had a Fortisphere in play in this spot, which I think would have been stronger. And then this turn specifically, I think what I'm supposed to do is just play Cogsworth. Because we're already behind on ramp anyway. Like, all we're doing is catching up with ramp, basically, which is the problem. Because we're on the draw. I think because I'm on the draw, I'm supposed to just play Cogsworth here. Like, double ink and play Cogsworth. Like, we ink the Mickey. We can keep the Beast in hand. Like, we ink the Rise and the Mickey. And we play Cogsworth. Because that at least keeps us somewhat up or even with the thing. The problem was, in my mind... Okay, so here's basically the issue. In my mind, I'm not thinking about a second Cogsworth. I don't imagine that my opponent's hand is exactly... like, I figured that this was Whole New World, right? Based on how they played, this card is Whole New World. But what I wasn't accounting for is them drawing another Cogsworth, because it makes my line of, like, threatening the Cogsworth with Beast worse. Because now they just have this Cogsworth that is protected, so I'm only hitting it for 2. So even if I rip into his swords, which I did, I can't kill it. Because in my mind, I'm like, oh, if he wheels and he plays a guy, we can just kill the Cogsworth, and then it's okay, even if we're a little behind. Instead, what happened is this, right, which was worse for us. This turn, I also think that I navigated wrong. I think I'm just supposed to play the crab here straight up, and I don't think I did. What did I actually do this turn? Yeah, I think this turn I'm supposed to just play the crab. I, like, played these two, and I think that was just wrong. I think I'm supposed to just put the crab in play because it's a 5-power fucking idiot. And I think that would have just been stronger. Because, like, then they have to do something about it right away. Otherwise, I just have a Tamatoa in play, which is just very good generally. Instead, we just have this stupid beast, and, like, all these stupid beasts trying to battle these Cogsworths, and just, they've been struggling this whole time to even interact with one. And, like, we've just been losing to this shit this whole time, basically. Like, these beasts just weren't big enough to interface with what our opponent is doing. Like, there's even a world where we're maybe supposed to play Chen Po this turn instead of Beast, if the Mickey is our play. Because then we can challenge here, and then the Captain Hook just can't easily clean it up. Because, like, our opponent just did stuff, and then they were able to kill our guys. Like, it's so shit for us. Like, and now we're here, and we just have all of these cards stuck in our hand that we can't do anything with, and our opponent's board is massive. Like, we should have had just a bigger character in play to threaten this instead of a 4/4. Like, killing their thing, in my mind, I was like, oh, if they have less popsicles, then they can't heal their guys as much. But, like, that isn't the problem. The problem is that, like, all of their guys are just way better than mine. And we don't have an answer to it. Like, now we play the Tamatoa and, like, draw 2 cards. But we're just behind forever to this aerial because they have a huge board and an aerial now. So, like, even here, clearing up the board, like, because they're able to quest so much with the Fortisphere, like, we're just dead to this aerial already with nothing that we can really do about it because we just don't have enough characters in play because they were able to kill our beast very easily. And then the Let It Go is just a huge blowout. Like, we can't stop aerial here. Okay, so that one I think maybe was navigated a little wrong. If I play the Cogsworth there, I think it's maybe better. But let's look at this game. So I think our mulligan is fine. We like the Tamatoa and the Rise later, the Tinkerbells, whatever. Our mulligan is okay. This was maybe the spot where I'm like, do I even need to play this Smee? I was okay with how it worked out when I played it. It's a little awkward that we had to ink all of these popsicles, basically. Like, we just don't have a ton of card draw with this Flaversham because we had to ink all these popsicles. So, like, and that was a cost of having this Smee in play, basically. So we play the second Cogsworth here. I don't necessarily have to trade into the Smee there. I think I'm supposed to attack it with my Smee once I play the Cogsworth. I think that's free. But here, maybe I'm supposed to just leave it untapped to be able to threaten what they're doing for a minute. Like, in this spot, maybe I don't quest, right? I don't give them the second opportunity to trade into it. Because once I have the second Cogsworth in play, it is more incentive for them to trade with the Smee. Because if I ever popsicle it, it's, like, really bad for them, right? And then now we're here, and it's like, what do we do? I think this is maybe the mistake point, right? Where I have this Chen Po, I draw 2 cards, and then I, like, decide to keep the Chen Po over the Simba. I just don't think that that's right at all. I don't necessarily hate killing the Fishbone Quill here. Like, I think that's okay. Yeah, I think this was the turn. So I think having the Simba in play would have been a lot better than having the Chen Po, now that I think about it. Because, like, our board just isn't wide enough for the Chen Po strategy to really be fast enough. Because, like, I mean, obviously we didn't know that our opponent was going to draw, like, 10 Smees and an Aerial. But we're in this weird spot here where I, like, overcommitted my hand. And then they blew up my Fishbone Quill, and then I just had nothing going on. Like, this could have even been the turn where I'm supposed to play Chen Po instead of the Flaversham. Like, I play Chen Po here, I double attack the Mickey and just kill it. And then my Coggers both die. No, they would be fine this turn. But then I would have more pressure on the Flaversham right away. Because instead of having a 1-6 in play, I'd have the 4-7. But yeah, here, like, I drew this. This is the worst card in my deck, basically. And I guess I wouldn't have been able to play the Simba, right? Oh, no, I would have had 7. Because I would have inked the Chen Po to blow up the thing. So then I would have been able to play Simba this turn. Like, if I play Simba and I kill the Captain Hook, then I can, like, quest out. Even still, because this is 2-4. Because they can only deal 4 to my Cogforce. And then I just have my Simba in play as well. And then, like, the Smees are bad for me, but I can even kill this Smee, like, right away. I can just attack both of them into it. Or, wait, even better. Oh, I totally fucked the bed here. Why didn't I kill the Smee? Like, why did I just quest? That doesn't make any sense at all. Like, I'm losing this race. The Smees are just better than my board. Yeah, I really fucked this turn up then. Whether I play this Chen Po or the other guy, the Simba, I feel like what I'm supposed to do is Flaversham, Cogsworth, the Smee. And then we can even Cogsworth, like, the Flav or the Mickey here. Or quest for 2. Like, either we put damage on or we quest for 2. Like, the way that this board is set up, we're really in a tough position because we are so far behind. Like, questing to go to 7, we're just not racing. I even looked at the board, too. This was really bad. Like, I looked at how much lore they could get, and it's just more than what we were questing for. And they're ahead of us, and they're going to have action. So, like, they're going up to 13. We're just not winning that race. So, like, why didn't I kill the Smee here? That's so silly. Because, like, obviously they're just going to quest out. And if they have anything, because they're drawing 3 cards, like, if we kill the Smee here, they're only at 12. And they have 1 less guy. And then we're in the same position, except they're at 12, and they have one less guy. So then we can, like, make the same play, kill this. We can kill this and then Chenpo here. Like, I don't even know if that's that much better, but, like, we're not just dead on board. Honestly, I wonder... Let's go back a second. Before the aerial. Okay, so this turn. Back here. Okay. So what I should have done, instead of questing, is we challenge Cogs into Smee and Flaversham into Smee to kill it. And then we attack the Flaversham for 2 to make it so that the Chenpo can kill it alone next turn. I think that's the play. Because, like, the 2 lore isn't what's going to win this game for us. Realistically. What we need to do is we need to kill this, and then we also need to put some damage on the Flaversham so that it's easier to kill next turn. And then we would be in a position where, like, okay, so they do this, they jam the aerial. If they quest out, that only puts them at 12, and then we can go kill, kill, kill. Right? Because they don't have the Smee, so these 2 get to kill this one, this gets to kill this one, or whatever order. And then all they have is the aerial and the Mickey at 2 cards. So this would be maybe 5, 6. So they'd go to 18. It's still not great. But if the aerial's tapped, like, then the Chenpo can potentially kill it the turn after. Like, we're obviously still dead to a dime. I don't remember what we wheeled away from them. I think it was like a swords and something else. A swords and a Flaversham. Yeah, if we leave them with just the aerial and the Mickey, like, hopefully they don't draw an item to make the aerial better. They may not even be able to use the aerial right away. And then that gives us some time to potentially try to recover from this. But, like, only finding 1 grab your swords is just not enough here. Like, this is just not enough, so... Yeah, I don't know why we didn't trade better. And I also don't think that losing our Smee was ideal, like, way earlier. This guy with 2 damage on it should have just been held back, for sure. Like, there's... Either we should have healed it for 2, or we should have not quested with it, because letting the hook trade into our ward, or our resist 2 guy was pointless. Like, that was a waste that allowed them to just have an entire extra plan. Like, they were able to quest with Mickey a lot of times because we just don't have our own Smee, which is really awkward. Like, we could just have an extra character here, and then on this turn even, we can, like, ink the Chenpo, eat this, like, and use the popsicle here, and then just, like, we would have just a better board with the double Cogsworths. Honestly, we totally fucked this up then. Holy shit. Okay, so on this board here, if we have a Smee, we just play Chenpo straight up and then quest for 6. What do they do in that spot then? Like, now we're in the driver's seat instead of being in the passenger seat because of the Chenpo. Like, the resist 2 Chenpo is unkillable. And then we just can quest, and then we win. Instead, like, our opponent did the same thing against us. Yikes. Yeah, that was the play. Letting them... After they already declined the trade here, this turn, I think I just needed to not quest with the Smee anymore. Like, this turn is really bad. Because once we had the second Cogsworth in play, like, the Smee gains a lot of value. Because it's able to just challenge everything. We could even heal it, and then it's just much stronger. We lost a lot of the power on our board as soon as we let this get traded with their 1-drop, when none of their characters could have quested anymore if we just have a Smee. Yeah, I think that's where we threw it. in that spot. This is Pixelborn. It is pretty fun. This is Lorcana, the game itself. Disney's Lorcana. It's a card game. It's kind of like Magic and a little like Pokemon. But it is quite fun. Yeah, I think we messed up that game a little bit. I actually think we had a chance to play a little bit better. Letting our Smee die was really unnecessary. And I definitely think cost us a pretty big percentage there. Because, like, as soon as we rip the Chenpo, then all of a sudden we have a new plan, which is just like 6-6-6, and then the game's over. Instead, we were just really slow. Because, like, the Cogsworths on their own don't really put a lot of pressure on the board. But, like, with the Popsicle in play, like, we didn't really need to ramp more is the thing. I was focusing on ramp a little too much in that spot. And I think I could have just ignored turbo ramping with the Quill for one turn and just kept the Smee back for one more round. And, like, we don't need to draw as many cards. Like, the Popsicle healing Smee just literally draws a Smee in play with Resist 2, which is already awesome. Yeah. It's also possible that I've been getting rid of too many of my Grab Your Swords in this matchup. Because, like, I inked a Grab Your Sword pretty early on in that game, too. And that may have cost us some points, given the draw that they had. I wonder. It's tough. It's a hard position to be in, I think. But I definitely think that playing the Cogsworth in game 1 instead of the hard-headed and playing, like, not letting my Smee die for free when it had Resist 2, I think both of those would have been probably preferable to what I did. I'm unsure if that would have allowed me to win the game or not, but I don't think that they helped me in those positions, which is unfortunate, of course. So next round is up, so we'll go ahead and jump in here. Play custom this thing. Yeah, this deck is really hard, and it does feel like going more aggressive is better than being more passive, and I feel like I've been still playing it like the old deck a little bit too much, where it's just a little bit more passive than I probably should be playing in some of these spots. And then I'm just being aggressive in spots that I shouldn't be. Like, I'm just not pivoting in the right timings. Okay, so we are going second. We want to fire the cannons for sure. These are okay. I really would like ramp, but if I can fire the cannons and just flab on 4, it's probably okay, but we'll send these. A little awkward on the draws, but if we can find ramp, I think it'll be okay. We'll see what they're playing. If they're playing blue steel or something, this might be fine. We'll do this. We'll get rid of the Popsicle. This was a bad draw. Okay, so they are playing green steel, so this draw is okay. So they play a Bucky. It's fine. Another one of these is actually not great either. Let's play a Fortisphere. Inca Flaversham and pass. I may end up needing to use this Tinkerbell if we can ever get to 6. We don't currently have any ramp. A Quill would be a great draw. If they Diablo, we can kill it with the Fire the Cannons. I'm getting rid of Whole New World. We're like a million miles from that being even a playable card. Why? Fine. Such a weird choice to sudden chill there. I think we hit that and we just ink Smee. Say go. If they play another Diablo, we'll see what we discard. So they played a Jafar. I guess I'm going to discard a Grab Your Sword, even though I don't love it. We'll get the Flaversham and draw some cards here. Luckily, we didn't have to ink our Tinkerbell. Alright, we draw 2. We pass. We'll be able to cast this next turn into double Tinkerbell. Hopefully that's good enough. They've dealt 2 to Flaversham. They've played a Beast. Okay, they opted to pass, which makes sense. So I think my play is to quest with Flav here. We draw 2. We'll get rid of the Rise of the Titans. I'm just going to play Grab Your Sword. It prevents them from drawing extra cards. They're going to be able to draw 1 card with Jafar, I think, if they want. Maybe not. Because there's no way for them to not kill Flaversham, I guess. Sudden Chill's such a weird... Like, why? A weird choice. I mean, it's whatever, but... Okay, we found a Whole New World, which we don't really care about right this moment. Let's play Tinkerbell and pass. We'll untap and we'll Tinkerbell again, which will be very good. I want them to play like a 3-3. Strength of the Raging Fire is not a 3-3. I guess I'm fine with the Tinkerbell dying. We're just going to bash here and then play Tinkerbell. That feels pretty good to me. Play Cogsworth, quest for 2. My new game plan is just play Cogsworth and quest every turn until the game's over. Which should be fine. Coggers. Quest, pass. Can't imagine us losing from this spot. Ink a Tinkerbell. Play a Tinkerbell. Okay. We'll play an Ariel. We'll quest with Tinkerbell. Should have quested with this Cogsworth too. I guess if they rip swords, it's kind of annoying then. 3 sudden chills. So they're on a sudden chill heavy version of the deck. We have no items, which is like really awkward. But with an additional Cogsworth, I can just quest out and then pass. I'm pretty sure that they can't kill 5 characters with 1 card and 6 ink, so I think it'll be okay. Alright, that'll be game 1. This is against GS Bucky. Alright, I'll be on the play. Okay, we're on the play. Which is generally pretty good for us. It can make some of the discard a little more rough, depending. Mickey into Cogs is a pretty solid line, though. We could just send Chenpo back. It's a great draw. I don't really need the Tamatoa here, basically. Obviously, I would like something to interact with Diablo, but like I don't want to mulligan a very playable hand on the play that potentially finds one that's a lot worse, right? This first. Chenpo's actually not bad here, but I think we send it. I'm trying to ideally play into these two. So they did find a Bucky. We also have a Flaversham. Maybe we do get rid of one of the Tinkerbells. When am I ever drawing cards with this? Like, how many turns is it going to be before I can draw with it? Quite a few. It's like the rest of our hand is already pretty scripted for the next several turns. So I think this is okay. Obviously, if they shift Robin, it's probably the worst case for us. But I do have Whole New World that I can get rid of, which should be fine. Or possibly Zeus. It just doesn't seem like I'm in a whole new world this game, but maybe. Diablo might be worse for me than Shift Robin. I don't know. It's hard to say. Unfortunately, we can't kill either of them for a couple more turns. Aladdin. I feel like the Zeus is more useful to me. I know it feels really weird getting rid of all my card draw against the deck. The card draw is good. And maybe that was a mistake, but we'll do this. We'll play Cogsworth. And then is the play just to hit this for 1? No, we can hit it next turn for 1. So we have 1 card to discard. If I have to ink Tinkerbell, I will. Thank God they didn't play Ursula. Not that the Zeus is really that good, but it just would have been annoying. I think I'm getting rid of the Zeus, and then we're just going to use the Tinkerbells to bully the Robin Hood. Oh my god, dude. Relax. It's just so toxic, dude. Now I really need to draw an Inkable. I should have specified. Almost wish I put the 1 damage on this last turn. I hate getting rid of the second Cogsworth, but I can't lose the Tinkerbell as well. Like, then I just have no shot of winning this game. If I hit here and then heal it... then it's really bad against swords, I guess. We'll just pass. This is not a particularly fast clock. There's a world where we're supposed to hit it and heal it, just because otherwise the Popsicle's going to die if they quest. But if they quest, then this Tinkerbell is better, so... I don't like losing that Cogsworth. That's really bad. That may cost us this game. Or just, like, not playing the Flaversham to draw 4 cards. Like, maybe I'm supposed to just outrace Bucky by sacrificing all of these in lieu of the Aladdin. Like, it would have been the Cogsworth turn, I draw 2... and then I Tinkerbell now. I don't know, we'll see what's on the top of my deck. It may not really matter. I don't really think that they can quest here. Chenpo is very good. Is there a world where questing out is bad for me? If I play Chenpo. This is 2, 4, 6. They, like, don't even get to kill Chenpo with what they have. If they have Zeus, they can do 4. They have to hit with 2 of them, and then they still can't kill the Cogsworth. I mean, we definitely attack with Mickey for sure. Maybe just Tinkerbell. Just leave the Cogs back just to be safe. Because if they have the perfect removal for the Chenpo, like, I would rather them not get to blow out my Cogsworth. Perfect removal is... we don't talk about Bruno. I think I lose the game if we don't talk about Bruno here. They, like, bounce Chenpo. I guess they'd have to swing all into the Tinkerbell, which leaves them pretty vulnerable to, like, any top decks. So it's not... as long as... because the Cogsworth is untapped, it's not, like, an instant death thing if they do that for us. We'll see, though. The top of our deck is going to have to be pretty good, though, for a few turns here. Because their board is a little bit stronger than ours. So that makes it so they can attack with just 2 of them. Or sorry, all 3 of them to kill the Chenpo. And they get to draw a card. Whole new world. I feel like we have to whole new world here, right? Two Diablos. Okay, so I should have killed the Robin first. I'm a dummy. I was hoping for a Tinkerbell. This is fine. That's fine. I was assuming that I would get a Tinkerbell, but them having 1 more card doesn't really matter. Okay. So I would like to put more pressure on the board, I think. The highest pressure thing is Ariel, because that's questing for 5. Alternatively, I can play, like, double Quill and try to set up, like, a much bigger turn later. Like, we can double Quill Smee. We trade here. We haven't inked yet either. but there's not really anything that I want to ink super bad. What if I Flaversham first to draw more cards? No, I think it is ink a Fishbone Quill, play Ariel, play Popsicle, and then we quest, and then we just, like, get more pressure on the board. It's like we're questing for 10 with the Ariel. Like, I think this amount of pressure is just too high. I think maybe I'm underestimating the strength of Ariel, just, like, closing games. That's why I've been losing in those blue-steel mirrors. It's like we've had opponents that just, like, they play Ariel and they just, like, steamroll us. Which obviously is kind of the way that the deck is constructed. But I just need to be leveraging that a little bit more in positions like this. Ursula Aladdin is a good run out, for sure. I think I'm going to play the Fortisphere first. We'll ink this. I'm just going to play Cogsworth Smee. And then I'm just going to quest with everything. Quest with this, quest with this. Puts us at 13. 15? Sure. I'm just going to quest out. Fuck it. What are they going to do? We're questing for 14. Like, Ariel alone is 15. And with double Cogsworth in play, like, there's so few answers for this amount of resources to be able to kill the Ariel plus all the other cards, basically. Like, it is very possible for them to kill most of our stuff, but killing Ariel and also all of our other stuff is going to be very challenging. Yeah. Yeah, I just need to be playing more Ariels, I think. Just like when I have them, play them. Card seems really dumb. So I was on the draw, and I was on the play. All right, let's double check our results. 24 points, looks right to me, with 7 games won. So pretty good overall so far. I have a bit of time. I think I should take a little break and maybe go find some food while I have the opportunity. So I am going to do that while I have the time, because it is 27 minutes or so left in the round. So I do appreciate everybody for hanging out. I will be back after a little bit for the next round.
I am mostly back. I found some, like, obnoxiously old pizza in the fridge. I ate as much of it as I could. Most of it was inedible. But it's something. Because I didn't make any plans on what I was going to eat today, because I'm dumb. But what are you going to do? So, I have a little bit of food in me, at least. Got some fucking soda. A little bit of something, at least. And now we are waiting for whatever the next round is. I don't know what number we're on. 4? 5? 5? That was round 5. Maybe I need to do, like, something like that, I guess. It's really the amount of wins are what's relevant. So we have 4 more rounds. Round 5 is current. That makes sense. So we have 4 more rounds. We probably needed 2-0 at least 2 more times. If we 2-0 3 more times, we're probably in for sure. But I'm just going to battle, you know? I think we have a deck that is pretty good. I think that we're more comfortable now with understanding the cards that we have in our deck. I definitely feel like there's lines where Ariel is just like a really aggressive card. It's actually okay against red-blue. It's not amazing. But if you look at our score, lifetime on the deck, like, our win rate's okay. We haven't played it a ton. But Ariel helps a lot, especially if they're not running a lot of Be Prepared's, Tremaines, those kind of cards, which historically the lists had not been. Obviously, they can adapt their list, run more Be Prepared's and whatever, but that makes them a little bit worse against green steel. So it sort of depends on how much of metagame percentage this ends up being. We have draws still that, like, we Fishbone Quill into Beast, kill their item, and then we, like, play another Fishbone Quill, ink our whole hand, basically, and then whole new world right away. And then we're just up 5 or 6 ink on them, and we can win that way. I don't think it's an amazing matchup, but I don't think it's incredibly lopsided like some matchups are in this game. There are definitely draws that they can have that sort of boom us pretty bad, though. It's a 4/7. That's generally pretty much its whole goal. You can use it to protect Ariel. If you have a Cogsworth in play, like, it just doesn't die. Nothing kills it. Yeah, blue steel's pretty good. Especially when so many people are playing green steel generally. You're a little more favored against green steel than most decks because you have some of the removal. Like, Chenpo is good because it just doesn't really die. You can play a little bit more aggressively if you run out Chenpo, in that, you know, you can actually quest with your Cogsworths or your Aerials and you don't feel like they're going to just die, especially if you have other Cogs in play. Yeah, this specific list is very inexpensive. After I cut the Bell and the Beasts and such, this is like $130 or something. This is one of the cheapest decks, as long as you're not running those other cards. And you don't really need the Beasts. And you don't need Robin. Like, there are versions of this deck that play them and they're fine, but you just don't necessarily need them. You can do fine with the Aerials and the Crabs and stuff. Like, your most expensive card is like Whole New World. Whole New World and Tinkerbell. Lucky Dime, maybe. It's like these, and then this is like 5s, probably. It's like all of these are nothing. Grab Your Sword's a couple bucks. So, we haven't run into any purple decks yet, but, like, you're going to struggle a lot into red-purple if you don't have Rise. It could be over-hedging, right? like overcommitting more stuff to Rise to make sure that we're not just cold to locations. It may not be necessary. This can also kill items too, which sometimes is relevant as well. Blowing up a fishbone coil before you wheel or whatever. But it is not incredibly necessary if there's not a lot of locations, but all of the purple decks are playing 3 to 4 castles. Whether it's brooms or green purple, or there's purple steel that I've played against earlier today. And then red purple is also playing locations. There's even a blue red like locations heavy list. I don't know how strong it is, but I assume it's probably pretty good against this deck, unironically. Even the Rise of the Titans probably isn't enough to really deal with it. Like, it may be a situation where we want to run things that have either slightly more power or, like, support. Maybe Aerial is something that we could see again as a small number, just because it's pretty good with, like, Chenpo and stuff now. Because you just have, like, bigger attack characters. I don't know. I'm not really sure how much that matters, you know? There are also, like, items and stuff. You know, I don't know. If locations start to become a big problem, more than what 2 Rise can handle, like, there's other ways that we can try to approach it, but I felt like hedging it just in case we run into some red-purple was good. But, yeah, it might not be necessary. In the same way that, like, 3 Chenpos might be too many, this might be fine for 2. And then something else. You know, maybe it's more hard-headeds if we're running into the mirror a lot more. That part, I don't know. Like, if I look at the cards, right, for these colors that we could potentially even run, like, we look at all the items, and there's just not many other items that we would feel great about running. Like, this isn't an ice block deck. We're already running the Popsicles and the Fortispheres. Like, we don't really need this kind of stuff. Scepter's okay, but not great. Like, it's a single use, so it's maybe not as strong as Aerial. But it is an item, so, like, there's some minor element there. Imperial Bow could be interesting. How many heroes are we actually running? Mickey's a hero. Ariel's a hero. Beast is a hero, and Simba's a hero. There's not a lot. There's a pirate, right? Rough. But it still does the +2 attack, right? Oh, no, it's only... that's worse than I thought. I thought it was they gained evasive if they were also a hero, but it's you can't even hit them unless they're a hero, so that's pretty brutal. Like, this can make your Mickey better, but, like... it's kind of awkward. Like, most of these are pretty bad. Beast Mirror is, like, mid. Great Stone Dragon could kind of be interesting, but it's, like, really slow. It suffers from sort of the same problem that the Workshop does, where the more item hate that exists, the worse a card like this is by a measurable amount. Because if this card ever, like, doesn't get to add 1 or 2 ink to the well, it's just totally dog shit. This isn't it. We're already running these. Like, we're getting into the dregs pretty fast. Where there's just, like, this is just too expensive, you know? So we kind of, like, just have all the items that we reasonably can in the deck. There's just not that many tech items in this color. Like, it would be this. Like, the last cannon, I think, is, like, the only one that you would kind of consider for dealing with locations or busting through resist. But then the Scepter maybe does the same thing. It's kind of close. This is just straight +3. I would maybe like this better if we were in a Maurice's Workshop deck. So, I'm kind of off it already. Which is unfortunate. Maybe someday some of these items will be a little bit more playable. That's crazy. It's probably a cool list. Like, people aren't prepared to fight what he's doing, I'm sure. I wonder what the list looks like. I'm curious now. Wonder if they have it up on... we're okay. We're like 3-1-1 right now. Is it like this one, maybe? This one's got Whole New Worlds. It does not look like they have it updated in this, or it's private. Based on what I'm seeing here, because this is an older one, right? Yeah, this is set 2. Tiana. Wild. But, yeah. I mean, it is a good card. It's just a little expensive. You have to sacrifice a lot of your other removal to play something like this. And it doesn't necessarily really help against the lines of, like, Cogsworths and Aerials. Pairings are up. Okay. We battle. Play custom. Wait for my opponent here. It appears to be one of the twins. Good guys. Be driving with them to Chicago. I would assume that they are on either an aggressive deck with green, green-purple maybe, or green-steel, or they're just on blue-steel, based on what they'd been playing previously. We shall see what they're on. They're a tough opponent. Alright, so we go first. We don't have any ramp. I think I send these back. I would like ramp. Maybe we hold a Baboom just in case. I was thinking about the Cogsworth, but I feel like I need to find something like a Fishbone Quill more than I need to be able to ramp consistently. I can get rid of the Baboom because I have the Fire the Cannons here. I only really need one or the other. Because ideally we only need one, period, or none. And if we need none, we'll just get rid of it with Fishbone Quill. So this looks like the kind of game where I'm going to want a Whole New World as soon as possible, given my draw. Which it looks like is probably Tinkerbell. Julietta Madrigal. Is this Mufasa? Crazy. I have no idea what they're doing then. Can't even interact with this. I don't even know what it does. Well, shit. I assume that the Cogsworth is not at its best in this matchup. So I think I'm just going to ink it and pass. Opponent plays a 1-3. I don't even know what shifts onto Daisy Duck. Nothing. I see. It's just a Piglet deck. That makes sense. I guess we're sending Chenpo to the Shadow Realm. We're We're going to play Fishbone Quill. We're going to ink, I guess, one of these Tinkerbells. And then we'll blast the Piglet so it doesn't just get us for 3. And then we'll say go. Daisy Duck, huh? It's a Julietta. Okay, so they have a Gaston, so that makes sense. Okay, so we'll ink the Dime. We'll ink the Simba, I guess. I really would like to play the Simba, but kind of feels like this is what I gotta do. Because then we have 2 lines that we can take. We can either challenge their board and bully it, or just Whole New World. I hope they Rapunzel that. That would be great for us. Yeah, do it. Draw some cards. Okay. I would like to kill this, but I don't think it's an option for us. I feel like I'm going to have to Whole New World here. And then maybe kill it with something else. Because, like, I can kill these 2, but that's not really that favorable for me, unfortunately. Okay, I really just have to blow up the board. Yikes, this is ugly. Well, it's not that bad, I guess. Because we can get more ink. The Tinkerbell would be good. I think I'm supposed to play the Smee here. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Play Smee and pass. So Maui would be annoying, mostly because it just gets to eat our Tinkerbell. But if they can't heal, we can follow up with another Tinkerbell and take out the Gaston here. We're likely going to have to use this Flaversham to draw more cards, but we'll see what they've got. They could also just play a 4-7 or a 4-8, and that's kind of bad. If they play the 4-8, they're likely not killing this Tinkerbell, so we shall see what they do. They bash with that one. They bash with that one. They're going to also bash with Rapunzel? Wow. Okay, are they going to heal their Rapunzel? It's probably not that bad. Play another Gothel. Another Rapunzel. We'll see what they heal, whether it's the Rapunzel or the Gothel. So it's actually not that bad for us. Obviously, I'd like another Whole New World to make it a lot better, given that they have so many cards in their hand. But we do have another Tinkerbell, and we just get to kill, like, most of their shit, which is nice. So let's play the Fortisphere first, and then draw cards to see if there's a different line that we want to take. Okay, so let's do Tinkerbell. I think we Baboom the Gaston. And then I think we play another Smee. Probably. Get rid of Beast and a Smee. To play another Smee, and then I think I just pass. So we're setting ourselves up for another Whole New World, potentially. If they don't kill the Flaversham, we'll get to draw more cards with it. I'm holding back the Smees until we play another Cogsworth here. So they play Dock, Dock. And then they pass. So let's do this first. We don't really need to Quill because we just don't have enough cards for Quill to matter in this spot. Tamatoa Lucky Dime. So we're almost done with this game. So we can go to 8, play Ariel. Yes, we can. So I actually think the play is just play Ariel, play Cogsworth, and then jam with everything. And then I think I Fishbone Quill the Fishbone Quill, and then just pass. Yeah, it is deck. Should be there. Like, our 2 ward characters are enough to win the game with the dime. And if they play Sisu, I don't think that they have enough to fight and kill our whole board as well. Like, we only need to quest for 2 plus the Ariel to win, which should be pretty straightforward, I would think. This deck seems cool. A lot of card draw, a lot of ramp guys. We definitely need to prioritize having, like, Tinkerbell's swords, and honestly just bigger characters, because them healing Gothel and such is usually pretty bad for us. Were we on the play or draw this game? Does anybody remember? I think I was on the play, but I want to double check. So they do play Sisu, so that kills 2 of them, but that I don't think is enough, because they still have to kill all these other ones, which I just don't think is possible. Yeah, we did the math. It's not enough. Lucky Dime. Dime this thing. Quest here, quest here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I was on the play. Forgot to write it down. So they are on Mufasa. So a good victory there. I still think we're going to want... Fire the Cannons would be ideal, but I would also accept a Baboom to try and slow down their ramp a little bit. I like the Tinkerbell. I feel like Smee is a little slow. Like, if they Pluto, the Smee just, like, isn't good enough on the draw. So I think we'll send it. And then... Okay, so we have double Tinkerbell. That's pretty good. A lot of times. Ariel's okay in this matchup as well. So we're on the draw. So we'll likely ink a Fishbone Quill to play the Popsicle. And then we shall see where that leaves us. This is probably getting inked with the Fishbone Quill, most likely. It is a good card, but we need to sort of control the board a little bit more before we're really in the spot to be able to leverage the Ariel. But this is sort of a Sisu ramp deck, so we do need to be aware of that as well. This card is generally good against them, especially more so than the Cogsworth, so... See what they play on 2. It is a Mankato melee. We are up a game, though. How you doing, Battleball? Dock into something. Is it something good? I assume not, given these colors. It's a Piglet. Doing some chores. Fair enough. Always got to get the choring done when you can. We'll just blast Piglet. We don't tolerate Piglets in this house. Card's too good. Wins all the tournaments, you know? So we got to get it when we can. Hate Gaston. I don't really have great answers to it, and is just, like, very strong against Blue Steel currently. Not having another character in play certainly does make the Tinkerbells a little more awkward. They just get to play Gothel. Gothel Magical is less good. Still strong, but certainly less strong than some of the lines that they could be taking here. We certainly ink the Fishbone Quill. I probably do just play Tinkerbell. It's certainly better than the Ariel here. We'll just play it and pass. And if they don't kill my Tinkerbell here, if they just, like, progress their board a little bit wider, we can Tink Swords next turn, potentially. Take out the Gaston, the Gothel. Sort of just depends on what they play here. There are a lot of cards that are very good in this spot, because they have so much ink. Or at least access to so much ink. But there are worlds where, like, the Tink Swords is just very good here, too. They obviously don't have Tremaine, otherwise they would have just, like, windmill slammed this Gaston into the Shadow Realm. And then just jammed it. Mufasa. So, yeah, I guess the play is just Tink Swords. And then we'll have the Zeus to sort of follow up. I think it's fine. I mean, we don't know what they're going to hit. Could be anything, but I don't really see myself winning if I just let them keep their whole board either. And there's a lot of cards that are just kind of mid here. Stitch is one of the better ones, but it doesn't draw any cards, which is nice. It is just very large, which is problematic. Luckily, our Tinkerbells are big enough to rumble with the Stitch. Hail Hydra. Ideally, they attack with the Stitch, but we have an out to this Hydra with these Tinkerbells. Guess we'll Flav. Like, we don't want to have to kill this right now, and we don't want to deal with it until we absolutely have to. Chenpo will probably be useful later. We'll just do this and pass. Like, I don't think we have to make moves just yet. Obviously, if they have another Stitch in hand, it's a little rough. At some point, we're going to be able to use this Zeus on that Hydra just 1-for-1, but ideally, I would rather get more value, if I can, before committing to that. By value, I mean I want to, like, not do that as long as possible. Okay, so it's not a Stitch. I think our play is to attack the Stitch twice, not shoot anything with the Tinkerbell, and then Zeus it. But we don't have to do that until after we Flaversham, I think, so that we know more information. Does swords change my play? I don't think so. Whole New World certainly doesn't. So it's just this, this. We don't shoot. We cast Zeus here. They get to kill one thing, which is fine. Not awesome, but it's fine. And then we have a pretty okay board. So we'll do that, we'll quest here, and then just pass. Scar would have been really annoying. For obvious reasons. Cogsworth is okay. Sisu is pretty good against us, so we're going to draw 2 cards before we make any choices. Another Fortisphere. I guess I don't need this Cogsworth. So we can do this first then. So I really don't need this. So let's do this guy, and then we'll quest and pass. And keep the Cogsworth, we may as well. It's kind of free. Sisu doesn't really have a lot of action that it's doing here. I don't really think I'm in the world where I want a whole new world just yet. Sisu takes out Flaversham, which is unfortunate. We may be in the spot where we want a whole new world soon, but we don't have to do it just yet. Mostly because we're still in an okay position here. I can actually kill the Sisu, which is probably worth it. Do I even bother with the Cogsworth then? So we like do this. We just shoot here. Yeah, I guess the Cogsworth makes sense then. Play the Cogsworth and then we'll just quest for this. It lets our Smee still be healthy too. And there's a world where we do Whole New World soon, because we're so far ahead on lore. That it gives us the option of like finding dimes or whatever. But we're going to need to be behind before I care about that, basically. And right now we're not really that far behind. In fact, I would say that we are ahead. So and there's a good example of where Chenpo is just great, because it lets us quest with all these other idiots all the time. And it just protects the rest of our board. Like, if they rip a Maui, it doesn't do anything. If they rip a Scar, it doesn't do anything. Obviously, they can, like, attack differently and then still bully us a little bit, but with the way that that board was, the Chenpo is just, like, insane there. Our deck also has a lot less things that are weak to Sisu, so the dragon is a lot less impactful against what we're doing, which I think is generally pretty good. Focusing on Tinkerbells as opposed to the other nonsense, because Tinkerbell's just good against Amber. Making sure that we're killing Piglet early with our removal so that it doesn't just get in for 9. All right, so that is that round. So we are at 9 wins and 31 points, which is pretty good for this stage in the event. The target is usually like 45, 44, 45 points, I think. Or something thereabouts. So we're still grinding for a little bit more at 31. But if we snag another 2-0, we're in a pretty good position to have some good rounds at the end to be able to finish. Unfortunately, losing the round 4 0-2 makes it so we do need a little bit more points to be able to get ahead enough to make the top 16. But we keep battling. Battle, battle, battle. That's all you can do. There's no reason not to just keep jamming. And then we got 3 more rounds, and then we'll see where we're at. I think that's one of the things about the 2-game format that, is both a blessing and a curse, right? With the format is you're never really super far out of contention, right? But even at 31 points, we're not super safe either. We have a pretty good record so far at 4-1-1. It's not like a flawless record, but it's pretty good. But we're not really locked anywhere yet, So it's one of those things where you kind of have to still just keep battling and, play tight pretty well through the whole event. The only times when you really know that you're like super dead is if, in the first 3 rounds you kind of 0-2 them all. Yeah, there's a theoretical situation where you like 2-0 6 times in a row and then you can, make the cut or whatever. Like mathematically, sometimes it's there. But there's a life equity equation at that point where is there something else that you can do for 7 hours or whatever the case might be? Grinding side events or just doing something else with your day that are probably better served than the very rare chance of just 2-0ing 6 times in a row. Especially when you get into the later rounds, like a 1-1 split, those are going to be much more common, just in general, because the games are going to be a lot closer and, your opponents are all going to be very good because they've also had good records on the day. Yeah, I don't know if it's an easy matchup. I think that they have draws that can be really problematic, right? But I don't necessarily think that it's a terrible matchup either. It depends on how they build it, too. I think that there's probably still a Mufasa Evasives deck that might be trouble to deal with. Because, like, the Evasives are generally pretty good against us. If we don't get, like, the Tink Swords, they can just out-aggro us, which is rough. But a lot of times now, especially with a lot of the new cards, right, they're not really running the full evasive package because they just have better cards now. They have more draw, they have more other nonsense that they can work with. With dragons, and I guess there's Snow Whites in here. I don't know. I want a list that's like new-ish. Maybe newest would be fine. Here, something like this, maybe. Yeah, I think that. The Gaston is incredibly strong. Like, this list probably should have all 4. I think it's one of the stronger plays. Like, especially going like Pluto into Gaston is wild. It's like crazy, crazy strong. This card as a ramp is much better because it's a 2/4. Like, it's really hard to deal with. Obviously, it's worse against red, right? So if Ruby is what you're dealing with, Gaston is worse. by a lot. You know, Gas Stun is uninkable. Like, it's just a 2/4 for 3. Like, the stats aren't crazy. And it dies to Brawl. It dies to, like, the Sisu things, which can make it a little worse. But, like, if you don't have the answer, you're, like, getting up into your bigger things really quickly. My problem is that, like, all of the red things that you're ramping into fucking suck ass. They're terrible. Like, oh, you hit a Medusa early. Well, like, if you play a deck that doesn't just fold to a Medusa, which you should be doing right now, because everybody's trying to play Medusas early, like, then turboing into a Medusa just isn't it, right? I don't know what the solution is, whether it's you ramp into just, like, other colors or what. But it doesn't really feel like ramping into Medusa just does enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's fine, though. I don't really know. Yeah, I don't know. It needs something big. Like, Surfer is great. You know, you turbo into Surfer, that's super cool. But, like, if all of your guys are tapped and die, like, that's not great either. Yeah, ramping into Rapunzel Gothel early is pretty rough, right? Like, it's just very strong. Even ramping into, like, Mulan Gothel is pretty good. Or Mulan Rapunzel is pretty good. Like, I definitely think that the healing cards are really strong in this deck for sure. You know, getting out an early Maui and then, like, healing it the turn after can be rough. Yeah, but if we have Whole New World, then, you know, you let them heal all their shit, and then they just have, like, some random bodies, like 3, 4, or whatever, and you Whole New World them. And then what? What do they do now? Like... there are some red-blue that are doing really well. Harrison, appreciate that. And PS Charf, I don't know if I said anything earlier. I probably was just not paying attention. But I appreciate the Prime sub there, too. So thanks, guys. Yeah, there's a red-blue list, or red-blue player who's like 9-1, which is pretty good. So there's definitely red-blue up near the top tables. Looks like it's June, probably. Who is currently in second, which is nice. They have 38 points. It's crazy. They have 11. There's 2 people with 11 wins already. 9 goes down pretty far for 9 wins. It goes down to 21st. Luckily, because of the 2-0s that we've had, we do have an extra point over most of the 9-pointers, so we're up near the top half of them. Our strength of schedule is not super high, though, so our breakers aren't great, but we just need to win more games. That's all it is. All that it is. We are just in the market to battle, but there's definitely going to be a blue-red tomorrow for sure. Because at 38 points already, it is unlikely that they won't make it in 3 more rounds. They can probably just split in. Another 9 points would be 47. Yeah, they can probably just draw out if they wanted at that level. It's really interesting that there's only 2 38-pointers, though, and only 4 10-pointers. So it's a pretty close close score this week. This was after 6 rounds, so the most that they could have won is 12. So that's kind of crazy. Yeah, just win, right? That's always a strategy to approaching most tournaments. You know, you think about it too hard, and all it's going to do is hurt your brain. Just battle and win, because that's the easiest way to win. You know, like, instead of losing, just, like, win. It's basically that easy, right? Like, some people don't understand that, and they just, like, they lose instead of winning. It's, you know, it's probably just not it. Let's do this. I would like, ideally, to not battle against much red-blue for another couple of rounds. I wouldn't mind another green-steel. Another mirror would be okay, if we can do all right in that. Another Mufasa, maybe. We've been doing okay against Mufasa today as well. It's not that red-blue is unwinnable, but ideally, I would rather just not fight them if I don't have to, because they are one of the worst matchups, even if they are, even if it's a coin flip, right? I'd rather not face coin flips when I can have ones that are a little bit more favored than that, even if it's not hugely favored. Classically, the Jund deck is 006. Welcome to Red Purple. This is just kind of how they do. Okay. Let's do this. Just uploading a video here to YouTube, the one that I did yesterday, as long as I got a minute or two. This. That looks fine. All right. Yeah, I mean, you just like dodge. That's always the strategy, It's one of the things too. It's really interesting that I think the more that they improve, like red-blue improves their blue-steel matchup, the more that they're going to hurt their green matchups, right? And the more that they improve their green-steel or their other green matchups with just earlier interaction cards, more like cheap Sisus and such, the worse that they're going to do against blue-steel in general, I would say. Because those decks are generally pretty good against Be Prepared specifically. Because they have cards that can take it, it's a little slow. Whereas they're a little worse against Sisu because it still kills all of their guys, but it's also a character itself, so it's harder for them to take, So given that, a lot of times they're in the market to, try to tech as much as they can, but if they sway one way or the other, it can make it really weird. Yeah, I saw quite a few of the players that were playing Blue Steel ran into it a lot. Hey, Aeromeister, appreciate the follow. And, some of it's a little luck of the draw too, right? So, it's not impossible for some of the Green Steel players to just draw really bad, and you are able to just ramp properly into a Sisu and then you kill their stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of Blue Steel, mostly because it's not a big change from the old Blue Steel lists, right? Like mine is running 3 aerials, some Chenpo and the Fortispheres. But otherwise it's not a ton of new cards, right? It's running some different numbers, like we're running way more Babooms to deal with sort of Diablo and such, but it's not running a ton of new cards, so it's not unlike with Green Steel or Ruby Sapphire. It's not a dramatic learning curve if you were already playing it some. There are a few play patterns that are unusual to me that I've maybe sacrificed some points. Like aerial, I think there's a world where you can be a lot more aggressive than I have been with it. Like you just jam it and then you quest with it, play a Chenpo and a Smee, and then quest with it again, and the game's just over. Which we lost to in the mirror pretty egregiously, right? So there's a world where maybe we just need some of the draws where aerial is like, this is the play that we have, like we don't have the whole new world, and maybe we just have some Smees, a Cogsworth, and an aerial. Maybe we just like lean into this instead. Like that's probably where the Chenpos shine the most. Is you play your aerial, it's mostly safe, and then the next turn you play Chenpo, maybe Chenpo and a Smee or whatever, jam with your aerial for 5, maybe even your Cogsworth, and just like get in for a bunch, and then still have these as a follow up the turn after. But also like they have to kill your Chenpo to get to your aerial, which is usually pretty tricky because it's so freaking big. 4-7? Come on, dude. This guy's huge. Has anybody played this against us in Limited? It's impossible to deal with unless you got like a bunch of support guys. This dude's brutal. Or like the Challengers. He's so big. Like I've been able to, you kind of kill this if you have like the Mickey that gives extra challenge to your guys or whatever. Like you can punch through this dude, but he's huge. Like if you're not running crabs and stuff, there's no way you're punching through Chenpo without a 2 or 3 for 1. How many cards did this take against our last opponent? Like 4? It was so many cards, and there's nothing that they can do about it, right? Yeah. Yeah, we had a Chenpo in play, and we just like quest with all of our things. What are they going to do? Like they have to get through it to be able to get to your other things, and it's just gigantic, and it sings very well. This is everything that I wanted the Cerberuses to be previously that I was running or trying. Is like you want Chenpo to just be like this big, dumb idiot that's like, I don't care if it's getting bashed into, I don't care if it's bashing, singing songs, tapped, untapped, like, this is their problem to deal with now. And especially when you've got a Cogsworth in play or whatever, like, they gotta deal with this, and then they can touch the rest of your stuff. So that's kind of the spot where we're at with Chenpo. Yeah, it's like, it does what I want Cerberus to do. It just, all it really needed was Bodyguard. And the Bodyguard makes it enough that it's like more playable. Because the Cerberus it was slow, right? Because the Bodyguard as an effect, like this doing the thing right away, is better than if it didn't, right? Yeah, and the extra 1 HP is nice. Obviously, we sacrifice an attack, so it doesn't like trade with Maui, but it's so big that it lives. Like, it can't, and not everything can be Simba, right? But the Simba is also very good, a lot. We Simba as much as we can, whenever we can. But yeah, pretty pleased overall. We'll see how we match up into blue-red with the way that we've constructed this list, if we end up running into it. But for now, we just wait another 10 minutes or so, I would guess, for the next round. And then we battle. We'll see where we're at. A win would be very, very huge, because that would put us at 38 points. Which in theory we could double draw and still be at 44, which I think is likely the cut. Or we can just battle and then win 2 more, and then we're guaranteed in for sure. So we shall see. It is pretty lame content to just draw in, but if it guarantees us a top 16, it is probably worthwhile. But we'll look at that when we get that far. If the math is favorable to make the cut, you generally should lock it in if you can. Because you never know what's going to happen. You know, you could play against the mirror and just get destroyed by aerial. And then what? then what's your line? You know, now you are in a spot where you have to 2-0, otherwise you're just boomed. That's unfortunate, you know? But here's what we're on. I'm happy with the 2 crabs. The 3 aerials does feel like the right number to me. There's a world where I think if you really needed more Inkables, you could maybe shave the aerial to play like a bell or possibly the 3rd crab. But I feel like the aerial is just in a very special position with the ward that allows it to be a lot safer than most of your other big threats. Because there's so few answers that kill this in most of the colors. Most of the red ones that they're playing, Sisu, Brawl, Medusa, none of those really hit it. They're playing maybe some amount of Tremaines, but likely that number is less than 3. And they're generally not playing a ton of Be Prepareds. But you can be a little bit more cautious and not overcommit into Be Prepared anyway. And that's usually all right, I think. So it really, I think Blue Steel is probably what I'm going to bring to Chicago, most likely. Obviously, I'll do more testing on it. You know, if I'm going to run into Blue Red all day and get destroyed, maybe. But I feel like it's a more consistent deck than Blue Red. And it has a better matchup against a lot of the aggressive decks, like the Diablo decks. And we're going to see a lot of Diablo decks, Green Steel and like Piglet decks too. You know, Fire the Cannons and Baboom are both good against the Piglet decks as well. And this isn't just a loss against Blue-Red. So I think if we can improve the Blue-Red matchup a little bit more somehow, find a way of, you know, maybe we shave the Chenpo for more Tamatoas, or maybe we have to cut the Zeus to get more, like, Let It Goes to be able to deal with their Tamatoas and whatever. Maybe we need more, like, we have to reach into the bucket for more characters that are good at sort of defending the aerial and competing with what they're doing, or that are good against locations or whatever. Like maybe Wendy Darling is a card that we want to look at again, since it gives a +3 buff. It defends against a lot of stuff. Who knows? Yeah, this deck is really cheap. This deck is really inexpensive. And there's something to be said for how difficult this deck can be to pilot, especially against the mirror. If a deck is cheap and you expect a lot of people to be on it, so you're going to run into the mirror a lot, you could practice the mirror and get good at it and know what is important in the mirror, and then just beat the mirror all day. You know, I lost to the mirror once today because I didn't really understand how powerful the aerial could be in the matchup. You know, I was afraid of it getting killed or whatever, but they just played a bunch of Smees, you know, a Flav, a Cogs, and then an aerial, and then just quested with it twice, and I was dead already. Because even if I could clean up the aerial, I couldn't deal with the rest of their things at the same time, because generally there's not a lot of power out of the cards in this deck. So unless you have, you know, double grab your sword or whatever to deal with the aerial, you don't have a ton of great answers to it. Right? Like, there's not many answers to aerial in these colors, outside of grab your swords. So this is pretty tricky, right? Because you could even be in a spot where they just play aerial and then they just play dime and be like 5, 15 dead. By just not questing with it. This is a hard card to race. If they don't attack with it, for sure. Like, I just need to be putting this down against the mirror a lot more and a lot earlier. Because it feels like, just going Smee into like a Mickey into Cogsworth Aerial is just like very easy to win then. I think Simba's really good. Yeah, we'll have to see a little bit how this deck may have to evolve. This event, and I don't know if there's any events in Europe between now and Chicago, but like this TIA event is going to shape the metagame of Chicago pretty aggressively, I would say. And the reason that it's going to do that is because there aren't a huge amount of results for set 4 in this type of game format at this level, right? This is a 10K. That's a pretty big event. There's almost 300 people in this, and while these lists are not necessarily incredibly refined, a lot of them maybe have room for improvement or whatever, the metagame is barely defined, right? You have your level 0 green steel and your level 0 red blue, but if we look at like a level 0 red blue, it barely has answers to the aerial. They have a couple of be prepareds and not much else. Some of them are a lot more on the Sisus, or were previously, and I just don't know if they can afford to do that if people are running more of the aerials, right? Because then they can just get their lunch money stolen by her. She comes in and just like boom, boom, boom. What do? Nothing. You do this, you play a Chenpo, you quest it again, you dime, they're dead. So it's those kind of spots where they have to make sure that they have outs to it, which means probably more Tremaines. It means more of the 4-drop like King Undisputeds to be able to deal with the ward characters. Yeah, I got an eye on it. But then if they're switching to dealing with more of the ward characters, they're weaker to the Bucky decks, because not only are they running more songs, but like where are they fitting more Uninkables into their deck? Like their deck is already so full of Uninkables, like they're going to have to start cutting Medusas, which can maybe make Beast a little bit better, and it makes Robin Hood a little bit better. But like if you're at 22 Uninkables, like there's no room for more. You're that's it. You're done. This is already almost too many. Anybody that's running more than this is just crazy. And even if you consider like the one jump ahead a half an ink, and this like, I don't know, maybe this a little bit less than a half an ink, about a half an ink, somewhere in there. Like, and the Fishbone Quills, like maybe a half an ink. Like even still, that's a lot of Uninkables, because these aren't fully half an ink. Right? They're close, but they're not quite there. I don't know. It's tricky. I don't know what the answer is yet, but hopefully the metagame will adapt a bit more. Once we have some information from these lists. Like the more data that we have out of this, the better, probably. Yeah, this is like the first big event. Did I team kill? I mean, I did knock out a Mankato local. Yeah, I team killed a little bit. I wasn't sure what he was on, and we battled, and I bashed him. I Tinkerbelled his hopes and his dreams. But such is life. That is inevitable in these sort of events, When you hang out with people who are good, eventually you're going to have to battle them, right? Looks like the next round is up, so we will get going here shortly. I don't know. The Fire the Cannons has been good today. I don't even know if I've cast Zeus all day, but when I have, I'm sure it's been fine. I cast it a couple times. They're both good, like for different reasons, right? But in the matchups where you need Fire the Cannons, like, you need it way more than you need Zeus a lot of times. Alright, we will do this, and we battle. This is round something, 7. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably like you cut Zeus, and then you cut maybe a Chenpo, or maybe one of the hard-headeds or something. Alright, so we go first. So this is, boop. You can send these for sure. I don't know if one of these is better or worse than the other one. But usually one of these is pretty good against most decks, so we'll keep both of those in the Fire the Cannons. This hand's not so bad. Well, we didn't really mulligan then. This is pretty crap, actually. But it's fine. We can ink this. This we're probably going to have to try in a whole new world. We'll see what they're on. But boom, probably the mirror here then. Yeah. Not particularly surprising. It does make this Tinkerbell a lot worse, though. So we'll do that and pass. We're leading into this Cogsworth here. We'll likely just try to whole new world. We'll ink the Fire the Cannons. We may end up getting to play this Mickey Mouse as well. We shall see. So we'll ink our Chenpo. I would have kept the Chenpo if it was an option, but I'd rather play the Fishbone Quill than anything else. So we'll Fishbone Quill, we'll just ink Fire the Cannons, and we'll pass. There's a world, I think, where I play Ariel, and then I whole new world with Cogsworth. I think this is fine. We may or may not play this Ariel. We'll see what we draw. Because obviously getting another Cogsworth in play or blowing up the Fishbone Quill would probably be better than most of our things that we could do. If they're going to hard-headed us, that changes it a little bit. Well, not a lot, I guess. Hopefully they don't ink. The Ariel's a little awkward here. Nah, they're going to ink. They have to, right? Yeah. Inked a Cogs. Yikes. This Ariel looks pretty bad right now. That is awkward. I think I have to. It's kind of a forced decision here, unfortunately. We could blow up the Fishbone Quill. We could play Chenpo with our Cogsworth. That would let them ramp more, which is a bit unfortunate. So we have upwards of 7 that we can play. It's a little awkward because our Cogsworth dies to, like, a ham sandwich if we let them attack into it. And it's probably better if we keep it alive. So it's, like, probably this. And then we ink Smee here. I'm going to let him do Fishbone Quill for one more turn. It's fine, because I want to get Chenpo in to try and protect this Cogsworth, because I think if we just have Cogsworth alive, it's going to be better. Hey, Black Owl, I appreciate the Prime sub. Because luckily the Chenpo is very strong here, and there's not going to be a way that they can kill Chenpo and also kill Cogsworth for free. It doesn't mean that they won't be able to kill him eventually here, but at least this gives us a little bit more time to keep it alive. And if we can run these two out next turn, I think that would be reasonable. Just stop the ramp after that, and then we're about even. They did discard 3 pretty good cards. Like, they lost to Cogsworth, which is generally pretty good for us. And I wouldn't mind doing both of these so that we can lead into Lucky Dime the turn after and just start getting that active. Not a great position to be in because they have the Quill and we don't, but it could be worse, I think, because we have a Cogsworth in play at least. I actually do think that the Chenpo is pretty good in this spot, just protecting the Cogsworth. So we'll see what they cast here. They decide to Zeus the Chenpo, hits it for 4, and they're likely going to attack it with the Beast. That's fine. That is totally okay. I can see why they would have thought about that for a while, because it isn't a great spot to be in, but they can't let me untap and play another Cogsworth either, because then they literally just lose. We can Tama next turn, I think. I would rather do Beast on the Quill, and then play the Mickey this turn. And then we can also quest here and pass. We have a world where we can like sack the Fortisphere, get it back with Tamatoa, give the Beast or the Mickey Bodyguard for a turn. It is not embarrassing, at least. They have a Chenpo of their own. Sure. Tinkerbell. What do they got for 4? A Fire the Cannons on Beasts. That is fine. If we give the Mickey the Fortisphere, then we can Tamatoa get it back. Quest with everything. We don't need to use the Rise then. So this is on Mickey. And then we'll do Tama. Tama getting Fortisphere. Play this Fortisphere to draw a card. And then we will quest out. And then pass. Honestly, Fortisphere on Mickey Mouse is super annoying for this deck. Because it just, like... What an annoying card to have to interact with before you can actually get through them. So they played Ariel, which is pretty good for racing, certainly. Are they going to Chenpo my Mickey Mouse here? They might. It does kill it. I think we start with this. So I can kill the Chenpo if I want. I can also go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that'd be 15. And then we dime again and go to 19 with a diamond play and 3 guys. I mean, that feels pretty good, right? We can... yeah, just do that. That seems great. Just, like, send it. Yeah. I was going to give the Tamato a bodyguard, probably, to make sure that they had to punch through that first. So that was our game on the play, which realistically we should be winning in the mirror. So now we'll go on the draw, which is worse, certainly. Yeah, like the bodyguard was super good there, right? It just, what do they do? How do they get through it? It's so big. What do? You just lose. It's just massive. I send these, I think. The rest of this is fine in this matchup for sure. Drawing 2 uninkables is not ideal, but the rest of this is fine. We got the Cogsworth, where we quill into Cogsworth. We may or may not keep this Grab Your Swords. We'll see how the first couple turns develop. We're likely getting rid of this Tinkerbell first, though. But again, we'll see what we draw. You know, we don't know 100%. Yeah, we'll get rid of Tinkerbell. We'll play the Fortisphere. Draw a card. Ooh, a second Cogsworth. Hopefully they don't turbo into a wheel and we get to play both of them. I think that's probably the easiest way to win this game. Is just like double cogs in play, and then you like jam an aerial or whatever. Smee is good. Certainly good for them. I guess we'll play Fortisphere first. Swords. Okay, we'll get rid of one Flav. We may need to use this just to kill their guys at some point. But I will likely get rid of one with the Fishbone Quill, though it is good to kill Ariel, especially if they end up killing, or if they end up playing a Cogsworth, like the Grab Your Swords become a lot worse, like very quickly. There's a world where I want to run out the Mickey instead of the Fishbone Quill, but like, if they do turbo into a whole new world, like it's just much better to have the Fishbone Quill in play. Man, I could remove this right now. It would unironically not be that bad, but I think I have to not. I'm thinking it's Grab Your Sword, because I just don't have time to be playing all of this stuff, but there's a world where Ariel is just like problematic if we get rid of that Grab Your Sword, so maybe it's supposed to be Mickey. This is more a hedge in case they play Hard-Headed Beasts, so that we have another ramp that we can play in a couple turns. But, I mean, I'm going to be running out this Cogsworth next turn anyway, so kind of is what it is. Maybe this just doesn't matter. Neither does the swords. They're both kind of irrelevant here. We'll see. It is pretty bad for us if they play Cogsworth now, because it makes the Smee a lot harder for us to deal with, and then it's going to get in for a lot before we can kill it. There's a reason that I thought about actually doing the Baboom there, but I really don't think that we can afford to be on 4 this turn. Like, it just is bad. Like, drawing 2 cards with Flaversham instead of playing a Cogsworth is just, like, not even close to the same game. There is an argument for the Mickey Mouse, though, because it makes it so that they can't favorably quest with the Smee if they don't have Cogsworth. They must have a pretty tricky ink decision. I don't know if they conceded or they lost internet or something. See if I can message them. You got DC'd, brutal. He DC'd. That's unfortunate. He drew again. That sucks. See what the judges want to do. Looks like my hand was pretty good. I don't know. I think it's up to the judge. I don't remember what the rules are for this. This is the first time this actually happened to me. I would assume that it'll end up being up to me. See how we're on a victory screen? They DC'd on turn 4 or whatever. So I don't know what the rules are for that. We can jump in the judge channel if you want. I can pause the recording or whatever. Like they DC'd on their turn 4. Yeah, let me, we'll be right back here, and then we'll jump into call. I'll let him know to jump into, and then we'll go check. So give me a minute here, guys. This. Yeah, no, I regret everything that I do. It's okay. I'm gonna go jump back in the stream and then we'll just go battle. Thanks, man. All right, we battle. All right, we try again. Hopefully your hand is good this time still, but it is what it is. Yeah, we're just gonna restart. We'll just battle. I could have taken the game, but it's whatever. We'll just battle. I'd rather win that way anyway, realistically, because like stuff like this doesn't really happen as much in paper, right? I'm also in queue, and it is not showing up. I'm just going to cancel and restart the client real quick. Yeah, it is what it is, man. I don't know. It can certainly leave a bad taste in your mouth either way, so... Like, I get it. Vince is a good guy. And... you know, we'll battle. It's fine. If it costs me to not make top 8 or top 16 or whatever, then it does, you know? But I would rather stick to, I guess just deck. I would rather stick to like what I would normally do in this situation, for my own purposes than do something that is not what I typically would do. So call me a sucker or otherwise, but we're just rebattling. I am a sucker, but that's okay. I think we'll get rid of one of the quills. We may end up playing the second one, like 2 of them. Like, I'm a sucker, but it's how I was raised, so... What are you gonna do, right? Do I play a Smee of my own? I probably have to if they're gonna play a Smee. I really want to be able to play this crab, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get to 8 with this hand. At the end of the day, it's just money, though. There's always money. Who cares about money? Integrity is valuable, too. I would like to think that integrity has more value than money. It doesn't, but I would like to think that it does. I have to get rid of one of these, because I'd like to keep the second quill, given how shit our hand is. So I think the play is to, I guess, get rid of Popsicle here. Let's do this, and then we likely won't need the mouse. More than likely, they have a Cogsworth here, which is really unfortunate if true. They do have a Cogsworth. We unfortunately do not have a Cogsworth. DC if they start winning, yeah, maybe. That's not ideal. I'm debating if I want to do double grab your sword or not. Just doesn't feel great. I feel like I want to play this other Fishbone Quill, though. We didn't get to ink this turn because I played the Fortisphere, which was really foolish of me. Because, like, if I get to ink, I can play the Mickey Mouse this turn, too. Instead, we just don't get to play the Mickey, and now we're going to lose. Which is really unfortunate. Because that would have put us way ahead on ink. Yeah, like, we're just going to lose. And if I didn't play this Fortisphere, it is a bit unfortunate that our hand is, like, dramatically worse than it was. But what are you going to do, right? Alright, we'll play a Popsicle here. Got a Tinkerbell. This is 6, 7, 8. I just, like, don't have enough to race. Like, at all. This is 1, 2... This is 5. This is 4, so this is only 6. It's like I'm just dead. Man, that's so dumb. I feel like I need to find dime. Like, that's my only out. And then they don't have enough to find dime themselves. So I have to quest with everything. This is 4. We can give Smee, Bodyguard. Does that do anything? Let's just draw an extra card. Which I think is necessary here. Cogsworth. Yeah, I mean, I guess. We play Cogsworth, and then... I guess I should ink the Beast to give us the most ink possible for next turn. Like, we have to hit dime, right? Because this is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, just dime is what finishes it. That's it. Whole New World would be fine as well, I think. Because it lets us rip into... Whole New World would let us rip into... potentially the dime that way. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. 10. So I don't need the extra 1 from the crab at all, because it is the same as if I hit the dime either way. So I can do this first. Well, I guess we perish, because I don't have enough here. Such is life. Alright, we're at 34. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 wins. Okay, well, we drew like shit and died. Such is life, I suppose. A sucker born every minute. I think the second time now I've done this in these tournaments. Maybe I do need to be more brutal. Just, like, not engage with it. I don't know. It is what it is. It's possible I could have mulliganed a little bit more that game. We can look. See what I actually had in that one. Where were we? Like over here somewhere? Yeah, so this is what our hand was. It was Cogs, Flaversham, Swords, which is whatever, and then a Mickey, which is kind of whatever. But we get to untap and then just start slamming Cogsworths, which is pretty solid. But they DC'd, so we were given the choice to allow them to play or not, and we allowed them to play. So our hand is... Yeah, I think sending these back is fine, and keeping these is also okay. Going second, maybe I don't even care about the Smee. It literally didn't do anything for me that game. Maybe I should have just been questing with it, but, like, there was never an opportunity for me to really do a lot with it. Because, like, we play the Smee here, and then, like, when am I supposed to use it? When I know that they're going to play a Cogsworth and then just eat my guy? That doesn't seem great. So, like, there's just not much that I can do in this spot with this hand. Especially into Cogsworth. And then I wonder if I'm just not supposed to ink all these grab your swords. They're really bad into Cogsworth, though. What did I do here? I think this was the turn where I made a mistake. Like, in this exact spot, I think I made a small error. I guess I needed to play this in order to actually draw the Mickey, so maybe not. Because, like, I just wouldn't have had the Mickey at all. I could have maybe played the Mickey over the Quill, just to have another card. Like, I could have inked the Quill, played the Mickey. Inked the... Actually, that would have given me another ink, right? This turn, because I ink here, ink this, that's 5, play this, that's +3, so that's 7, so he'd in theory be at 8 next turn. Maybe that's better. Because we kind of had to do that this turn anyway, and we would have been able to be at 8 with the whole new world still. Yeah, that would have been a lot better. 8 and also whole new world is just much better. But, like, I don't know how we're supposed to race this, because they have a Cogsworth and we don't. Like, going from... I mean, whatever, it's my own choice, right? But going from this board state here to the one that we were at before, like at the other one, is just really awkward. Because his hand is, like, dramatically better. He disconnected, like his client died or whatever. So he did have an option, or I had the option of just taking the win, and I probably should have, but... but it's just not who I am. I don't know. To infinite detriment, I suppose. So we have 2 more rounds then. One of which we need to 2-0 for sure. And then I suspect that we'll have to at least split the last one. Yeah. I don't know. It is what it is. Like, does this guarantee a win? Who knows? Like, I don't know what was in their hand when they DC'd. Like, I just know that this hand, when we're at 4 on the draw, is, like, quite a bit better than this hand, right? This is sort of the same position in the game. So it would have been +1 card. And like double Cogsworth. So DCs are tough, though. Oh my god, stop. DCs are tough, you know. Like, I get it. Like, that's not really how you want to go out either. But they are something that can happen in online events like that, you know? How do we have less cards here? Did we... Why do I have, like, one whole less card than the other one? It's weird. Is it because of the Quill, I guess? Or is it because of the Smee, I suppose? Oh yeah, it's because of the Smee. We just played a Smee in the other one. Yeah, I mean, it almost certainly locks us in, for sure. Now they have an opportunity to get in themselves, which is certainly
Certainly something good for them. Like, it is a very real cost for me to do that, absolutely. I don't always know if it is worth the integrity elements. It just like isn't something that it has that much value to me. Oh my god, stop. It doesn't seem like it is worth a lot. Is sort of the elements that I'm struggling with, obviously. Like, what does having integrity get you in this world? Nothing. Not a lot. Viewers, I mean, it doesn't really, though. It's not worth a lot. There are plenty of people that are not good people that are still respected or popular. You just collect your dollars, you know. Top 16 is what, like a couple $100 on the low, you know. Like, it is a very real equity element there. It's like $250 for at least top 16. And I sleep like shit either way. But that kind of is what it is. At this amount of money, it doesn't really change anything. Like, we have the same conversation, perhaps, in a DLC, and there's no question. It is not even ever close. Which is sad to say, but that's just the reality, right? Why are we still watching this? Okay, so we're on to the next round here. It's probably like 43, 44, 45, something in that range. It's usually like 13 wins on average. Yeah, I see him. Thanks, Gary. I don't know. There's an element where, like, is it worth more viewers to have some integrity or to win a tournament? You know? I'm not really sure. It's not like doing anything on Pixelborn really matters, because it's all imaginary anyway right now, right? But I don't really have an answer. Yeah, having money is certainly better than not having money, though, for sure. We'll try our best. It will be unfortunate to miscut after doing the same thing that we did like 4 events ago. Save the $35. I mean, it's too good a content not to battle, and I think my equity is too high. Like, it's certainly higher than $35 worth of equity for me to play in it, right? I would think that I'm at least okay-ish as a video game player and card player. But you're not wrong. I mean, it's no different than entering the lottery. Hopefully my opponent is going to join the game. They saw my little wave, so They have not responded, and the time has started. Why are you like this? You are seeing the notice. Am I supposed to call a judge? When am I supposed to wait? 5 minutes? I believe that it's 5 minutes. Yeah, that's fair. He here. I just didn't see him respond, that's all. They were on the toilet. What are you going to do, right? They'll pop in here in just a second. Yeah, we good. I just like if they just don't show up at all, kind of deal. But we'll battle. Hopefully. There we go. Alright, we go first. Get a little star here. This hand is pretty bad. I believe that we should keep the popsicle and send the rest. Double aerial, double grab your swords. Perfect. That is fucking flawless. Okay. Nice. I love that for us. This is blue-red too. Oh my god. Yeah, we're just immediately and massively punished for not taking our win last round. Insane. Nice, I got the one jump ahead too. Okay, send my hard-headed away. I mean, there's a world where we can still participate in this game, but it's not great. They ink a fishbone quill because they just have two of them. Sure. Stellar. At least they got rid of their quill, I guess. So that's something. Unfucking believable. A quill of my own. Of my very own. I think I'm supposed to do this and just hope that they don't have a Judy. They are almost out of quills, I guess. I do not know how we're supposed to kill this Flaversham in a million years, so they just draw their items. Rush to dime aerial. Yeah, I mean, sure.
I never beat a Tremaine anyway. Or a Maui, or a Scar. I don't really beat anything here. They're 5 cards up and 5 ink on me, so... I like have to do this next turn. I literally don't have a choice. Maybe they'll play another Bell. No, they'll play Lucky Dime. So I'm just dead then. Because I really don't see how killing this actually saves us. Not like I have a choice, though. Okay, go. Great. Love that for us. Did I play first, too? Wow. Guess I go second. Do I need 2 quills? I don't think so. Maybe? I don't really think so. 1 is probably fine. The second one is maybe okay to ink or eat with the Flaversham. Okay, this hand is alright. Unfortunately, we're on the draw, so... like, it's just worse by a lot. On the play, we can blow up a thing. On the draw, it's, like, not great. Up to Lucky Dime. I think I am done being nice going forward. They have 1 jump ahead as well. Perfect. Are we playing Chenpo here or Coggers? Probably neither. We'll do this. See what they do on 4 here. Ink of Vitalosphere. Play Aurora. Okay.
So the beasts don't really work against Aurora, which is a bit awkward. But if I kill the Aurora, then they do. So I guess we're just going to do this. Play the Fishbone Quill. Maybe I ink one of them, but we don't tell them we inked one. Basically. Because we can't use it to hit them right now anyway. I thought about it. It's kind of a mid card, but maybe. Like, good tech is just not being behind, realistically. I may just try to turbo out the Lucky Dime and use that instead to try and win. Because all this does is make you look at the top cards, right? It doesn't really do anything else. I think they get to put it on top or bottom. I don't even know what it's doing. So I'll play Flav here. I guess the beast's just bad then. I don't know. It's fine. We'll do this. We have Simba. If they don't kill Flav, we can just attack Aurora and play Simba. Yeah, let's look at top card. Yeah, but it doesn't show us what they're doing. Like, are they good cards? I don't even know. Are they what they want? Are they not what they want? Like, I can't even tell. Just Medusa my thing. They can Medusa it again with the ice block. Like, this is just so annoying. Can play this now and just hit this. Because then they can't Medusa it, realistically. Let's play this. Are we ever in the market for just like another Quill? Or do we want all of these dimes? Just like, I don't know how I'm ever using 2 Lucky Dimes, but maybe. Like, what world are we using double dime? I don't know what world we're using extra quills either, though, so it's like... This means that if they don't kill Simba, they can't really quest here either, because then we can just attack it and shoot the other one. But they don't have double ice block to be able to easily kill the Simba if they have another Medusa, so... Maybe that'll work in our favor. Get this Aurora off the field at least. Unfortunately, all of our beasts are gone because we inked them earlier. Maybe that was better to ink the Tinkerbell, but it's fine. I would like to start getting these dimes in play, but we need to sort of stabilize a bit more before we can do that. Hopefully they just play nothing. That would be our ideal. They just, like, say go. Because all their Flavs are on the bottom. A Flav would be a good draw, probably. They literally did nothing. Amazing. We'll do that. Do we have to assume that it's a Maui? Probably. Does it matter if it's a Maui?
This is not Vitalisphere. They killed that one already, right? How does Mulan read? Does she have to kill it? Whenever this character deals damage to another character, she does not have to. Okay. I think I'm just going to pass then. Like, I don't want to unnecessarily set ourselves up to get Mulan Vitalisphered. Like, we just don't need to. We're not in a position where that matters. Are they going to play Crab here? It's really awkward. We just don't have an answer to Crab. Luckily, it's not that fast. Another Simba isn't bad. Can shoot the Tamatoa then. We could shoot the Medusa and then swords. Like, they're going to be able to play the Popsicle and just heal the Tamatoa and quest again, but that's fine, because we have all these Simbas. I think it is just deal 2 damage. I don't think it's draw 2, because I actually still like the dimes. I just don't have the ability to play them yet. Which is a little awkward, obviously. Like, I want to be playing them and doing stuff, but we need to deal with this Tamatoa first. Like, I'm very close to being able to just start questing. Like, I don't think they can actually use this Tamatoa at all. Because if they use it, we're just going to grab your sword, challenge it, and shoot this. And then probably quest out. And if they do nothing, we're likely playing the dime then. They play 1 jump ahead. And they just pass. We sort of force the issue if we play the dime here. What other cards would be better for me to draw? Whole New World's not really it. Along Came Zeus would allow us to kill the Tamatoa. That's basically it, right? There's not really much else that would be super solid here. Bell or Ariel. Yeah, Ariel would be alright. I think the play is just we ink the Fortisphere. We play the Lucky Dime. And we actually start getting some lore in. I'm just debating if I attack. I don't think I attack yet. Not when we can put the second dime into play, too. We'll see if they have, like, an actual big payoff for their stuff. It's a little awkward for us. Like, if they sing B-Prep, it's really bad. I think that'll probably kill us if they have it. I'm holding on to this because there's, like, an outside chance that we use the Grab Your Sword to, like, kill this fucking crab. They have 6. They have a Medusa. Fucking annoying, dude. It's fine.
We still have double Simba. We still can't kill this with that, or with what we have. Do I just ink both of these and double dime? I feel like that's a mistake. I think I'm just supposed to play one and then use the other one, or whatever. And go to 4. It's like, these are still difficult for them to deal with, realistically. I think they're debating if they want to eat this ice block or quest with the Tamatoa to get the popsicle back. Looks like they've decided to finally use the Tamatoa. And they're going to have like 7 cards, which is really bad, but in theory we can use these Simbas to wipe the board. Or mostly wipe the board. So we can kill Flav, shoot a Medusa, kill Tamatoa, shoot a Medusa. Baboom the Grammatala, in theory. I don't know, they have 1,000 cards, so it's like... Don't play Dragon, dude. Oh my god, come on. Like, I just can't fucking win. Just like, no matter what I do, it just doesn't matter. So we do that. I have to kill the Tamatoa and the Medusa, and the Maleficent, I guess. Like, I shoot it with this. I don't really have another choice. If I shoot one of these, they're just going to like use the other one to attack the Simba. Just like have to do this. If I heal my Simba, it's irrelevant, so... Say go. I'm so fucking upset, dude. I cannot describe to you how little I will ever do that again for anybody. I'm just, like, not doing that for anybody again. Not at all. It's worth nothing to me. Literally nothing. My opponent DC'd last round, and I allowed him to rebattle, even though our hand was good. And then my hand was bad, and then they won very easily because my hand was bad. And now we're not going to make top 8, or top 16. I'm just so fucking pissed. I cannot describe to you how little I'm going to do that again.
Yeah, I know. Nobody would do that for me at all. I don't know why I do anything for fucking anybody. What a waste. Actually, so fucking useless. It's so pointless. Doing nice things gains you nothing. Doing nice things and being nice is worth less than nothing. I'm just so stupid. I'm actually just so stupid. I just like, I don't know why I do shit like that. I'm just so dumb. Here's my deck. We're no longer able to make the top 8. That's cool. I love that for us. Unless somehow magically 12 wins makes it, which is incredibly unlikely, we are just done. So we'll battle our last round regardless. But yeah. It's just like such a negative EV play. I can't believe I did it. I don't know. Like, fucking stupid. It's good character is fucking worthless. Character means nothing. It has no value. It is not priceless. It actively has a price in this event. I allowed my opponent to replay their last round when they DC'd instead of taking the win, and then I lost. And then I lost again. So now I'm just done. Because I had an absolute dogshit draw in the regame compared to what I had. We can go look. I have the game. It is all recorded. That is the best part. That might be my favorite part of the whole thing. So it's like here-ish, right? So here is our turn 4 game that we were at. I'll be going to Chicago, yeah. So here's our turn 4 game. And this is the turn where our opponent DC'd. So my hand is in the mirror, double Cogsworth, Flaversham. This hand is very good in the mirror and does everything, right? This just fixes all of our problems. It does. We just play Cogsworth and then another one, and then like Flaversham, like, and then in the regame on the same turn 4, like we did this, and then we let them play, and then in the same spot, here's our hand on the redo. So we went from double Cogsworth, Flaversham to literal dog shit. So, I don't know. I'm just done doing it. I don't care anymore. I'm just done. I will not let anybody pressure me into it. I will just not give free equity to other people for free. I'm sick of it.
Like, it's so stupid.
Like, I'm actually dumb. It's crazy.
Thanks, Vince. Like, this hand is just so bad compared to this other one. Like, here's the hand that we had when you DC'd. Like, how does this ever lose in the mirror, you know? Like, I just... It's like the third or fourth time that I've done this, and it has only been negative for me. And it's just like... It's in a position where I just, like, I need to stop doing it because it is just negative EV always. It's just like not the first time that I've done it, and like the amount of EV is very high for what it cost to do it, you know? Because I go from being able to like even double draw in realistically to just now I'm just out entirely. So it's great. 10 out of 10. It's good for cover for content for tomorrow. I don't know. Like going from this to like this hand is just so unfortunate. Like, this hand is just so bad by comparison. Whatever. I've already done it. I just, like, I literally can't do it anymore. Because this is, like, the third time now that it has only been negative for me to do it. And integrity just, like, has no value. I wish it did. I wish it was worth something. But, like, winning tournaments is worth something. I trust Vince. I don't think he was trying to scam me, but... like, there's no reason that I shouldn't have... just, like, taken the win that was given to me, right? What am I looking at with this video? They're sandbagging a sudden chill. It made them discard a Cogsworth that was in play. Sick. You should shut this program down. I don't know. It just doesn't matter. I just need to stop giving my equity away. In these, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. There's no more of these events anyway, so it's like, I don't know. I'm just not doing it anymore. Period. Somebody's 5 minutes late in 1 second, they're just getting a game loss, and that's just how it is. If they DC, they're getting a game loss. I'm just gonna take them when I can get them, because all I'm doing is spewing money and value. Like, winning tournaments is good for content, because then nobody gives a shit about the guy that did okay and then lost.
They care about the person who won. They care about the person who did well in day two. You know, the financial aspect of it on top of the on top of that is like it's a 10K, you know, just making top 16 is $250 minimum, right? Like it's just self-sabotage at this point. There's no other way to explain it. That's literally the only way that you can describe what I've been doing. I mean, I don't really know how anybody can think otherwise, right? Brutal. Yeah, it's just so stupid. I just, yeah. Like, I get opportunities to be successful and I just throw them in the garbage, so I don't know. It's like, pretty great for me about that, you know? Guess we wait. Nothing else I can really do, right? There's another 6 minutes left in the round. Let's play our last round and then we'll just sum up our feelings about the deck, where our bad matchups are, what cards I didn't like, what cards I did like, and then we'll be done. Hydrate, sure. I am just... We will say the word upset. But I'm mostly just upset at myself for allowing it to keep happening. So I just don't think I will anymore. This is my villain arc now, I guess. We are just not going to be nice any longer. Because it doesn't get me shit. One more round. There's about 2 minutes left or so. I just, like, is it worth anything? Like, here's the thing, if I want to actually win, why would I not want to do that? Because it allows me to win, right? I've literally done this more than once now and gotten myself kicked out of the cut. In these events, on camera and everything. More than once now. It just, like, is such a negative EV play, realistically, that, like, it is likely contributing to me not doing well overall. Like, net not doing well. Because it's happened so often. Like, going from being locked to being out because of that decision is just so fucking dumb. Like, actually so dumb. Jarkos, appreciate the follow. Yeah, I'm just like... I don't know. I'll probably really aggressively call judges and stuff now. I don't know. Kind of over it. It's like... If people make any mistakes, I'm just going to call them on it. Even if it's just warnings. Like, I had somebody try to double ink against me and argue that they were right. And I'm like, you're just absolutely not. I explained why they like wanted to call a judge. And I'm like, okay, do it. You're definitely wrong. And I'm absolutely certain that you are. So I explained it one more time. And he's like, oh, no, you're right. Yes, obviously. It's too nice. I'm easy to be taken advantage of because of my own self-sabotage. Well, the round is up, so I imagine it'll be up pretty quick. I don't know. I don't even know if I can make 41. I have to win 2 more games in a row. We'll see if that's even possible. I'm not even going to look because I don't care anymore. But I will play regardless. What happened? In round 7, my opponent DC'd on like turn 4 when I had a good hand in the mirror. And rather than taking the win, which I should have, I allowed them to replay the game instead of locking in the 2-0. And then I lost, and then I immediately lost 2-0 to just like some absolutely terrible draws against Red-Blue. And then I'm just like out instead of being locked. So that's neat. Locked, assuming double draw, of course, which obviously guarantees nothing, but at 38 points, you can get up to 44 with just splitting the next 2 games instead of playing, which, assuming that you're playing against other people that are at 38, is likely to happen. Obviously, again, not guaranteed, but pretty likely. Just being nice is worth nothing. And I just need to actually accept that. Hopefully this last table will be done soon so that we can get put out of our misery here. It's just so fucked. I have liked the Chenpo. 3 might be too many. We played against exactly 0 locations all day, so the rises have been dog shit. We probably need some Let It Goes to interact with Tamatoas better. I don't know. What are we waiting on? Just like one more table. Hey Kiko, appreciate the follow. Yeah, it's table 75. They may not even be there, or they just didn't report. Who knows? $44th. Yeah, we're just dead. Love it. Just making sure.
My favorite part is that I can kill their run. Because they're at 48, so they'd get to 43. No fucking shot. I will take them down as well. Or I won't, and then I'll lose, and that's fine too. I go first. I may or may not play the Smee. We'll see what colors they are. Red, blue, of course. I guess we'll play Smee then. Just always have one jump ahead, huh? That's cool. Card's pretty good. If you're going to have one, it's definitely one I would want to consider putting in your hand. Okay. So the question is, do I just not play this Cogsworth so that I can play the crab next turn? Which means that I shouldn't attack with the Smee. Whatever. I'm too dumb. I don't want to think about it. Sure. Would you like to cast one jump ahead? Develop your brain. Sure. It's 2 dragons gone. I'm choosing not to attack with the Smee. I'm going to use it as Tremaine protection for my crab for a round, so we can at least draw 1 extra card with it, ideally. Or we won't, and they'll just B-prep us, and we're just -2 lore. That's also a possibility. I just, feel like we maybe need more things that can deal with Flaversham, and maybe that's where... I don't know. I don't know. Popsicle, draw a card. I think the play is to do this. Play the Popsicle. Play the Flaversham. Ink this. Play the Fishbone Quill, ink this. I guess. I don't know, I assume our crab is dead. It's unlikely that it's not, but our opponent has a lot of cards in hand, and I would like them to have less cards in hand. So we're going to remove most of these cards, I think. They just sing how far I'll go to ramp again. I'm just going to B-prep us. No, they're just going to Medusa Flaversham. That's fine. We'll see what we draw, I suppose. We'll ink that. This is 6 I'd have left. I don't think it makes sense to not do this before I Whole New World. Or to not Whole New World first. Because I can, like, play a bunch of shit. And then get more lore out of this crab. We already inked, right? What a 15. I can just kill a Medusa. I don't actually hate that. This thing. And Cogsworth, I guess. We'll do that and pass. That way they can't just Medusa, so they have to actually do something to kill the crab. Are they going to be prep? Sure. Ink a Scuttle, play a Scuttle. Sure. Well, doesn't that just make me want to use a Whole New World? All their dimes would be in the bin then? I guess I don't have to do it now. I can just play double aerial, and they have to have another B-prep, exactly. I could also just play this and draw 2 cards. Then play aerial. And just pass. I don't have to Whole New World yet. I can just wait. This is my last one, however, so I have to make it count. 26 cards left. There's a lucky diamond there somewhere. They have nothing. Neat. Were we on the play or the draw? I don't know. I didn't write it down because I'm dumb.
Let's find out real quick. Wasn't that long of a game. It appears that we were on the play. Maybe Rise of the Titans is worth keeping there, but I was ideally looking for a beast. Ice block. Send this and this. We'll pass. We may play Smee. We may not. Ice block makes it a little weird, but getting some lore wouldn't be so bad. One jump ahead. Yeah. Given that they one jumped, maybe we do play Smee. Debating on this Mickey Mouse. Probably just the Fishbone Quill so that I can blow up their ice block or whatever. Blow up their Fishbone Quill. I would like to keep this Tamatoa if I can. Especially in this matchup. Their hand is like very mid, it seems. I'm just gonna pass. I'll let them Medusa me if that's their play. Because that's basically all their cards. Well, of course, they've got a Flav. Makes sense. Luckily, we can maybe bully the Flav with the Beast. See what they do. Just one jump ahead. Ink another thing with the Quill. Get rid of Chenpo. We'll definitely play Beast on Fishbone Quill. Do I keep the Rise of the Titans, or do I ink another thing? I feel like I should ink another thing. And that the Rise is a lot worse now. Because they have the Flav in play already, and any item that they play, like this is just a Tamatoa every time. So there's like nothing I can do to stop it. So he just gets the ice block back, inks, and then quests, but then we get to attack this thing, potentially. Like, I don't think the play is to play a crab of our own. I think it's just play the Flaversham. And then we play this next turn. Another Flaversham. That may be worthwhile. I would have to ink the Popsicle then. That's a little awkward. But then I would get to draw more cards. Maybe that's fine. Because there's 2 in the bin then for the Tamatoa. Like, this is really bad against Sisu, but I'm just bad into Sisu anyway. There's not really anything I can do about that. It's like I don't have any let it goes, so maybe the play is just quest here, finally. Probably should have just been doing this the whole time. Be at like 8 already, given how shit their draw was. That's unfortunate. I don't know how to deal with this crab. They've drawn like 50 cards with it, so they just have a Sisu here. Yeah, perfect. I like that they didn't use their fucking ice block and kill my Smee, because they're just not good at the game. I just, like, don't understand. Like, maybe someday we'll be favored in any spot ever. That would be super coolio. But it is not currently this time. I can kill Tamatoa at the cost of all of my guys, which I should do. I'm just debating on how I navigate that. If I play the Flaversham first and then ink something, or if I quill first. Like, the aerial is strong. And maybe the quill just doesn't matter. I can't sing here. I think I'm just going to play this first instead of quilling. It was almost a disaster. But it's actually good because I don't need to overcommit as much. Like, I don't need the swords here. I can just... There will be more rounds, but probably not for us. I can't actually play the Chenpo because I didn't ink ahead of time, which is unfortunate. Unless I ink the Tamatoa. But that feels really stupid to me, so I don't think I'm going to do that. I can hit this one for 2... Or sorry, for 4 with the Beast. And then just do this and Zeus it. Do this and then just hit the Flaversham. So that it's weak to my other shit. And then we'll ink Chenpo. And pass. This way, grab your swords can kill it, potentially. Okay, I guess that's fine. Is that the same ice block that he's played like 3 times? I don't even know. Must be. Must be the one that he got back from the crab. Yep. At least we get to kill this with our grab your sword, in theory. Questing here is way better for us than any of the alternatives. I hope they just pass. Wow, that's really good for us. We get to just kill their whole board and also play this Simba. And then we pass, and then we at least have a board. They have 9 cards. They have 5 cards in hand. Like, I have no idea what they're doing. Are they all just like removal that doesn't hit any of our cards, or what? Could be all 9 drops. Like, this could just be Maleficence. Like, just a pile of Maleficence. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Which is pretty bad for us, to be honest. That is likely what it is. I think it's still right to Popsicle here for sure. Just don't think Baboom is it. Just draw another card. Pass. All of our Flabs are gone, which really sucks. We'll see if they have another Maleficent or a Be Prepared to kill this Tamatoa, because if they do, they're almost certainly going to use it here. If not, we're going to get to crack with this Tamatoa, which is going to be really bad for them. Because if we can crank this Tamatoa to draw an extra card, like, that's going to be really good for us. So they just quest here. Be Prep, pass. Why don't they sing here? I don't understand. Their hand must just be all bad removal. And Brawl, yeah. Fishbone Quill. They must have a... they must have a Flab in hand. If they had a Flab in hand, why didn't they just do that? Like, is the 2 lore really that necessary? Oh, they just have a Crab, of course. Of course. We found a Grab Your Swords. What can I even do? I just have to pass. Like, the crab doesn't get an insane amount of lore, but I just, like, have no answer. Oh, they have a dime, too. Of course they do. Sure. Let me roll my eyes a little harder. Can I kill this Tamatoa? No. I can't. Is there any... We already used our Zeus, so that's gone, right? Yeah, so we're just dead. We have no answer. Literally none in our set 60 cards. Because this costs too much. There's no Let It Goes in the deck currently. Like, if I could cast both of these, it would be one thing, but at the turn where I did this was too fucking greedy. I'm just really dumb. It's fine. I guess there's no out to the Tamatoa, because I can deal 7 with this. I mean, we have to do this first, I suppose. I mean, we do it, but... Okay. Nice. Love that. That's great. My opponent is suggesting that they have a chance if they win 2-0. Should I call a judge? Should I let them have the 2-0? It's a mystery. If they just didn't keep typing, then they wouldn't be in trouble. Sleepy Gary, do you want to jump on Table 20's chat just to look at it? My opponent asked if I can concede to them. Which I assume is against the rules, and since we're not being generous anymore, I thought I would bring it to the judge's attention as per the notice that was in the announcements. Not that I really give a shit one way or the other, because it's kind of irrelevant either way, but they just shouldn't have typed it out. Yeah, I didn't think so. So I'm just going to be a tattletale about it. Because we are just not nice people anymore. Because it is worthless. We are not nice people anymore, no. We are meanies who are looking to win themselves instead of allow other people to win. I'm just going to record my score. Doesn't matter, I just don't even care. We have 11 points, or 11 wins. I will just educate them and let them know that that is not possible. Because I'm still too nice.
No, I'm pretty sure that they just had more points than I did. Like, I'm just playing up. I just don't care. We allowed ourselves to have a bad deck because we didn't have any Let It Goes, so we were in a pretty bad spot. But if they continue typing, then we are going to have a problem. What did we play first? I'm just annoyed. Nah, that's fine. I'm just gonna report my score, so I just don't care. What did we go first? Yeah. Sorry, bud. I'm donezo. That's the event. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. I'm already over it. I've closed Lorcana Play Network, and I've already reported my score, so I'm over it. You know? Okay, well, that's our event. We got 11 wins. The deck definitely needs some Let It Goes, which we assumed was sort of the case. The Zeus was fine. The Rise of the Titans were dog shit all day. Obviously, we didn't run into any matchups where the Rise would have actually been good, like Red-Purple, but they were really terrible all day. So maybe a couple Let It Goes would be nice. We probably don't need 3 Chenpos. 2 is probably fine. This would give us some room to put in a Let It Go, potentially. We'd end up going down to like 30 characters, would be the case. Appreciate that, Sleepy Gary. I think that these were great. This was okay. The Smees were okay. The one Zeus was not great, but there's not really any room inkable-wise. I really wanted the extra fire the cannons, which I shaved a Zeus for. It's possible that we could go down to 3 Smees. Like, we may not need 4. There's a few games where just like running out Smees was really strong, but there were also almost as many where we played Smee and it was just terrible all day. So I don't really know, like, I don't really know. They were just kind of mid. Like, they're fine. I never wanted to play them on the play or the draw, it felt like. And I never really wanted to quest with them, so it's just like, what are we even doing with them then? Like, should it just be another Fire the Cannons or something? I didn't hate the the Aurora that an opponent played against me today. The Aurora actually seemed fine.
which it was a card that I was considering for the deck in some amount anyway. It's not like incredibly good, but it was okay. You hated him? It's possible that it's just like okay in the mirror and just not that great normally. But it was like okay in some spots. Bell, sure. I think I don't know what I would want in this deck to help. Like, I don't think Queen is it. Costs too much. A lot of these cards just cost too much to really want to jam them in the deck. Or they just, like, don't do anything. Like, I'm considering Wendy Darling. I wish she wasn't 3. Like, I wish we had a support character that was like this, that had ward, but it was cheaper. But maybe the card's just bad. Maybe I'm just bad. I don't know. I'm not really sure. It could be... Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't think it's Noi, though Noi is probably okay against the red deck. Because it'll have ward an awful lot. It is a lot better in this deck now that we have more popsicles. But Noi might be a possibility. Like, Smee is just the same card. It's so weird, though. I don't know. Maybe I'll think about it. Maybe it's just like Grammatala or something. Problem with all these cards is that they just like don't help in the problem areas. Like, we're just struggling with killing bigger things. Literally, our opponent just like played to a Tamatoa and then just cast it and nothing else. It just like doesn't help the situation. Like, we need something that deals with that, and Let It Go is like an okay answer. It could be Hades if it wasn't such a shitty card. I don't know. Draw better, I guess. Take wins when you can get them. Just kind of annoyed at myself for obvious reasons. I know that people enjoy the benefit of sportsmanship or honor or whatever, but the reality is that they I don't know. It doesn't matter. The 4-cost song that removes all the items, it's fine. It doesn't really do that much is the problem. I'm just annoyed. Like, Robins? You don't really need Robins or Beasts for this deck currently. Like, I don't think either of them are necessary in this deck. Honestly, neither of them fit in here anymore. This deck is incredibly cheap for what it is. Most of the lists, like, there are some that are running Robin, and a few that are running Beast, but you really don't necessarily need them in here anymore. like aerial quest for a lot more, and there's plenty of draw with the double the Fortisphere and the popsicles. Um, yeah. I've been frustrated with myself about that, but I don't know. We'll think about the deck a little bit, see what actually makes top 16. Um, and maybe it will be maybe blue steel just isn't it, but the reason that you do Hercules, or the Hercules dies to Maui with the resist 1, but it's possible that it's better than Chenpo, though this is 5 instead of 6, so there's something to be said for that, because we already have quite a few 6-drops, and we're sort of edging ourselves out of the 5-drops, so then the Mickey Mouse becomes a lot worse. So there's, like, Chenpo being a 5 has value there, but it's possible that the Hercules is better. We'll have to keep an eye on that. 6 is just like an awkward cost, because if you don't have the Fishbone Quill to like double ramp, it's hard to get to 6 compared to 5. Because like you can only go 3 to 6 if you exactly have Fishbone Quill. But I don't want to be playing one jump over Mickey's, because then we're already sort of soft to Tremaines, and I don't really want to be more soft to Tremaine, which is what would end up happening. I can't say I'm not disappointed. Overall, we did learn some. Like the aerial in certain matchups can be a little bit more aggressive. I don't know, Lucas. I don't think they're up yet. Does it say I lost? I don't know where the thing is. Ah, yes, they did report the wrong way. Now we do need to get them disqualified. Nice. That's awkward for them. Alright, give me a moment. I will. I'll be right back.
I am back. I have informed the people that it is relevant to inform. So, and I have switched the results back to what they actually were because that is what the results were. So, yeah. Again, that's what I get for being nice. I informed them that they're not allowed to do that and that they shouldn't ask for concessions because it's super against the rules. And then I just reported the results as they're supposed to be. And they just changed it. So, what am I supposed to do, I'm just nice all day. For no reason. Stupid. But yeah, obviously we do need Let It Go in some number. Because we were drawing dead a lot to Tamatoa. No, I'm not RMB. I doubt it, anyway. I don't think 41 points, even if I had 2 the last round, is enough. We took a great nap. In round 7, we allowed our opponent to, after a disconnect, get a second chance to battle. And then we lost, and then we got immediately destroyed by red-blue twice. Instead of being able to just, double draw in. It's tragic, because, this is our hand in the mirror when they disconnected. Right? We got double Cogsworth, Flaversham, it's, great hand. And then it's, here, no, a little back further. Here's our hand in the same spot in the second game. Or whatever, thereabouts, just dog shit hand. Yeah, here was our hand. Comparatively, it's just not even the same game. Yeah. So, be nice. Lose the event. What do you do? Yeah. It is what it is. But yeah, we're just not doing that anymore. Yeah, we're not. That's the last time. I'm too much of a sucker. I am now incapable of being nice in events. It is really sad, but there's just no value in it, So I'm just not going to do it anymore. But this is what I was playing. Again, I think Chenpo is good. It probably can go down 1. The Rise of the Titans literally didn't come up at all today. I feel like in the matchups where it's good, it's still good, but we just we played red-blue 3 times, and we played against Mufasa a couple times, and we played Bucky 3 times, and the Mirror twice. We just didn't play in a lot of variety, which could just be this meta. I mean, it's fine, but we didn't run into red-purple at all, so the Rise were kind of mid. I mean, it's just not really explored at all, and the cards in the meta are a lot, more powerful, but, they didn't add any more answers. They've added no real new answers, but they've added better, questions. So it is just the same format, except there's better cards in it, but less answers, if that makes sense. It's we're still using Grab Your Sword, we're still using, all you need to answer everything, otherwise you just lose. If you don't answer Bucky, 3 turns later, you have 0 cards in hand. If you don't answer, Flaversham, they just draw 6 cards. Right, there just aren't any answers for anything. They're oh, we're going to print a 1-drop that's uninkable that they also get to pick what they target. That's your thing. They printed Sisu, which is great, but, that is the only card that they printed that interacts with characters at all. Outside of Brawl, I suppose. But they're both very narrow and only in 1 color. So, I don't know.
Like, the fact that we can play Chenpo and they just, like, some decks just have no answer to a 4/7 because there just aren't any ways of having cards that interface with this. Like, support is really bad, and challenge is really pretty bad, right, in general. So, like, there's not really, outside of Crab specifically, there's no real way of just, like, getting extra power to punch through a big butt character. Like, at all. There's just nothing. So you just have to have two characters smash into a big thing, or you're just screwed. Because none of the challenge cards are good. They're all bad. And none of the support cards are good. They're all just heinous. And I don't know why that is. I don't know if they just, like, overvalue, like, the idea of support is just like, I'm gonna send my stats over to something else. It's too good. Too fucking good. We gotta keep that shit under wraps. So all the support characters are just bad. And then you just, like, so you can't buff any of your characters, so, like, everything is just whatever the stats are printed. So then the game becomes, like, what has the best stats at every turn. You know, Smee sees a lot of play because it's just the most stats. Maui sees play because it's the most stats, right? Because that's the only way to, like, play the game currently, which is really unfortunate. But yeah, given that, like, I don't know if there's better answers to Flaversham in this deck that we could be playing. Like, there just aren't really great answers to Flaversham in period. It's possible that we need to be playing more, like, Smee-type cards, but my issue with Smee, and for, like, Captain Hook or whatever, is that all it's doing is it's enabling their shit removal, like their Sisus. They just, like, kill your 1-drop, and then all of a sudden you just have way less cards than them, and they still get to do their Flaversham infinite times, right? So it's just really unfortunate, right? Yeah, I mean, the set 4 meta, it's really hard to sort of break too much outside of it, because, like, a lot of it is wrapped around, just, like, the really powerful ramp cards leading into Lucky Dime. It's like, if you don't have Lucky Dime going, you have to be going super underneath it, which means that, like, stuff like Grab Your Sword and Tinkerbell are just the best cards. I am mostly happy with how I played today. I think that there are a lot of things, decision-wise, that I did today that I am not happy with. I don't know if it necessarily has to do with my play. There were a few games that I think I could have made slightly different decisions. But I think that I think that overall there's a few choices within the deck that could have been better, and just more practice with Ariel I think would have been helpful. But I also just can't be nice to people anymore. Like, if there's any sort of high equity or high EV plays that I can make, such as not allowing them to replay the game when I was ahead when they crashed, I think I just have to do those things, basically, rather than not doing them, because it just isn't worth it anymore. But it's only, like, the third time I've done it in these TIA events, so, and they're not going to have any more that I will be able to attend. So at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. We're just done with the TIA series entirely, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm just too nice because I'm stupid. It would be better if I was trying to win for myself as opposed to allowing it to, I don't know. It is what it is. Yeah, I know she plans to move to paper, but I don't live in fucking New Jersey. So it is unlikely that I'm going to be able to attend paper events. I'm not flying out for a 10K. You know? Like, I mean, that'd be cool, I guess, but webcam, yeah. I already need to worry about cheating enough as it is. I don't know if I can afford to allow webcam to exist as well. Jesus. I can only imagine. I don't know. I just don't care. I'm sure it's fine. I don't know. It certainly feels like I was doing well, and then I maybe sabotaged myself after round 7. I do not think that I played super well past round 7. Obviously, I just like immediately ripped into double red blue because of where my points were at, but like I guess it is what it is. I don't know. We just like don't run into red purple at all, and we teched cards for it. I think we were very soft to Tamatoa, which meant that we probably needed some let it goes. I mean, it is what it is, but it's like if it was a one-time happenstance, like it only had happened one time, that would be different. But this is like the third time that I've done it, and it's just like it is not good for my mental because it has such low EV that like I'm doing badly in these events because I'm throwing away opportunities where I would just it's just like free real estate and I'm just throwing them in the garbage, right? Because I'm just trying to be nice. So, and I know damn well that other people would not be doing that for me either. Right? And I think that that's the problem is it doesn't pay to be a good sport or to be nice. It has no value, and it should, and it just doesn't. So, I went to Atlanta. I got like 36 points, somewhere in the middle of the pack, and then I played a couple side events and got 2 Rapunzels. I don't know if it was my deck or just my playing. I just didn't do super well in a few rounds. I'll be at the next ones. Don't worry. It was just really hectic there. Some people did end up finding me, but... Oh, nice. That's dope. Hopefully the next one is not in Momocon. I'll be at Chicago, and I will be likely at... yeah, a bunch of people found me. They found Jeebus. I help those who help themselves, Yeah. Yeah, I'll be at a couple of those. We don't. I assume it will be after a while. I don't even know if they have gotten everybody into the channel and whatever yet. I would check again in a couple hours. She will be. She'll be broadcasting tomorrow. She doesn't really broadcast day one because there's just a lot more to manage, but she'll be on it tomorrow. Oh, maybe not. Maybe she won't be. Rip. Disney's a bunch of assholes about it, apparently. I don't know. I don't even know where I ended up. I assume that I bubbled it somewhere. I don't even honestly know what my final score was. We'll look. I don't know how to look. It's impossible. I got 37 points, which is what I wrote down, right? Yeah. So I got 51st. I believe it's down to 44 points, and then probably pretty far down from there. Yeah, so 44 points isn't even guaranteed then. What was our strength of schedule? Pretty bad. So honestly, it's really stupid, but like, I shouldn't have I shouldn't have given up the round because I wasn't even guaranteed to draw in. That's so dumb. Unreal. Like, I would have needed to still win another round after that because I lost one earlier. Man, we suck. No, it was round 7. It wasn't. I didn't give a draw. They allowed. I allowed them to battle to win, and then I lost. I just had a very nice hand when they DC'd, and I had a worse hand when they played the second time. It is what it is. Like, I can appreciate wanting to have a chance to battle, but I can't be doing that for people anymore because all it's done is cost me equity in almost every one of these events. Because it's been several now, actually, that I've done that with. Good job, man. Still a pretty good result. Yeah, damned if you do, damned if you don't. That's true enough. We likely would have just had different opponents. Maybe we don't fight blue-red twice in a row, etc. But who knows? But it is what it is. Here's our deck. I likely would cut a Chinpo, probably a Rise, maybe both Rises, and just like take an L on locations. Add some Let It Goes. Don't really know what else to do to make the deck better. Yeah, I saw that. She's just getting Disney cucked. Disney's really, really out there trying to support their game. It's great. I love it. Every game that I touch and stream dies. So if you have any suggestions for games that you want to just like not be fucking real anymore, let me know. And perhaps we'll stream that for a while until that one dies too. Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah, maybe. We'll probably play more Blue Steel and see if we can. Yeah, I know they told her something. She talked to them. She almost didn't even run the event this weekend. But they definitely talked to her about something. But, you know, nothing I can do. We'll just try and prep a little bit more for Chicago between now and next week. And we'll go to Chicago and we'll see what we can do. Like, maybe there's a way of playing this deck that's just more aggressive, leaning into Aerial just as a faster clock. We just don't worry as much about killing their shit. we don't worry as much about like the beast hard-headed and whatever, and we just play like more aggressive stuff. It's hard to say if that's even better, but it definitely doesn't sound like it's probably worse. But I just don't even know if it's really that good either. So we'll see what the decks look like tomorrow. Maybe it's just all red-blue, and then they've figured out how to tech for aerial, so then our deck is just not functional because there's too much red-blue. I don't know, maybe Robin. It's just like not that good of a card is the problem in a deck like this. Like you play... Okay, so we have to cut 8 cards to fit Robin in then, right? And it just dies in blue-red. Like, what are we adding it for? Like, the matchups that are already pretty good? So the thing is, we need cards that are good against red-blue, not cards that are good against green-steel. And Robin Hood is not that good against red-blue, because they just get to play turn 4 Medusa, right? Or turn 4 Brawl, or whatever, with the thing. So if they're killing your Robin, then it's just like a worse card. And where are we cutting 8 cards for it? Yeah, I know Maurice's Workshop was good because they don't have any removal for it, but it's like really bad against item removal. I don't know. Maybe there's a world where the Workshop is it, but I like played Workshop into the mirror earlier because I had a deck that was playing Workshop, right? And I played it into a mirror, and they just... I like had a Workshop in play, and they just blew it up with fucking Benja, and they had Beast hard-headed. Like, and then I'm just dead, and it was really bad. Like, I want Workshop lists to be better, but I just don't think that they are. Mostly because it's just like a lot harder to get going. Like, really, the aerial is the way that you want to play this game, but I don't know. We did have really heinous draws against blue-red today, though. Like, I don't necessarily think it's that bad of a matchup. I don't think it's a good matchup, right? But I don't think it's that bad, and we had... Let me show you this draw. This was a nice one. It was probably like here-ish. No, it was before this. It was like this game, maybe. Was it this game? Yeah. No, it isn't this game. It's this one back here. We turbo lost super fast. Look at this fucking banger. So we got this shitter. So we mulligan like a lot of it. Because they're bad. And then we get this fucking banger. Double aerial, double grab your sword. And then it just gets better because we rip a dime off our popsicle. We miss on ink on this turn entirely. Like, we go to 3 here, and then we draw, and we rip a whole new world. Awesome. So then, like, the only way that we can participate in this game is, like, we have to wait. And by the time that we're actually getting... It's literally 8-3 on ink. And this Flaversham just draws 10 fucking cards, and then they kill us. And, like... I don't know, man. Maybe there's a world where we can double grab and kill their stuff, but they just, like, play Bell, and then they gain fucking 10 lore here. It's like, whatever, dude. Like, how am I supposed to play the game like that? It's ridiculous. Like, I want less inkables in my deck, but I can't afford to play 22 fucking inkables, or uninkables, and still play the game. Like, I just don't understand that for the blue-red decks. Like, I've played the blue-red deck a little bit, and you literally can't mulligan because there's so many uninkables in the deck that you just can't participate in the game if you mulligan more than, like, 2 or 3. Yeah, maybe. Maybe just add more cards, make our deck less consistent, and then lose because we don't see our Fire the Cannons and Babooms because we can't run more Babooms. So we have to be able to kill Diablo, otherwise we just can't win there either. I don't know. We'll think about it. We'll see what the decks look like tomorrow. Maybe we'll cast or something. Or maybe we'll just not. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I guess we did our best today. Given all things that are considered, this was our best, so I think this deck can be viable. I think you can practice the mirror and have a plan for it to, like, aggressively put out Aerial and then try to leverage that to a victory. It definitely felt like you need some amount of item hate, but I don't know about the Rise of the Titans because they felt fucking terrible all day. Maybe there's a red-purple deck, but, like, maybe the red-purple deck is just dog water and there just aren't any locations anywhere. So then the Rise is just totally useless. Like, I just don't know where we're using these to do anything. You know? Just, like, nothing to hit with this all day. But we'll see the decks tomorrow. And kind of go from there. Is anybody else even still streaming? Let's look. I guess Wonderland is watching me. That's cute. Like that. We'll do this. We'll go deep into it. Oh my god, now they rated me? You can't be rating me when I'm rating you. That doesn't work. How dare you? I was busy rating you. Well, now what? Now I gotta find somebody else to raid. As soon as I bring over the raid, it's just me watching myself. Oh, there's just nobody on. That makes sense. I'm the only one. Alright, well, let's fix the deck, I guess. For what we probably would be playing. We'll do that. Just raid each other back and forth. Back and forth forever. So I think -1 Chinpo. I think -1 Rise for sure. Just didn't feel like anybody was playing any locations. Maybe just cut Rise entirely. Like, what do we want to put in the deck here? Actions? Are there any actions that aren't trash? Or is it just this whole deck? One jump ahead. I feel like I've looked at all of these and they're all bad. Destroy all items. Well, that probably isn't it. At least a couple Let It Goes for sure. Gleam 'em. Maybe. There's maybe a world where Gleam is like a real card. I'd rather just have my aerials be better. Maybe that's not that good. Hey, Dragon Johns. Appreciate that. Like, I wish Avalanche actually was good. And it just feels like it isn't. There just aren't enough locations in the format that this ever does 2 modes, it feels like. Yeah, I don't really like the bells. They're not that good against red-blue. It feels really bad, but I just don't think they're that good against red-blue. So, and if it's not good against red-blue, like, who is it good against? Like, we may as well just be playing Ariel. But, maybe. They're just not good into red-blue, because it enables all their removal. They just Sisu and kill all your stuff anyway. And then that gets scooped up too. Like, they just can't kill Ariel with that. Yeah, all the rest of these are bad. Just like none of them do anything. Dig a little deeper. These just cost too much. They're just not usable. What if we don't look at actions? What if we look at... We already looked at items and they're all bad. All the locations are bad. Nah, Scuttle's bad. I don't even think Scuttle's playable. I think he's really trash. I had double diamond play and I still lost. It's not... That's not the trouble. Yeah, I'm gonna go to all of them. We'll touch base. My problem with Scuttle, right? What item are we actually trying to find that we want early? And if this ever bricks, in what universe do we want a 1-3 for 2? If we're trying to use the body to, like, put into a location, so, for example, if there's at some point a really item-heavy, you know, with a lot of, like, tech items, you know, random 1 or 2 ofs, that you're also using, say, Bell's house, so you need random bodies to put into the location to get the discount, then Scuttle has more value because the body is not trash. But as it is right now in this deck, a 1-3 just doesn't do anything, and if it bricks, it's worse than nothing. Because you just wasted 2 of your ink that could have been spent on a Smee or a Baboom or whatever. Even like a Cruella or a Phil would just be stronger at 2 than the Scuttle a lot of times. Yeah, it could be more crabs. That's not unreasonable. Like, I definitely think some Let It Go is necessary here. It could just be another crab. I thought about that, yeah. Like, I thought about Wendy Darling or Alice as a way of sort of being a mirror breaker. The Alice is actually pretty good, but we're less on chin pose now. Yeah, the crab is good. I actually don't hate more crabs, potentially. Like, I almost want another hard-headed. But, like, then we only really added 2 Let It Goes. And just shifted our things more to item hate instead of location hate. Yeah, I don't like Hades. I don't like ramping into giving them ramp. I don't really love Let It Go, but sometimes you just need to remove something that's too problematic, like Tamatoa. And if you have to get rid of Tamatoa, like, you gotta get rid of it, right? Like, you don't really have a choice. Like, if I didn't have to run Fire the Cannons, I'd just run another Zeus. Benja's not very good. The problem with Benja is the same problem that, like, Rise has, is it's a 3-drop, which is awkward, because at 3 we really, really, truly want to be doing Fishbone Quill or Mickey if we want to actually play the game. Because if you look at the curve of the deck, like, we have almost no 4-drops, but we have infinite fucking 5-drops, right? You need to be able to play a 5 or a 6 early, whereas the 4-drops, like, don't matter much. So if you don't ramp, you're just, like, literally hamstrung, and it's terrible. Like, there's a reason that some of the decks are playing more Mickeys. I think 7 should be plenty most of the time with all the extra draw. But, like, realistically, you, like, just want one of these all the time. Yeah, not a lot of the 4-drops are very good. Yeah, you just get a lot of Benjas, and it just doesn't do anything. Like, okay, you Benja their Fishbone Quill, then what? Like, is that even that good? It's fine. Or they just, like, they eat all their items all the time, and it just doesn't do anything. It just doesn't... Yeah, you just, like, they don't put any items, they one-jump into an item and then immediately eat it with the Flav every turn. And you just have a handful of 2-3 shitters. It just doesn't do anything. Like, you have the Beast and they don't have a target. You know? It just doesn't do anything then.
Yeah, it's really awkward sometimes.
Like, I've been enjoying ward characters. There just aren't that many that are playable. Like, Cloud Kicker just doesn't work. A 2/5 is just trash. Because it dies to Sisu. Like, there just aren't that many ward characters that live against Sisu. And they're likely running more Be Prepareds now, so it just doesn't even really work that way as much anyway. Like, they're going to make their decks have better answers to what you're doing. The Simbas were really good today. Like, they felt great. So I don't know, maybe just more Simbas. Somebody had a Goofy in their deck today. And they, like, easily 2-0'd me, so I don't know. Maybe I'm an idiot. Yeah, they had a Goofy night. They inked it. Yeah, it's ginormous, right? Thing's so big. It's a frickin' 10/10. It's not even that expensive. Like, it's not cheap, but it's huge, you know? I mean, the problem with something like Goofy is it's just, like, worse than Tamatoa a lot. Because this is going to quest for more. But yeah, it's an okay dime hit for sure. I think I would rather go up more crabs first. Because there's a lot of spots where the crab is just, like, pretty good. I wish Grammatala was more playable. I just don't think it really is. Even if you're shifting it. I currently don't have 4 crabs in the steel deck, no. But it's possible that going up to the 3rd one is not unreasonable. I was playing 2 today, and they were pretty good. I have 3 aerials, though. And maybe another crab is fine. Like the 2 and 2 here. I almost want more Beast Hard-Headeds, but we just, like, don't have a lot of 5 drops now. It's just Cogsworths and these 2. 8 is, like, such a low amount. I just, like, I can't, like, it's too many inkables, or uninkables. GG, Earlmeister. Yeah, it was alright. The games are fine. I can't afford more uninkables here, I don't think. Like, I already don't like 17. I would rather have, like, 14, 15 or 14. But I just don't think I can cut Fire the Cannons. I want 3 Grab Your Swords. I want the full set of Whole New Worlds. Like, the only spot that I can do it is if I shave Whole New World for, like, Maurice. I'm on 4 Babooms. Like, I have the full set of them. And I still just, like, died to Diablo once today. This is ridiculous. I don't. Here's the problem with running, like, 20 uninkables. You literally can't mulligan any of your inkables. Because your whole frickin' deck just is too many uninkables. You literally can't mulligan. I feel like I can barely mulligan with 17. Like, I just don't understand how they're sending back 6-7 cards in a 22 uninkable deck and actually getting playable hands. Like, you can't dig for 1 jump ahead, you just have to have it. And if you just always have it, the deck is great. But I already don't feel like I can mulligan consistently enough with this deck because we have so many uninkables. But, like, I don't want to cut any of the ones that we have. Like, I feel like we need the Mickeys because 4 Quills on its own is not enough. I feel like you need at least 2 dimes in case a Mickey ever hits one, or, like, you just need to be able to find it more consistently. If we could go down an aerial, but this card is one of the better cards in our worst matchups, right? Like, this is one of the ways that we can actually win in the mirror and in all the Sapphire mirrors, basically. So then we look here, and we have, like, some medium removal, and then we have our 5-drop spells. I don't think going down to 3 or less than 3 swords is correct. I think 3 is the number that you should be playing, because it gives you access to 7 AoE spells. Yeah, and it's a lot worse. And they're also playing 8 ramp spells as opposed to just the 7. Sorry, they're playing 12 or 11 or 12 because they're also playing the 4-drop one. And they're playing 2-drop ones instead of 3-drop ones, right? Because they're playing 1 jump ahead. It's like 1 jump ahead is functionally a half an inkable most of the time, right? But they definitely have draws where you just don't have that shit and their hand is really awkward. You know, I've played that deck, and you have to mulligan so conservatively to not just have an unplayable hand. And we sent 6 or 7 back earlier, and we ripped grab your sword, aerial, aerial, and then we drew off a popsicle and hit a lucky dime, and, like, we just lost the game instantly. The game was over. We lost. Because our opponent had a reasonable hand, and our hand was non-functional. We literally passed on turn 3 by not inking and not playing a spell. We just said go. Draw go. And our opponent was on 8 ink when we were on 3. So you lose. You just lose instantly. The game is over. You lost. Because we mulliganed more of our uninkables than we probably should have because we were looking for ramp. And we just, like, have too many uninkables. And we ripped into a bunch of them and died. Like, do I think that blue-red is a great matchup? Not necessarily. I think there's ways that we can improve it. But if you don't have a Mickey or a Quill on 3, like, you struggle to actually get your ramps. So you need to mulligan. Like, you need to hit a Baboom so that you're actually good into the steel decks. Maybe. Maybe cutting the Fire the Cannon is fine. But, like, I can't add more Babooms. I have 4 Babooms. There's 4. I can't run more. It's impossible. It's probably hard to see. Here, hang on. Let me save the deck. Okay, I'm sorry I got a big fucking donkey head. Okay, I don't know what you want from me. I have a big donkey head, and it's just how it is. All right? So here's the actual list with the numbers so that it's easier to see. Here, we can even do this thing. No, that's harder to see then. We'll do this thing. So here's the actual list. So I'm running the full set of Babooms, full 4. And it would be the 5th one. So the Fire the Cannons is functionally the 5th Baboom, unfortunately. I would run like 6 of these if I could. I think 6 Babooms would be the number that I would want to target. I thought about cutting a Smee, that's right. I don't know what I would add in over it. Maybe we could add the Zeus, but it'd go to 18 uninkables. Ugh. Seems terrible. Yeah, if I could run more Babooms, I probably would. Because it just, like, does what I want at the 2-drop slot. Which is kills Piglets, it kills Diablos. And it also is inkable, which is important. But there just aren't other cards in this exact position that do that. In those colors, right? Because we look at blue and we look at steel, and we can filter by, like, you know, actions or whatever. And, like, uninkable. Uninkable. Also uninkable. I'm not a big fan of the 1 jump and how far I'll go. Because there's just, like, the 4-drops are bad outside of Flavershim, and Flavershim is already fine. Like, if you look at our curve, right? Because we can sort by cost. No, group by cost. Okay? So we sort by cost, and we got 1s, we got 2s, we got some 3s, pretty normal, pretty standard so far. We have Flaversham and I guess some Zeuses, 1 or maybe 2 or whatever. Then we look at 5, and it's just like, here's a fucking plateau of shit. There's 17 cards here, and not even all of them are characters. Like, more of this should probably be characters. But, like, we've bumped them up to 6s and 7s and 8s with the crab. Like, I wish I had more 5s. So maybe we just need another 5-drop. But, like, you don't care about 4 because you're going 3 all the way to 5. Or in the case of Quill, sometimes if you double Quill, you can go 3 to 6. But if you 1-jump ahead, you're going 3 or you're going 2 to 4. For what? If you don't have exactly one of these two into Flaversham, but then when are you babooming? When are you killing their Robins so they don't shift? When are you killing their Piglets so they don't gain 3? That's why I didn't like Smee today, because it just didn't feel like there was ever time for me to fucking put him into play. I wish this didn't cost so much. I don't understand why this has such a downside. Is it a color problem? Like, is it because it's in blue? Like, I don't understand why this is uninkable, not a song, also requires that you banish the thing, and it only does 5 damage to a character. It's just like... It's insane. The downside of this is crazy. Crazy high comparatively. Like, you compare it to, like, Smash, right? Smash is inkable, it does 3 damage. So you're saying for 2 damage, it goes from also banish an item and uninkable? Holy shit, that is such a blow. Yeah, if this was inkable, it'd definitely be passable. You know? I just don't understand why it's uninkable and also you banish an item, all for 2 extra damage over Smash. That's insane to me. There's so much of a cost difference between these two, just for the color difference. But maybe that's all it is because this is blue. But then because we're in blue and steel, like, it looks worse. But if we were blue-green, maybe this would be fine. Like, it would feel better. I don't know. It still feels like it's shit to me. But, like, yeah. So then we're just out of spells that aren't shit. They all suck. It's just Baboom only. Like, and Rise. I don't know. I assume that it has it on the Swiss for it. Like here, maybe? Here, try this. I don't actually know where that takes you. I hope it's not spam. Yeah, there's just, like, no spells that aren't shit. They all suck in these colors. It's literally just Baboom. 1 fire the cannons. 1 jump is passable. Smash is okay. Like, I thought about Smash. I originally had Smash in yesterday over the fire the cannons, but it ended up being, like, kind of mid, all things considered, because it just didn't... It didn't hit the things I gave a shit about at 3. Like, there's only Ariel, Ursula, and that's it. Like, there's just not that many cards that are 3s that you really care enough about that you need to blast it instantly. So then if you're not blasting it instantly, like, why are we playing Smash over just Fire the Cannons or a Zeus or whatever? Because, like, this kills what you want, and you can Fishbone Quill in the same turn on 3. You just, like, Quill, eat something else, fire the cannons. Yeah, it's because it's inkable, right? But that's why Baboom is good, you know? Baboom was okay last set, and it's just, like, insane this set, because a lot of things are just X2s. I just don't think Grab Your Sword is really that strong when it can be taken. Like, 3 is just a good number for it. Like, I did like Simba's a lot. I was losing to Tamatoa, though. I don't know, dude. I'm bad at coming up with what I should be doing here. I don't know. Are there any... Okay, so there's no spells. Are there any characters that are like somewhere in here? I don't know. What has this got for us? Aurora. It was like okay against me because I happened to just have a handful of item destruction cards, and they just immediately played this, and then I literally couldn't blow it up. Yeah, the problem is that the Benja isn't even really that good in the mirror. It's like okay. I would rather just play hard-headed because at least it can sing Whole New World or whatever, whereas the Benja can't. And like again, I don't want to be doing that on turn 3. Like you need to be ramping, so you need to be doing one of these, and then this is still fine the turn after, right? Like I'm pretty sure that there was a time today when I blew up an item and I should have just played a Cogsworth and it would have been better for me in the mirror. So that was maybe somewhere that I fucked it as well. It's like all these cards are bad. Just don't know. Like Bell is okay. It just doesn't help our bad matchups, I don't think. Simba was very good today. It's a very good card. Yeah, how far it goes pretty good. It's another uninkable, though. Like, no matter what I do, it's just uninkables all the way down. I hate it. I just want a card that's inkable, that's not trash, and they just don't exist. Like, why is Namari so bad? As a 2/4, why isn't it at least inkable? Like, why does everything die to stupid Medusa? Yeah, like, I don't want to be playing a ton of songs, ideally. That's why I haven't been playing as many Zeuses either, because it just feels really bad when you send all your songs back, and then you immediately rip a Grab Your Sword, and then they're like Ursula, and you have to discard it. It just sucks. Yeah, so you can give her support, sure. Support is just such a mid mechanic. 'Cause there's never a board where you're like, yeah, I got a bunch of guys in play that just, they can just quest with impunity, and it's not already good enough on its own, so I gotta send all their attack to another thing. You're just like doing a lot of stuff, a lot of game actions. For what? For what? All of these cards look like butts. It is very much banding. It's like, I get it, it's good and limited, you know? There's a world where if you had support like randomly on some of your characters, it's okay, right? It's not miserable, but it's also not good either. It's like okay, and that's the issue with it, is it's never insane. It's always just like fine. So then it's like, what are we doing with this if it's not insane? Like, why are we jumping through all these hoops just to like slightly buff a dork? Yeah, I know, I don't want more 6s. Like, this Herc is pretty good, this one's pretty good, but like I need 5s. I need more stuff here in the 5-drop. I'm like not looking at the right thing. This. Like, I need another character at 5. I don't need more 6-drops. So I'm already at infinite fucking 6-drops. Like, I need a 4 or a 5, and they're all mid as fuck. Yeah, I was thinking about that as well, to get more inkables. I thought about more Let It Goes, but then I also want more 5s then for singing it too. Like, then I cut the Chinpo and that feels bad. But I did think about cutting the Zeus. The problem if I cut Zeus is that we're already pretty soft to locations because I cut Rise. If I cut Zeus, we literally can never kill any location ever. So if they play a location, we just concede. They're like, castle, go. And I'm like, guess we die. And that doesn't sound great to me. Maybe it's fine, but it definitely doesn't sound great. All of these cards are bad. I don't know why that is. Like, why is BOGO so expensive? Do you imagine if this was just Bucky cost and it was like a 1/1 that did this? This would be a good card then. Why does it cost 4? Yes, I am comforted by the fact that there's one Zeus that I can blast it. Correct. Well, previous to this, I had 2 Rises as well, and the Zeus. So I had, if I wheel, I actually had an option. Is Bucky inkable? I didn't think Bucky was inkable. Is it? No. Surely not. Oh, come on, dude. This game is so stupid. Fuck that squirrel, dude. Hear me out. Fuck that squirrel. I thought about it. It's just not good. Problem is that all the locations in these colors are bad. There's like one good location. And the rest of them are kind of mid. Yeah, you can quote me on that if you want. You can send it all the way to Disney. They already don't even like me, so it kind of doesn't matter. This. Yeah, like all the steel ones. My neck. Like all the steel ones are pretty bad. Thebes is mid. The Wall's bad. Palace of Exile's bad. Nottingham, bad. Winter Camp is like not great. McDuck Manor's fine. Mont Nui is fine. I think Ariel's Grotto is okay, but not great. Why don't they like me? Because I don't stream, I don't make Disney content for them. I've been making Pixelborn content, which is bad or whatever. I don't know, dude. They like don't have their own fucking software, so what am I supposed to do? Like if they had a program, I would just play that instead, and they don't. So we're stuck. We can't make videos on something that we don't have. Like, I think this is good. I don't think we have the cards to make it good yet. I think there's a world where like you want scuttles and shit and this and like you just full wombo combo items. But like the payoff for wombo combo items just isn't that good either. So like we definitely don't have it yet. But I did really want to make something. I'm sure that there will be something. But, you know, if I stream it, it'll definitely get taken down. Yeah, I mean, the blue Ariel from set 1 is okay. It just dies to everything. And it's impossible to protect it. So, like honestly, this list, if you were going to play locations, would probably be blue-green. Even though the locations in blue are really bad. Like, really bad. Like, they're all heinous. Like, why does this cost 3? Like, it's what? Why does this cost 2 to put it in there? Like, you do this, and then you play Triton, and you play, you can play Triton and Prince Philip, even. And you're playing, like, an Under the Sea deck, basically. But you get to play both Aurora and you get to play Prince Philip, right? You can play Aurora and wherever the Prince Philip is. He costs 4, right? He's green. Why is it not alphabetical? Here, this guy. So then this one is your other heroes gain ward, and Aurora's a hero. So if you have either Prince Philip, Aurora, or Aurora, or double Prince Philip, like they're all Um, yeah, I think Wildcat is okay, but it also costs 3, and they've already drawn some amount of cards. And that's assuming that they don't just kill it with one of their steel removal spells that are all the best ones in the game. But I do actually think it is a good card, Wildcat. Yeah, I want Meg to be good. She is really interesting. The problem is that all the Hercules characters are fucking bad. Like, they're real bad. Like, I looked the other day, and you look at Herc, and they're all really heinous. Like, 6-drop, 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 3-drop. This one's fine. This one's, like, fine. But you wouldn't want to be in red because the red ones are, like, really mid. This guy is bad. Don't play this guy. Maybe someday there will be a combo with it. Like, maybe there's a Hades deck that leverages him, like a green-yellow Hades villains or something. This is just like a bad Maui is the problem. Like, why would I cast this when I could cast Maui in my deck? Just to give an extra 2 lore? Yeah, the thing about Hades is I think it will be better when there's a Hades deck. It will be blue-green or blue-yellow or something, and you're, like, flickering, like, Hades to play more Hades, because then you can, like, get Hades back and stuff. You can play the big villain and do that. It just, like, isn't there yet. Yeah, there needs to be a threat that's relevant enough for that to matter, and there just isn't. But it's got to be villains or something where the payoff is worth it. You know, like the big Hades. Like, this dude costs 1,000. Actual 1,000. Like, I don't know why he costs so much. Even his shift costs 1,000. And he's uninkable. Like, what the fuck? Which means that there has to be a reason that it costs so much. Because it isn't even that big. So, like, there has to be something with this that needed it to be that expensive. Tokens or some other villain strategy. In theory, this is like the villain of the next set, right? Hades. Like, you can see it in the reminder text down here. It's like specifically talking about he's rolling out his own plan, right? So here's your Lorthos, your lore moment here. This dude's gonna be probably the villain in the next, like, arc or whatever. And then maybe there's just, like, enough Hades that you're, like, flipping this dude into this, and then you're getting it back, and whatever. I don't know, dog. Oogie Boogie? Maybe someday. Maybe soon. Yeah, or they don't know how to balance them, yeah. And there's a possibility that this card is viable, but it just is small. I don't know. If this deck is a deck, then Smash just sees more play, and you just, like, blast this stupid guy before he can tap. If there's ever a way that you can give your characters, like, not rush, but rush, like, where you can actually tap the ability, then this is more viable, right? Like, you invest resources into it to do this, and then if the payoff is worth it. But right now, there's just not. That'd be cool, yeah. Just, like, bring in more villains to attack Mickey Mouse. Because fuck him. Yeah. Because purple's not at its best right now. They didn't get very many cards in the new set. So then the Ursula doesn't really have a place to play. Yeah, there's a reason. It's because it just gets killed. The 7 Singer. Like, any card that is incredibly susceptible to removal is just not good enough unless it has an awesome come into play ability, right? Flaversham dies all the time, but he draws 2 cards, and if he doesn't get killed, he draws 2 more cards. Yeah, the purple steel deck has it. You know, it has some Ursulas in it with the shift, and then, like, it's able to leverage those a little bit. Play the green one and the purple, and, like, it's okay. It just didn't get a lot of depth out of the new set. Because compared to some of the other decks, right? And I think that's the problem. Like, can it beat blue steel? Can it beat blue red? Can it beat green steel? And if the answer's no to like 2 of those, the deck probably doesn't work. I mean, it's uninkable and it dies to a lot of stuff, but there isn't enough stuff that it dies to is the problem. If more cards just like could deal 2 damage or deal with Bucky, Diablo on its own is like pretty good, but it's Bucky into Diablo that's really annoying, because then they discard a card, you're not down cards to shift it, and then it becomes a huge problem, right? Just, the card on its own is okay. You know, it has good words, for sure. There's no argument here. Right, discard an action card is good. Evasive is good. I don't know. You can try here. I don't know if the decks are there yet, though. Like, it specifically is each opponent's turn, and it has to be exerted. So, like, it does make itself vulnerable to getting attacked for this effect to happen. So it is mostly balanced. I literally played against 0 locations for 9 hours. What am I supposed to do? It was shit all day. I played against no locations all day, so Rise was just bad all day. And I gotta make room for other stuff. Like, so if it's just like, I don't know. I do think Rise is still good, but I don't know if ads, of course, right on time. Yeah, I think the 4-drop Beast is good. I think this card is good. I certainly like it more than Sad Beast right now. Not that Sad Beast is bad necessarily, but it's not at its best. Because when your worst matchup is blue-red, you don't want to be playing a card that's just like very easily Medusa'd. You want to be playing something that gets value when it comes into play, like banishing an item, and then it doesn't die to Medusa without some effort. Obviously, they can still Medusa you. They can shrink it with an ice cube or whatever, ice block, and get it with a Medusa. But like, they're doing extra stuff to try and interact with your beast, and you also still blew up an item. So there's more flexibility there. I had no idea. We probably won't know until later tonight. I don't know what's there. If somebody else knows, they're welcome to let me know. But I don't even know if they're out yet. That's okay. I don't remember what we were talking about. Why did I remove Rise? Yeah, I just didn't fight any locations all day. And the Rise is still probably fine, but like, what fucking decks are even playing locations that aren't trash? Red purple that just loses to everything? I don't know. We have to run into them. We just don't see them. Maybe it is good and we just didn't run into the right matchups, but we played blue steel, red blue, Mufasa, and Bucky. That was it all day. I will be going to Chicago, yeah, and Fort Worth, and maybe Toronto. We'll see if I can squirrel that away too. I think you do have to play a whole new world, because there's too many item removals to play the Maurice's Workshop lists. So you end up losing to removal too much if you... Sorry, you remove your draw to removal, and it's a little slow. Whereas Whole New World has a lot more explosive potential when it's doing well. Hey, Vortex. Hey, Candio. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I know some things that I'm not doing. But I don't know what to do. I don't know if they're up yet. They'll probably be up later, where they will. Yeah, they just be on LPN if they're there, and they haven't said anything yet, so they're probably not done. I don't know. I did like the Chen pose today, but 2 is probably fine. I wonder if just another Simba is better than the Crab, but I don't know. The numbers on those lists seem fine. If anything, it would be cutting a Smee for another 5-drop. Like, it would probably just be another Beast, and I'm not sure if that's really something that I want. It was alright. We could have done better. There were some things that we could have decided better. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do as far as content after Pixelborn is down. Whether we switch to, like, Tabletop Simulator or something else, or I just play some other game for a while. I don't know. I was thinking about getting all the displaced Pixelborn content creators and making a Minecraft server, and we'll just do that for a couple weeks until we figure something out. We could play more backpack battles, yeah. They've added so many things, I don't know if I'll understand it. My problem is, I really don't want to play another card game. Yeah, make a Lorcana mod for Minecraft. Yeah, maybe we'll see if there's some casting options for tomorrow. I don't know. We'll think about that. We got to get up pretty early to do that, so we'll see. Yeah, like, and the thing is, even if I play Star Wars, they don't have a digital client either. Because it's also Disney. Did they make their own? Or is it a third-party one? Because it's also Disney. So if it's not an official client, the same thing is gonna happen. Yeah, I know. What the fuck? That's what I'm saying. Disney owns both of them. They also own Star Wars. So if you don't think Disney's coming for that eventually too, like, it'll just gonna be the same letter in 6 months, 8 months, 10 months. Like, every video game that I stream and I touch dies. They all die. Storybook Brawl died. Pixelborn, dead. All of them dead. I don't know, I got the fucking Midas touch, but the opposite. The Midas dysentery. Yeah, they own so many things. So if you want to participate in their thing, they got to make an official client or it's bust. That's it. Oh, I am not playing Magic again. I'm not doing that. Barf. The Jeebus touch. Ugh. Oh, I don't want to stream Snap. I hated that one more than anything else. That one had the most toxic gotcha element that I've ever seen. And I've played gotcha games as a whale, and it was still too toxic for me. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Pokemon, I mean, I don't want to play another card game. Like, if I'm going to play a card game in paper, I'm going to play this one, right? And I don't want to do another one because I'm a whole ass or no ass. I probably would have fun, but I'm like a whole ass or no ass kind of guy. I'm not looking to play another card game because I'm all in on this one until the wheels fall off. And maybe the wheels are falling off now, but I like the DLCs. And in theory, these tournaments, if we're a little bit more cutthroat about them, are in theory something that I want to do well at, right? Yeah, Fantasy Flight, mixed bag, right? I don't know. Like, I want to do well at card games, and eventually I will figure out how to not sabotage myself. And then if I do, then maybe I'll just do well at Disney and invest in it. It'll be like Storybook Brawl, and I'll do well, and then all of a sudden there'll be a big Ponzi scheme. Are we sure Disney is not a Ponzi scheme? Because it might be. The whole thing could be a Ponzi scheme that I'm just not aware of. So, like, it's a mystery. Like, I can't be getting involved in another Ponzi scheme adjacent thing. My heart can't take it. If I book another fucking trip to the Bahamas and it gets canceled again, I'm just gonna go find a really, really tall bridge. Hey, Vale, appreciate the follow. I don't know. Simba was really good today, though. This card felt great. I don't know if it's just, like, where it fits in the metagame it's just really strong, or just, like, a 5/7 is awesome, but Simba felt good all day. Thanks, Andrew. Chenpo actually didn't feel bad in the games where we actually had it in play. Smee felt like shit all day. I don't know if it's because I really needed to be babooming on 2, like killing one of their things, and then on 3 I just want to ramp, and then I'm just playing 5s already. So then, like, the Smee just didn't have a good spot. Like, it's fine with Cogsworth. Like, it is an aggressive card. I did make an error today with it, and I let it die, and I shouldn't have, but... Yeah, the Chenpo was good today. It felt like 3 was too many. Because I only really ever wanted 1 in play. So it's kind of awkward because of that. Like, I never wanted to play this as my first guy, and maybe I just should have been. Just jam Chenpo as a 4/7 because he's freaking huge. Yeah, the Smee with Cogsworth is pretty good together. But the Smee just, like... I don't know, it felt stronger to me as something that I was, like, weaving in later. But because you have so many more 1-drops, like, you don't always have the opportunity to play the Smees. Because you could just, like, play a Popsicle or a Fortisphere, and that juices these better. Yeah, I had double Cogs in play, and I played a Chenpo, and my blue steel opponent just conceded. So, like, dead, I guess. So you're saying you got the old 4/7 resist to just big edge. Yeah, maybe there is a world where we just, like, want 1 less Smee and 1 more Chenpo. We go back into 3. Would Judy Hops have been good today? I mean, we didn't really need to kill that many items. Like, we had plenty of item destruction today, and it just, like... we didn't really use them much. Like, we're playing steel. We can blow up their stuff with steel cards. We don't have to let them draw a card. I guess Hops is interesting because you can use it to draw a card yourself. I did play mirrors today. They were mostly lost because we let them redraw their hand, and then we drew a worse one, and then we got aerialed twice with some pretty bad draws. We just, like, didn't have an answer for aerial, and then they just, like, killed us with it. It's pretty brutal. They just, like, played aerial, and then they played dime. And they just activated Dime 3 times and then quested and we died. Because we didn't find our beast or our rises or our second grab your sword or whatever. So we just didn't have an answer for it. Which is actually kind of interesting because, like, weirdly, Blue Steel doesn't have that many answers. It appears we were both killed after round 7. Unfortunate. What do you do? That's alright. Yeah. I don't know what the solution is. I don't mind cutting down Smeeze a little bit. I'm just not sure if that really makes a big difference. Cogs, Ariel, Mickey, Fire, Zeus. God, the Queen is so bad. And I'm never cutting Cogsworth. Have you read this card? Do you actually want to win mirrors? You seen this guy? You can fish for your Quill. Yeah, if your opponent does nothing and you tap her like 4 times, she's almost worth paying that much for. But the reality is that, like, she just dies and then is barely better than Scuttle. She, like, puts 3 of your cards on the bottom. Yeah, she'll get better later, sure. So will Scuttle, too. Like, I would definitely find that card to be reasonable in a, more item-focused deck. But this deck has 31 characters in it. It has 14 items. This is less than a quarter of the deck. I thought about the new Aurora. It was okay for some opponents today against me when we had just like a really heavy beast draw. But they were in blue-red. It is at an awkward curve position for me. I think if I was on 1 jump ahead, I would like her better. The new Aurora. So you play her on 3 and it feels a little bit better. But like with the way that the deck is constructed with Whole New World, you really want to be doing one of these 2 into a 5-drop into some of your spells. Play a Cogs, play Tinkerbell the turn after or whatever. I want to make 1 less Smee. 1 more of those, I think. This. Here. I guess we'll play 1 game, since I'm just sitting here anyway. Don't really want to necessarily be done yet. I go second. Nice. Cogsworth, just right back in, huh? 10 out of 10. Scuttle. What do I do against Scuttle? Perish, I imagine. Yeah, that'll be fun. Yeah, I think Chicago will be great. We probably need this. These are, like, less important in this matchup, certainly. I may end up wanting to play this Mickey. I don't really know yet. We'll see. I'm going to try to keep this if I can. Scuttle. Oh, shit. They drew a Fishbone Quill right on time. All we've drawn is Cogsworths. Yeah, they draw really bad because they're playing Scuttle in their deck. It's a bad card. Where's my Beast Hard-Headed so I can dump this Quill? Scuttle's questing. Shit. It's too good. Could have played Ariel here, actually. I'm just going to draw first. We found our beast, but a little late. I don't mind the other Quill. Just more draw. We don't really need Tinkerbell, huh? Well, they have a Flaversham, unsurprisingly. Unfortunately, we didn't draw this last turn to be able to kill their Quill, which is a bit awkward. We'll kill it on our turn, I suppose. They one-jumped now. I don't know if I'm in a whole new world. So let's get rid of it. They let us draw extra cards with their Flavs. That's pretty good. Icy Firestorm Phoenix. Appreciate the follow. Could just play Tamatoa. Is that even necessarily better than doing not that? Uncertain. Let's just kill this and then not double ink this turn. Next turn, Tamatoa looks better. I wish I had a way of killing this fucking Flaversham. I don't understand how this deck struggles into Flavs so badly. What happened that I can't ever kill this guy? It's crazy to me. Okay, so what we want to do is get rid of Chenpo. Get rid of Chenpo, play Tamatoa. Draw a Popsicle. Play the Popsicle, draw a card. Baboom. We may use that yet. Not this turn, but next turn maybe. Zeus and another Popsicle. So the Zeus will be more useful than the Baboom. For sure. I mean, what if we just had all Babooms? We'll just do that. No more free items. I mean, their hand is full of items, so it's a little awkward anyway. Oh, how far I'll go. They didn't draw item. Should add scuttle. Fool. Can't even draw cards with this. My Flaversham has 0 attack. What do I do? What am I supposed to do with 0 attack? Popsicle! Stop! Cease what you're doing! Why do you get to draw so many cards? This is bullshit. Unfair. Unfair. Unlucky. That's kind of lucky. I mean, is it though? Maybe I don't even give a shit about what they're doing over here. Kind of don't, actually. They're just going to be able to draw all these cards anyway. There's not really anything I can do about it. Yeah, fuck them. Let's go to 12. I don't know. Make this stupid thing. Draw 2 cards, sure. I mean, they like have to kill this, but if they don't kill this dime, we're just gonna kill him with this aerial. They have so much ink and so many cards. Alright, here's a B prep. That's fine. They played a lucky dime just raw, huh? Let's do this first. That will do it. Like, maybe this is secretly the answer. I just don't care about what they're doing. I just let them do shit, and then I do shit. Like, we just needed Let It Goes today to deal with crabs. Yeah, their opening was really bad, to be fair. No arguments. They did get 35 cards into their deck, though. So, like, all things considered, they could have been doing worse. But yeah, their opening was pretty rough. Maybe I should just play the aerials sooner. This card's bad, this card's bad, this card's bad. Smee is like a card. I don't know if I like Smee. Maybe Smee is fine. It's on the draw, I don't want Smee. On the play, I like Smee more. On the draw, it's like awkward. They inked a Quill, which is bad for us. We're about to get fucking Shadow Realmed here. Unfortunate. I'm gonna 1 jump ahead for sure. Rip. This, I guess. Coggers, my dude. Okay. It's like they're at 4. Yeah, they do have a Quill.
I wish I could blow this up now, but I don't even think I would. I think I'd ramp still anyway. Eight popsicles are really good. Definitely don't need 2 whole new worlds. Pretty unlikely that we're going to be running double whole new world out. Unfortunately, they get to ramp even more with the Quill here before we can stop it, but... And a popsicle rip. Sad. I run 4 whole new worlds. It's just like the best card in the deck. I don't know how you can not run them all. Blow up the Quill and pass. I wouldn't mind another Quill. Hopefully they don't just play a crab. It'd be unfortunate. Bell's fine. Could kill Flav here too. Yeah, why didn't they just play Mal? That's a little weird. Did we just dump this Flav? Probably. Just like stop their card draw a little bit. What are we inking here? Nothing. Maybe this whole new world. Just like not looking to whole new world. Maybe their whole hand is just 4 Maleficents. Ugh, my Flaversham. It's been Sisu'd. How fucking rude. They don't even ink. They can't even ink. Nothing in their hand is inkable. That's crazy. They're just gonna jam another Sisu, and it's gonna be really sad for me. That's neat. Do we just do that now, or do we wait until they play another Sisu? Now is fine. I would have to ink this and one of these two. I really don't want to get rid of my fucking Lucky Dime, though. We could just wait. I'll just wait. See if they jam another Sisu into this board. Let them gain 8 or whatever if they want. I could have maybe gotten rid of Automato. I forgot we added a third one. But, like, we could also just bait our opponent into doing exactly what I thought. Because they're predictable. Like most opponents. This thing. Do this, and then our play is probably to play the crab and get a popsicle. Basically doing what they're doing, except we have a Fishbone Quill in play. They ink the crab. Why? What fucking world are they inking a crab in that spot for? What? Oh my god, I just don't understand. Why would you ink a crab there? Like, what is the benefit of inking a crab on this board?
I don't understand. It is perplexing to me. What do we think about this beast? Do we want to quest with it? Even if he has another in hand, just play one every turn. You just play crab every turn and get a popsicle back every turn until the game is over. You read this card? It's huge. I don't think I need this. But I need more ink. I don't think I'm going to quest either. Yeah, maybe they thought they had Bell in play, but like we still have the crab. I just don't get it. Like, I don't know what we're killing crabs for. Or what we're not just playing more crabs for. Like, they just do this and play another crab, and they just, like, draw 1,000 cards. Oh, because they had Lucky Dime, sure. Now they're just gonna, like, lose their Tamatoa. Why did they ink Maui? What is happening? Why are you like this? I guess I just bash both into this thing and kill it, and then also kill their Dime. What do you think about that? I think it's fine. Do this, play this. Kill your Lucky Dime. Am I ever Holy Worlding? Maybe. It's like not impossible here. Inka Maui, do they just have nothing? Yeah, they have nothing, of course. Now I have a Lucky Dime. How convenient for me. Come on, dude. That's not cool. Come on, dude. That's not cool. Bro. I like that he didn't get Dime either. That's so greedy. So greedy. We gotta do this, I think. How much more ink can we get? We can get... Not a lot. We can get one more. Pass. I mean, he might just have another Tamatoa. Who knows? We also might be able to just mill him out, because he's at 21 cards. Yeah, sure. Fuck, why not? All four of them, absolutely. Why not have 4 Tamatoas and then just literally rip them all? Absolutely, dude. Card's so good, why would you not want to run it? So I guess we gotta rip our other removal spell. It's so stupid. That's 7. We can get it next turn, but we're already dead then. Dumb. So dumb. Is there any more draw that I can do? I don't think so, right? I guess I just die. Ugh, that's obnoxious. Just confirming that I definitely don't have enough, right? Alright. Annoying. Could you imagine if I just, like, get rid of the last one, and then the one that they inked just is the only way that they can win the fucking game? That'd be crazy. Whatever, we're on the play this time, so... It will be fine. Yeah, let it go instead of the Zeus. I mean, it's not a bad shout. Like, in this matchup especially, it just feels like it's the only thing that matters. It's a really awkward hand that I have. Maybe I should have kept more inkables because we had such a good hand. Like we just inked 2 cogs or whatever because we just want to do this on 4. It'll be fine. We just need to rip one extra inkable and it'll be okay. Develop your brain. I sure hope you know what card you need out of those 2. Is there any much other cards in there? So get rid of this and pass. If I can't have double Fishbone Quill, we won't, but if I can, I wouldn't hate it. Iced block. Alright, 1 Fishbone Quill it is. Unfortunate. I guess it's grab your sword. If there's a universe where we use this plus this to like shoot a bell or whatever. Play Fishbone Quill. Neat. Let's... I guess we really don't need Fire the Cannons. It just doesn't matter that much. Break that thing. Play a guy. Go. We can use this to draw 2 cards, actually. Might not be that bad. Flaversham. Lame. We would like some card draw soon, yeah. Let's do this. That's annoying. It is what it is, I guess. I mean, the Flav is just better than the other card, so it's fine. Now we actually have the ability to kill Flav with our big monsters. Draw some cards. Play a Popsicle, draw a card. Play a Fortisphere, draw a card. We have 100 Babooms. I don't think I want them. We'll get rid of 1. We can get rid of another one, actually. I'll get rid of 2. Since we have another Simba, and we're going to use, in theory, use this to draw. Just going to blow up the board? Sure. That's why I quested, but it's still a little annoying. Simba's so fucking good, dude. Just raw jams a Lucky Dime, huh? I mean, I guess. Hopefully they don't have another B prep, because then they just die. Literally B prep or busto. You're dead. Imagine playing red with all those bad cards in it, instead of just playing good cards. I don't know. I definitely think that more Let It Goes does not seem embarrassing to me. Just another Let It Go. Makes the Beast... Like, it makes this matchup a lot more tenable, I think. Like, obviously the Along Came Zeus can be good against, like, Sisu and stuff, but it only has 4 health. It's like the Babooms and the Grab Your Swords and the Fire the Cannons, like, these can combine with, like, your Simbas and actually still kill them, which I think is kind of interesting. I didn't hate more Crab. It could also have been more Simba. That would have been fine, too, but I feel like the Crab is just, like, a better win condition, so... Yeah, maybe we do one more Let It Go, and we just get rid of the Zeus entirely. This. Alright, we'll do one more, and then I gotta go find some food because I'm fucking starving. How long have I been streaming? Like 9 hours? Ugh. We go first against Big Papi. I see. Maybe we keep Smee. It's at least inkable. We kind of need a ramp, though. We even bother keeping the Flav? I think we necessarily need Flav. I mean, it's nice, but... like, we need the ramp more. Computer, why are you freaking out? Relax. Relax. Am I freaking out? Maybe I'm freaking out. Since we don't know what they are, I was going to say we don't really want songs in our hand, but... get fucked, right? And we also don't know if we want to get rid of the Cogs or the Tink, if either one of these are good, until our opponent plays some cards. And then we'll know which one of these are actually usable in the matchup and which we don't really particularly need. Smee. Do a Robin. I think I just blast the Robin now. Since we're on the play. And get rid of the redundant Fishbone Quill here. Since we have a lot of them and they're all redundant. I assume that this is Bucky Pile, which our hand is pretty good against. I would like an Inkable of some sort so that we can Quill taking Grab Your Sword so that it just isn't as much of a problem, but we'll see. Maybe we just get rid of the other Fishbone Quill and it's fine. Beast. Rip our song. This card is okay in this matchup, but I think I'm going to get rid of it in favor of the other two. And then we'll see if we actually get to play this Cogsworth, or if they just make us discard 2 cards this turn and the game's over. Rip one of our cards. I knew it. Annoying. I hate this card so much. It's like the least fun thing I've ever seen printed into a game. It's just like not a fun mechanic. Straight up, it's just not fun. Imagine being like, oh, let's play a game with resources, and you can turn those resources into anything. All discard cards are fucking dumb. What do you mean, DeCandio? What did I do now, I guess? Yeah, yeah. I mean, I did, and then I don't know. I let him talk me into it, and I probably just shouldn't have. Why did we do that? I don't understand. Yeah, I let him talk me into it because I'm stupid. This is hardcore ranked currently. We just whole new world here. Feels kind of weird. Their hand's pretty bad. Like, is this even worth doing? I don't know. If I like, what if they make me discard it? Then that's pretty bad. I haven't inked yet this turn, so we could play a Tink if we draw one. Whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I probably should have, and I think going forward, I probably won't be nice in events anymore. I just like don't care. I have ceased caring. I was a nice person about it, and I just like am done caring. Because my hand was like double Cogsworth, Flaversham, and two other cards, and I had a Fishbone Quill in play already in the mirror. Like, we both had Fishbone Quills, but like my hand is just double Cogsworth. And my new hand after it just like didn't have that, and I died. Like, my hand was bad. It's a matter of being a sucker. I get it. Like, I am a sucker, and I understand that. And maybe someday I won't be, but currently I am a sucker, so yeah. I was punished for their misfortune, yeah. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah. Just heal this now. I don't know. It's just, that is a good way of describing being punished for somebody else's misfortune. It's a good way of describing it. Like, I allowed myself to be sort of talked into, giving them a chance to play the game when I just didn't need to be that at all. Like, it's unnecessary. And it almost certainly cost me a lot of equity in the tournament. Because at that point I would have been, 5-1-1 or something? Because that was round 7. Yeah, I would have been 5-1-1 at that point. Which is like a lot of points and would have set me up very well. So we want to deal with this Ursula. I don't know if I play another Cogsworth first or just deal with the Ursula first. You can kind of just deal with Ursula now and then play Cogsworth next turn. I mean, I could also just play Cogsworth. Nah, we'll just do this. Blast you. Pass. Yeah, I think that's probably true. But, it's like, they're like, I'm a fan, and whatever, we're all blah, 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 blah. And it's like, I don't know. I allowed myself to be talked into it. And, like, I'm putting myself in their shoes, and I would want to have the chance to battle, and we had plenty of time. But at the same point, like, it just throws away any equity that I had in the event, because now I, like, have a much worse hand or whatever. Oh, no, they're not at all. And I have no ill will one way or another towards them, certainly. Like, it's not... I made the choice, right? I made the choice to make that call. Absolutely. Like, 100%. So I have no qualms about that. Like, you ask the thing, and like it was entirely up to me to make that decision, and I did, right? But then it put me in a spot where I played against, red blue a couple times. One of my opponents DC'd in game 2 of round 7, and it was like already turn 4. I had like a very good hand in the matchup, and then I allowed them to replay the game instead of taking the win, which I should have just done, because it would have almost guaranteed set me up for the top 16. I don't know if it does guarantee it. So it would have been, I don't know, it doesn't matter. But then my second hand, like in the redone game, was just really bad, and because of that, like, we certainly lost. So, and then we just got boomed out of the event after that. So, I almost want to Fortisphere and make this Simba like my go-to dude here, like this, and then just like bash with all these dorks. Just gonna kill one of these Smees, maybe. Just like quest out. And then just like, if they don't... Maybe I'm supposed to also make the Smee have taunt. Oh, never mind, they have Pete in their deck. They could have Bruno'd this, and that would have been annoying, because then they can, like, attack here, but I still don't even think that matters. The Tinkerbell just, like, bullies them there. Pretty comfortably, probably. But, yeah. I don't know. I think you're absolutely right. I think that, I allowed that to happen to myself, and it's almost like sabotage. Kind of like a self-sabotage. You're gonna send all this. It's all pretty bad. Could maybe keep a Smee. It's at least ink. We kind of need ramp pretty bad. Fuck it. Ship it. Nice. We got a Baboom. Thank God for this Fishbone Quill, because our hand is not good without it. It's barely good with it, to be fair, but it is heinous without it. Hopefully this is good. We'll try to keep it as long as we can. We do get an extra card, which is nice. Cursed Merfolk. God. Alright, this guy. Play this thing. Oh no, that's a disaster. I mean, I guess they could take this anyway, so it's kind of a crapshoot if they have the Ursula. I do think that this list is probably overall better against blue-red, but because of the Cursed Merfolk. I don't know if I'm going to Baboom the Merfolk here. Sort of depends on if we're going to set up for Diablo or not. How much are we going to play, or how much damage are we going to take if we don't kill it? Like 1,000? If they play Diablo, whatever, it's fine. We kill over there because one of these, in theory, can kill the Merfolk, but this is all of our aerials. So we need an Inkable, so that we can at least play the Fishbone Quill. Beat?
John. Oh my god. Okay. This is the world that we live in, huh? This. Okay, if we can cast this, I'll be happy. If we can't, we can cast the Tinkerbell. That'll be okay. We can't cast either because our whole hand is gone. That'll be bad. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? Like, and I want to be, as a person, like, I like to imagine that I'm very, or that I generally lean more towards somebody who would, give everybody a fair shake, right? Be a good sport about it, because it's not necessarily their fault that they crashed. But at the same point, it's also not my fault that they crashed either, right? And I think that's the problem. Do I get rid of this second grab your sword so that I can keep the aerial? Or do I just get rid of aerial? This is my last one. We're not playing this for like 1,000 years, but I guess we're not playing the other one either for 1,000 years. We do this so that they don't make us discard more cards and lose all of our resources, ideally. Maybe we're supposed to keep the swords just because we're just like losing to this Friar Tuck. If we don't. Another fucking John. Yeah, I'm stupid. Oh, it wouldn't have mattered. Because they did have the Ursula. So I did play it right, but it's still just like a little awkward. We do this and pass, and then maybe I'm supposed to like get rid of this too. I want to use it to draw, but not the Storm Rage on. Why did they use Prince John to sing that? Can they kill Tinkerbell here? I guess if they can kill Tinkerbell, then it's smart. It's a Storm. Or Strength, rather. It's brutal. Guess we're just dead this game. If we rip another Tinkerbell, I guess. But Chenpo ain't it. Oh. Tinkerbell's alright. So they have 2 cards. Beast would be bad. Robin wouldn't be great. They look into quest here, probably. Maybe not. I don't think I can quest here either. Just kind of have to play whatever idiots I draw. Do I wheel if we draw it? Probably. Just imagine knowing exactly what's on the top of your deck always. Crazy. Okay, this will be useful. I need more stuff. This is not that great. So let's do this. Draw 2 cards. Let's play this Cogsworth. Okay, we play Coggers. I don't think I use this Tinkerbell this turn. Whatever the dirtliest thing is. Like, all I want to do is draw cards and, like, put things into the inkwell.
Like, I just want to be the deck that has the most choices. Like, at the time it was red-purple, because that was just, like, the best control deck. Yeah, probably. There's a lot of people that aren't really control-focused. They just don't care. And that's fine. It is not for everybody. Like, I definitely get that. All I like to do is draw cards. If I'm able to draw 60 cards in a game and kill myself, then that's a good game. I will just live by the sword, die by the sword, right? If I'm going to draw cards, I'm going to draw every card. Muses. Are they going to bounce my Flaversham? No. That's fine. Okay, so they have lethal now, so I'm going to have to do something to this board. Which is fine. We're likely going to Whole New World again next turn. Potentially. I don't know if this Tamatoa is going to be able to win fast enough. Maybe it will. That's cool. I actually did like the Mufasa deck. I think it draws a lot of cards, which is cool. Actually, if I swords, I don't actually win here, do I? I need to do more than just that. So this hand really doesn't work. So we'll send this to the graveyard so we can get it back with the other one of the other crabs. So we'll just ink this one. And then we'll ink the Fortisphere. I just don't think we can play this. Because we're going to need the ink, in theory. So I'm going to play this first. With this guy, it doesn't really matter. So they don't have lethal now. Do I actually have to Whole New World then? I probably should. Like, now is the time. We want to cast this Fortisphere first. We'd have 10. 11 is better. 11's a little better. Yikes, that is not great. That's a little better. I think I can run out of Cogsworth. We can quest for 2. Let's run this out as well. Another Whole New World. Okay, so let's quest for 2. Play that, play this. Then pass. I don't know if I have enough to be able to Tamatoa plus Dime, is the problem. I'm going to go 15. It has to be Tamatoa plus Dime, like I don't have any other way of doing it, so we're just going to have to kill all their shit. We only have one more grab and one more Tink in the deck. We'll see. I mean, if they quest out, like, the Tinkerbell helps a lot here. Same with the Baboom. I wonder if playing the other Cogsworth was better there. It feels like the bigger bodies and, like, an additional ink is better here, but I don't actually know. This is 8, 15, 16, 17. So they can play a 5. I don't actually think that they can attack. Maybe they can. Maybe playing Crab is just better than this. Now, the Cogsworth protects my board. So that we can still do the Whole New World, maybe.
Like, I do get to kill the Smee for sure, which is 2. Bruno? What are you Brunoing? Who cares? Like a 5? Sure. Goodbye, Flaversham. Oh, you also get to bounce the Mickey? Sure. It's a little annoying, I guess. With some of our guys, but this is all that they have for the board then, so they're not presenting lethal anymore. It's kind of wild. They're Zeusing, they're going to bounce Flav too. Sure. I mean, I wonder if they realize the problem with this, which is that, like, I get to shoot their whole board to death. I appreciate it. Take care, Zan. Thanks for popping in, at the very least. So, we can tank here, shoot this, ba-boom this. That seems pretty obvious to me, so let's do that. Get this Robin off the table. And then we should eat this, kill this, ink one of these. The question is, do I play Tamatoa or just, like, do more of this? Because I can get back Dime. Obviously, Bruno's annoying, but, like, I don't really care about Bruno. I'm probably supposed to just Popsicle first, actually. Like, I don't necessarily need the Dime. We've already inked, right? Yeah. So I guess the play is just this first. Just draw a couple cards, and then we send this. Like, they maybe have another Bruno. We have so many cards in hand. It just doesn't even matter. And it's like their whole turn. Here's a Robin. Sure. Means that they're not playing a Bruno at all. They got a Smee, so that is lethal. So we are going to need to do something about that. We can go to 14, 15, 16. Well, wait. I'm just going to do this first. So this is, we get Dime. That's 2, 4, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10. So that puts us to 15. We draw the thing. It is not enough, right? So what do we need to do? We need to get more items before we do that nonsense, which we can very easily do by just doing Cogsworth first with Whole New World. So we'll do this. We'll play Quill. We'll ink this thing. We'll play Dime. Quest here. Pick up a Popsicle. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
we just like have so many items left in the deck that it won't actually matter. Because every item that we get is worth 2 for the Tamatoa. And there's not that many cards left in our deck, right? So we trade 2 here, but every item, because it's 1 when it quests, and then 1 when we dime. So each individual thing is just more, right? Like, the deck is good. I made some decisions today that were not necessarily beneficial to myself only, which would be like that sometimes. We didn't play every game great. Some of our mulligans were mid or whatever. But, like, the deck's pretty good. I mean, we have a pretty high win rate on a deck like this. Okay into something like red-blue, okay into green-steel. Like, overall, I think the deck's pretty good. Each change that we make, like, still seems good. I do think that the 3 Let It Go is really nice. This list feels pretty good to me right now. Better than we had earlier today. Obviously, if there's a lot of locations, we may have to adjust a little bit to run more Rise. But I don't mind the aerial numbers at 3. Crab at 3. Simba at 2 is pretty good. These are good. Like, these are great. I would run more Babooms, but we can't, so we're running some Fire the Cannons. I think 3 Smee is fine. Like, I want this, but I so very rarely want to jam it like it's aggressive, because this deck isn't that aggro until we get to, like, 7 or 8 ink, right? And then we want some Smee to be able to play with other stuff, but we just don't want to jam it right away. Yeah, the images are not... they don't work right now. You may or may not be able to get them from here, but you didn't get that here. But that would work fine. And then you extract it into, like, C users, username, local low, rebellious software. And then it's like pixelborn cards, something like that. So that theoretically should work. Like, I just don't care anymore. It's all going to be gone in, like, soon anyway, so it kind of doesn't matter. I don't know how many hardcore games I've even played this season. How do I see? I have no idea. I don't know how to see PvP stats. 2 total wins? I don't know. I don't know how to see it. I'm sure that there's a way. I'm just... Oh, maybe I'm not in the right category. Oh, yeah. There we go. So how many... No, I just clicked that. What was this? So I've played 9. So I would need 1 more. How many have I played? Like 10? Or I've played 9, I guess. No, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know how this works. Whatever. We'll maybe play more later. Yeah, I clicked on hardcore. I'm just... It is what it is. I'm tired. I'm going to send you over somewhere else. So that you can watch some Mufasa. We'll put this on YouTube in case anybody missed anything. I have no idea when we're going to play any additional tournaments online. Maybe never again. Or maybe somewhere. Yeah, I'm going to send you to the Shadow Realm. Candy, are you casting or anything tomorrow? Oh, yeah, Chicago. That should be fun. I'll test more before then, for sure. You're not? Okay.
Well, then I may just, I don't know, stream some more ladder or something. But I'll keep an eye on the deck list and we'll see if there's anything that's interesting. But yeah, we'll see you in Chicago for sure. You dressing up again this time? Yeah, we might do that. That could be fun. Just test a couple different decks. Have a good night. And I will see everybody next time.